he is behind it. Also, clearly adding that Canada has presented no evidence to India on the allegations that Justin Trudeau has made. That's one of our top stories we're tracking for you. But as usual, the headlines, let's get started.
Continue to work behind the scenes to try and get India to cooperate with us. Their asks of us was, well, how much do you know? Give us the evidence you have on this. And at that point, it was primarily intelligence, not hard evidentiary proof.
A big admission, Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau reveals that his government had no concrete evidence when it initially accused India of being involved in the killing of Hardeep Singh Nijjar.
Disrupting the chain that was diplomats collecting information on Canadians, then having that information directed through criminal organizations like the Lawrence Bishnoi Gang, to then result in violence against Canadians on the ground.
Trudeau remains defiant as he reiterates Lawrence Bishnoi Gang's involvement in the violence in Canada. As bomb threat to airlines grows, Union Civil Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu says that the ministry is closely monitoring the situation. Now, Congress waits in India-Canada diplomatic row, demands clarification from Modi government on changes made and the charges levelled by Canada. Saini to take over the CM of Haryana. Once again today, BJP's top leadership to attend oath-taking ceremony. And viewers, it's a huge fallout and a big response coming in following Canadian PM Justin Trudeau's admission of having no evidence against India. Ministry of External Affairs has issued a post-midnight statement holding Trudeau responsible for damaging India-Canada ties. The MEA statement criticizes Trudeau's earlier accusations, which it says has led to a diplomatic rift between the two nations. This marks a significant escalation in the ongoing diplomatic tensions. Big update coming in late night post by the Ministry of External Affairs. India affirmed its stand on the massive diplomatic row with Canada, putting the responsibility of the disastrous fallout between India and Canada. The Foreign Ministry has said Canada has presented us with no evidence whatsoever. This is a very sharp response to the kind of allegations that Justin Trudeau has been making. And the Foreign Ministry wrote in its post-midnight statement that what we have heard today not only confirms that what we have been saying about Canada all around, that Canada has given no evidence whatsoever to support these serious allegations it has chosen to level against India and Indian diplomats. I just want to go ahead and play out what Justin Trudeau, the Prime Minister of Canada, had to say a short while back.
As we approached the end of August and September, the big thing that was happening was India was itself hosting the leader of the summit of the advanced economies of the world, the G20. So it was a big moment for India, welcoming the world, all the leaders of the world to Delhi for a very important summit. And we had the opportunity of making it a very uncomfortable summit for India if we went public with these allegations ahead of time. We chose not to. We chose to continue to work behind the scenes to try and get India to cooperate with us. Their asks of us was, well, how much do you know? Give us the evidence you have on this. And our response was, well, it's within your security agencies. You should be looking into how much they know. You should be engaging. It's, oh, no, tell us what you know. Show us the evidence. And at that point, it was primarily intelligence, not hard evidentiary proof. So we said, well, let's work together and look into your security services and maybe we can get that done. No, we're not doing that.
And viewers, let's move ahead right now. 13 hoax bomb threats in about 78 hours has shook Indian skies. Almost all the major Indian airlines, which is Air India, Akasha Airlines, Indigo, SpiceJet, all of them have been receiving bomb threats via social platform X. This has prompted an action from the Ministry of Home Affairs. MHA has gone ahead and detailed report of this series of bomb threats. We get to the latest coming in as even the government of India has taken note of the bomb threats being sent to Indian airlines. Take a look.
In a shocking series of events, 13 Indian airlines get hoax bomb threats within 48 hours. The Indian carriers are on massive alert after these hoax calls. Taking up the matter seriously, Ministry of Home Affairs held a high-level meeting with officials and sought a detailed report on the matter. Government has also planned to increase the number of sky marshals on sensitive flights. Meanwhile, Union Civil Aviation Minister has also condemned these threats and stated that government is closely monitoring the situation. Officials of intelligence security agencies and Bureau of Civil Aviation Safety also chaired a key meeting. As a troubling pattern emerged, we ask, is there any larger conspiracy behind it?
All right, viewers, we have a huge update coming in for you. Remember the Haryana elections when the BJP had got the majority of votes. The BJP performed extremely well, stellar performance of the BJP. Now, Nayab Saini is also to take oath as the CM of Haryana once again today. He's already the incumbent chief minister. It's a very important moment for the state. The oath-taking ceremony will be taking place today itself. And we will see the BJP's top leadership attending that ceremony, signaling the strong support from the party. So that is what's going to happen today, where after the BJP's stellar performance in the Haryana polls, once more, the incumbent Chief Minister Saini will be taking oath yet again today. Now, that was decided after the Legislative Party meeting, which took place yesterday, and Amit Shah announced that Saini will once again be the CM of Haryana. I think we have with us our colleague who's joining us live, Lalit. If you can go to Lalit, I'm coming across to you right now, and if you could take our viewers through what is happening today, what are the preparations underway. Already Saini is the incumbent chief minister, and there was a lot of speculations about who would be the next CM of Haryana. Saini taking oath once more as the CM of Haryana later today. Take us through the latest preparations and the details coming in. Go ahead.
Well, Shivangi, there were no speculations as it was very clearly said by the Home Minister earlier, before elections only, that if the BJP comes into power, Nayab Saini would be the next Chief Minister. So yesterday, the CLP meeting, legislative meeting took place in the Panch Kamal in the Panchkula BJP headquarters, where it was unanimously decided that Nayab Saini would lead the state for the next 5 years. So the proposal was being given by Krishan Bedi and another senior BJP leader, Anil Vij. So now today, Nayab Saini will be taking oath in the Dashera ground in Panchkula. A mega ceremony preparations has been done where Prime Minister Narendra Modi would be there. Other BJP top leaders, which includes the Home Minister Amit Shah, all the union ministers and all the chief ministers of the other state would be present there to witness this grand ceremony. As BJP has created history in Haryana, forming government for the third consecutive time ever in the history. So it's going to be a great message, as after that the NDA meeting would also be taking place here in Chandigarh, which would also be chaired by Prime Minister Modi. But a clear message would be given, as a grand show would be done when Nayab Saini would be taking oath. So as elections are there now in Maharashtra and Jharkhand, a message would be given from this, that see the micromanagement of the BJP, how still, in spite of the fact there was anti-incumbency, as being said by the political analysts, how this anti-incumbency was turned into in the favor of BJP, and how BJP has once again formed government in Haryana. So a grand show, a mega celebration would be done here in the Panchkula Dashera ground, where Prime Minister Modi would be present there. Back to the studio.
All right, thank you, Lalit, for getting those details. Lalit telling us that that even PM Modi will be there, so will be the top leadership at the swearing-in ceremony of CM Saini, once again as the CM of Haryana. We move ahead, viewers, to some of the other stories we are tracking. AIUDF chief Badruddin Ajmal has made a very bizarre claim, alleging that India's parliament was built on Waqf property. His statement has sparked huge reactions, with many people questioning what is the basis of this claim. Ajmal's controversial remark is expected to trigger further political debate as the day goes on today. So that's what we are seeing right now, viewers. A very bizarre claim coming in. This is AIUDF chief Badruddin Ajmal sparking a massive row, saying parliament is built on Waqf properties land. This is a very controversial statement where he's saying India's parliament building and surrounding areas, including Vasal Vihar and even the airport, are built on Waqf property. Ajmal's remarks have sparked a very big debate. We, in fact, will be going across to our colleague in just a short while. All right, Aniruddha is joining us. Let's go to Aniruddha, who's joining us right now. Aniruddha, there has been so much of debate over Waqf properties. There's so much of talk to and fro on that. The issue has also reached the parliament. But what does this statement really mean? What kind of implications will this statement have, given the fact that this is a very serious allegation that the AIUDF chief has made?
Yes, Shivangi. In fact, AIUDF chief Badruddin Ajmal's BJ claims comes the stage ahead of the important JPC meeting. And in fact, this is not the first time that Badruddin Ajmal has made this bizarre claim. This is for the second time that he has made this claim within 2 days. And he is saying that he has done his research, and he has also claimed that not only the parliament building, but the entire Basant Bihar area, and in fact, up to the Indira Gandhi International Airport, all this land belongs to the Waqf board. He has also went on to say that not only properties in Delhi, but also used properties in Andhra Pradesh and also in Maharashtra have been built on Waqf properties. And he has also said that these are properties belonging to various generations of their forefathers, and that the community will not tolerate taking over of Waqf property. This is what Badruddin Ajmal has said. He has, in fact, also slammed the government on various fronts, and have also threatened to hesitate. Shivangi.
All right, Aniruddha, getting us all these details coming in right now. Another getting us top updates on the story as AIUDF chief Badruddin Ajmal has made a very, very bizarre remark. We'll move ahead right now, viewers, because we're getting some more updates. The BJP has convened an important Central Election Committee meeting in preparation for the Maharashtra Assembly election. The meeting was attended by prominent leaders, including Prime Minister Modi, Home Minister Amit Shah, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, and BJP National President JP Nadda. During the meeting, 110 seats for the elections were approved, while the selection of the remaining candidates was assigned to Nadda. Discussions regarding seat sharing with alliance partners Shiv Sena and NCP are anticipated to occur at the forthcoming NDA meeting in Chandigarh.
Ahead of the Maharashtra Assembly polls, the BJP held a crucial Central Election Committee meeting last evening. Attending the meeting were prominent leaders, including Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Home Minister Amit Shah, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, and BJP National President JP Nadda. During the CEC meet, 110 seats for the elections were approved. There was discussion on the selection of candidates. While some names have been finalized, remaining ones have been delegated to JP Nadda. Discussions on seat sharing with alliance partners Shiv Sena and the NCP will be held. According to sources, these discussions will take place during the National Democratic Alliance meeting in Chandigarh. The elections for the 288-member Maharashtra Assembly are set for November 20. Results will be out on November 23rd. The current government expires on November 26th and is led by the Mahayuti coalition government under Chief Minister Eknath Shinde. All eyes will now be on BJP's candidate list and its strategy.
And viewers, the winters are not too far away in the national capital, and Delhi is grappling with rising pollution crisis once again, prompting the NDMC to take swift action against construction dust, a key contributor to air quality, worsening of air quality. Now, the civic body has stated and started that they will start cracking down on sites that violate dust control norms as pollution levels continue to rise. Authorities are intensifying efforts to mitigate the impact on the residents. So that's what we're seeing right now. Once again, as winters approach, the pollution crisis again rears its ugly head. I want to go across to my colleague Piyush Ori joining us. Piyush, if you could take our viewers to what we can expect next. Now, already it is October, we are in the middle of October, but as we head towards the colder months in the national capital, we know that the AQI goes to dangerous levels. There is an issue with a lot of pollution in the air. A lot of people have trouble breathing. What is the steps being taken right now to tackle these issues, which will get worse as winters are around the corner?
So yes, good morning Shivangi, and good morning to all our viewers who are viewing us at the moment. And for residents like us who reside in Delhi, National Capital Region, it perhaps is the time where we actually begin to worry about the degeneration of our lungs, because the air quality index, as you rightly mentioned, begins to deteriorate with rising levels of poisonous levels of particulate matters of 2.5 microns and particulate microns of 10 microns begin to increase in the air of Delhi. And while I speak, I would just request my video journalist to just show the visuals of Vijay Chowk area. Now, this is one of the poshest areas of the capital, but you can understand that the impact of air pollution is being felt over here, with a slight bit of haziness being felt and the buildings being seen hazy. Now, taking into consideration of the kind of air pollution which does affect the health of crore of citizens of the Delhi NCR, the Delhi government to begin with has begun to put a war room in which they are going to be measuring the air quality index, and also they are going to be making sure that all the old vehicles that are plying on the city roads would be prevented of plying. So the New Delhi Municipal Corporation also has begun to levy fines on several buildings to curb the dust pollution. It is also important to note that the Supreme Court has also taken cognizance of the matter. And while I speak, I would continue my video journalist to show the visuals over here, because it is very important for our viewers to understand that what exactly is the scenario of the national capitals right now, because there is thick layer of haziness which is being spread all around the city. The Supreme Court has also taken cognizance of the matter, and they have lashed out at Punjab and Haryana government. In fact, they have also asked the chief secretaries to come and present before themselves in the court so that the farm fires, the burning of the rice remnants, which also causes a lot of pollution in the city air, can be curbed. So yes, all these are the measures to prevent air pollution, but the unfortunate aspect is that we have been hearing this matter for last so many years, and yet there has been no concrete action that has been taken. We hope that perhaps now the central government as well as the Delhi government will awaken to the crisis which we have on our hands and prevent the air quality of Delhi NCR to deteriorate further. Back to the studio.
All right, thank you so much for getting us those details. Piyush, we'll keep a very close eye on the story as the concerns are arising once again in the national capital and the NCR region of Delhi pollution and pollution levels getting higher by the day as we approach the winter season. Thank you, Piyush. We move ahead right now and take a short break. Do not go anywhere, viewers. We are live in this morning and we'll keep getting you top updates coming in this morning.
Chose to continue to work behind the scenes to try and get India to cooperate with us. Their asks of us was, well, how much do you know? Give us the evidence you have on this. And at that point, it was primarily intelligence, not hard evidentiary proof.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
this morning. It's a very big move aimed at supporting the agricultural industry of India. It's a big boost for India. The Indian government has announced an increase in the MSP, the minimum support price for wheat and several other rabi crops. Now, this decision led by PM Modi comes just ahead of the crucial state elections and underscores the government's commitment to farmer welfare. Let's delve deeper into this development.
In a landmark decision, the Indian government has announced a Rs 150 increase in the minimum support price for wheat, bringing it to Rs 2,425 per quintal for the 2025-26 marketing season. This move aims to provide crucial support to farmers as they prepare for the upcoming harvest. The Cabinet Committee on Economic Affairs, headed by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, approved the MSP hikes not just for wheat but for 6 other rabi crops as well. The price adjustments ranged from Rs 130 to 300 per quintal. In a bid to enhance domestic oilseed production, the government has set the MSP for rapeseed and mustard at a record Rs 5,950 per quintal. This aims to reduce the nation's reliance on imported edible oils. Other rabi crops have also seen significant price hikes. The support price for safflower rose by Rs 140 to Rs 5,940 per quintal, while masoor, which has seen import costs soar, is now priced at Rs 6,700 per quintal. Additionally, barley prices have risen by Rs 130, reaching Rs 1,980 per quintal. With elections approaching in states like Maharashtra, Jharkhand and Delhi, the timing of these announcements has prompted speculation about political motivations. However, the government asserts that these measures are designed to provide long-term benefits to the agricultural sector. These MSP hikes not only aim to elevate the financial burden on farmers, but also reinforce the government's commitment to sustainable agricultural practices.
Disrupting the chain that was diplomats collecting information on Canadians, then having that information directed through criminal organizations like the Lawrence Bishnoi gang to then result in violence against Canadians on the ground.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates: IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
A new spectrum battle is heating up in India, and this time it's not just about the telecom giants. Billionaires Elon Musk and Mukesh Ambani are locking horns over how satellite broadband spectrum should be allocated. Should it be auctioned or assigned administratively? Let's dive deep into this ongoing debate and understand why it matters. The conflict centers around the allocation of the satellite broadband spectrum, a crucial resource for providing satellite-based internet services across India. Now, Elon Musk, through Starlink, advocates for administrative allocation, following the practices of the International Telecommunication Union, a United Nations agency that designates satellite spectrum as shared resources. Musk argues that auctioning the shared spectrum would be unprecedented and could hinder the rapid development of the satellite broadband. On the other hand, Mukesh Ambani's Reliance Jio argues that an auction is necessary to ensure fair competition, particularly with foreign players entering the market. The Indian government recently decided to allocate satellite spectrum administratively, aligning with the global trends. Telecom Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia confirmed that the administrative approach does not mean spectrum comes without a cost. TRAI, that's your Telecom Regulatory Authority of India, will determine the pricing formula, ensuring transparency. Scindia emphasized that auctioning the spectrum would indeed be a deviation from international norms, as countries worldwide follow administrative allocation for satellite communications. The stakes are high, as India's satellite broadband market is poised for explosive growth. Deloitte estimates that the sector will grow by 36% annually, reaching 1.9.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
And a quick check of the top headlines. In a big admission, Canadian Prime Minister Trudeau has revealed that his government had no concrete evidence when it initially accused India of being involved in the killing of Hardeep Singh Nijjar. Exposed, Trudeau remains defiant as he reiterates Lawrence Bishnoi gang's involvement in violence in Canada. As bomb threats to airlines grow, Union Civil Aviation Minister says that ministry is closely monitoring the situation. Now, Congress wades in. India-Canada diplomatic standoff demands clarification from Modi government on charges levelled by Canada. Nayab Singh Saini to take oath as Chief Minister of Haryana today. BJP's top leadership to attend oath-taking ceremony. And we begin first up with the statement that was given by Justin Trudeau, in which he's named the Bishnoi gang in connection with sensitive information on Canadians. In fact, this while he failed to furnish any proof to back his claims. According to Justin Trudeau, Indian diplomats working in Canada gathered and shared information on Canadians opposed to Prime Minister Modi with the Lawrence Bishnoi gang. And despite the gravity of these allegations, no evidence has been presented by the Trudeau government so far. In fact, let's listen in to that statement that was made by Justin Trudeau, in which he said that Indian diplomats have been closely working with the Bishnoi group in Canada.
Chain that was diplomats collecting information on Canadians who are opponents or in disagreement with the Modi government, passing along that information to the highest levels within the Indian government, and then having that information directed through criminal organizations like the Lawrence Bishnoi gang to then result in violence against Canadians on the ground. It was the RCMP's determination that that chain or that sequence or that scheme needed to be disrupted.
All right, so as you just heard, Justin Trudeau, who named the Bishnoi gang and said that the Indian diplomats who'd been working in Canada were in touch with the Bishnoi gang, rather operated by the Bishnoi gang. He did not furnish any proof. Not just that, Justin Trudeau has even admitted that his earlier accusations regarding the Indian government regarding the killing of extremist Khalistani leader Hardeep Singh Nijjar were solely based on intel and lacked concrete proof. This admission has raised important questions about the ongoing diplomatic crisis between India and Canada.
Plot twist. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau conceded that his government's accusations against India concerning the killing of Hardeep Singh Nijjar were based solely on intelligence inputs and not hard evidence. Listen in.
From Canada and possibly from Five Eyes allies that made it fairly clear, incredibly clear, that India was involved in this killing. Agents of the government of India were involved in the killing of a Canadian on Canadian soil. We chose to continue to work behind the scenes to try and get India to cooperate with us. Their asks of us was, well, how much do you know? Give us the evidence you have on this. And our response was, well, it's within your security agencies. You should be looking into how much they know. You should be engaging. It's, oh, no, tell us what you know. Show us the evidence. And at that point, it was primarily intelligence, not hard evidentiary proof.
Trudeau says that the information about Canadian opponents of the Modi government was shared with Indian authorities, resulting in violence against them.
Disrupting the chain that was diplomats collecting information on Canadians who are opponents or in disagreement with the Modi government, passing along that information to the highest levels within the Indian government, and then having that information directed through criminal organizations like the Lawrence Bishnoi gang to then result in violence against Canadians on the ground. It was the RCMP's determination that that chain or that sequence or that scheme needed to be disrupted.
The Ministry of External Affairs responded sharply to this, stating that Canada has presented no evidence to support its serious allegations against the country, and that the responsibility for the damage caused to India-Canada relations lies solely with Prime Minister Trudeau. Just days ago, Trudeau described India's envoy to Canada as a person of interest, which ignited a diplomatic firestorm. This led to India recalling its ambassador from Ottawa and expelling 6 Canadian diplomats from New Delhi. Trudeau's remarks sharply contrast with his previous assertions, where he emphasized the credible allegations linking India to nature's killing. The dispute intensified when Canada identified India's top diplomat as a person of interest.
Indian diplomats here in Canada to criminal organizations to direct violent impacts on Canadians right across this country.
Relations between India and Canada have deteriorated, with both countries expelling top diplomats. The Royal Canadian Mounted Police, RCMP, had also claimed to have found evidence linking Indian agents to serious criminal activities in Canada,
which has a focus on investigating and prosecuting, for example, Khalistani violent extremism and also foreign interference by agents of the government of India. Now, I mentioned investigations and prosecutions. That is an option, but it is a whole of government issue. It's a whole of government strategy, and therefore we could apply other disruptive measures to mitigate the threat.
Trudeau's acknowledgement of a lack of concrete evidence raises questions about the foundation of his government's previous claims.
Now, the Bangladesh economy is in doldrums. It has completely collapsed after the coup against the Sheikh Hasina government. The banks have no money to even pay depositors in the country. Republic has even accessed a video proof that shows a bank manager of Social Islami Bank break down as depositors abused and attacked him. Here's a full report.
The economy in Bangladesh is in doldrums. After the military coup against Sheikh Hasina government, the banking sector has completely collapsed. Watch this video. The manager of Social Islami Bank is reduced to tears. Depositors abuse him and attack him asking for their money. But the bank clearly has no cash to pay. But this is only one case scenario. Since the past 4 to 5 weeks, most troubled banks in Bangladesh are in similar situation, unable to give back money to depositors. In fact, Sharia banks are the worst hit. Bangladesh economy collapsed after the coup by fundamentalist Muslims. Notable here is that the country is under the governance of Nobel Prize winning economist Muhammad Yunus. Needless to say, To stabilize the economy, the incoming government will need to restore law and order.
Now, the Italian parliament has approved a law that criminalizes citizens who seek surrogacy abroad. The law imposes potential jail terms and hefty fines for the violations. This has been met with strong opposition by the people and the parliamentarians. In fact, critics, including the LGBTQ+ activists and opposition lawmakers, call the measure as discriminatory and regressive move by the Italian parliament.
In a significant legislative move, the Italian parliament has approved a law that criminalizes citizens who seek surrogacy abroad. This has ignited protest across the country. People are calling it discriminatory and regressive. Demonstrators held banners reading "Parents are not criminals." The bill was passed by the Senate after a heated 7-hour-long debate with a vote of 84 to 58.
Qual è il pensiero che c'è dietro la difesa di questa pratica della cosiddetta surrogazione di maternità? E il pensiero è che va bene che ci sia il commercio di bambini, va bene ridurre le donne in schiavitù.
The new law applies equally to same-sex and opposite-sex couples, intensifying an ongoing struggle for parental rights among LGBTQ+ families in Italy, where same-sex marriages remain illegal.
Ce l'avete solo con le coppie omosessuali maschili, ce l'avete coi papà. Vogliamo salvare le mamme, ma spariamo addosso ai papà.
Activists argue that this law will push surrogacy underground, leading to greater risk of exploitation and abuse. As Italy moves forward with this controversial law, the debate over reproductive rights, family structures, and individual freedoms continues to unfold.
Now, in other global news that we're tracking, malnutrition cases have increased drastically in northeast Nigeria, with families now facing significant challenges in obtaining enough food. Humanitarian organizations estimate that more than 6 million people will experience food shortages in the upcoming months. Contributing factors include climate change, severe flooding, and the region's dependence on subsistence farming as well.
Malnutrition rates have increased sharply in northeast Nigeria. Reports suggest a 24% rise in malnourished children compared to the previous year. Families in the Lake Chad area are facing increasing difficulties in securing enough food.
Lokacin da na aike shi lafiya kalau ba komai yaro da jikin shi har tsawon shekara da wata tara na yaye shi. To daga nan da na yaye shi yaro sai yana rama.
Humanitarian organizations estimate that 6.1 million people in the region will experience food shortages in the coming months. The ongoing armed conflict has intensified this crisis, displacing millions of people and devastating livelihoods.
This rise in the number of people without enough food mirrors an increase in violence, which has severely impacted communities' ability to grow crops and access market. Violent incidents in the Lake Chad region, the conflict, in the first half of 2024 rose 58% compared with the same period in 2023.
There is an urgent need for continued support and enhancement of healthcare facilities to effectively treat affected families and children. The region's heavy dependence on subsistence farming makes it particularly susceptible to climate change. This year's harvest season began with severe floods that destroyed seeds and dashed hopes for recovery after a difficult lean season. Although the effects of malnutrition can take time to become apparent, it gradually weakens immune systems and raises the risk of death from other illnesses. Tragically, many malnourished children in Nigeria never reach hospitals, often due to financial constraints or a lack of healthcare facilities in remote areas.
What needs to be done is to continue supporting, reinforcing the capacity of healthcare center, medical facilities, bring the assistance so as families, children can be treated appropriately.
As the situation continues to deteriorate, the international community must send assistance for the millions of people affected by this crisis.
And here's a quick check of the top stories, international stories that we're tracking. Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif met with Russian Prime Minister in Islamabad following the Shanghai Cooperation Organization meeting, where they discussed enhancing bilateral ties and even acknowledged the positive developments in Pakistan-Russia relations over the past 2 decades. The two leaders emphasized on the importance of a continued dialogue and collaboration in the field of trade, industry, energy, connectivity, science and technology. Russian Foreign Ministry spokesperson criticized Ukrainian President's recently proposed victory plan, labeling it as a set of incoherent slogans and misfortune plan for Ukraine. During his address to lawmakers, Zelensky had acknowledged increasing pressure from Western allies to negotiate with Russia, hinting that such talks would not favor Ukraine. His plan includes inviting Ukraine to join NATO and using Western-supplied longer-range missiles against Russian military targets. UNICEF reported that the ongoing war in Lebanon has displaced more than 1.2 million people, including approximately 4 lakh children, following a 3-day visit to the country. UNICEF Deputy Executive Director and World Food Programme representative highlighted the emotional toll on families, sharing stories of parents facing dire decisions amid nights filled with fear. He further emphasized the urgent need for warring parties to prioritize the protection of civilians and adhere to international law.
All parties in this conflict need to prioritize the protection of civilian and civilian infrastructure. Strikes on homes, health centers, schools, and shelters are resulting in massive civilian casualties. Since this escalation in the war on the 23rd of September, 100 children have been killed and over 800 wounded. So it's imperative that all parties to the conflict adhere to IHL and comply with the principles of proportionality, distinction, and precaution in the conduct of hostilities.
The Italian parliament has approved a law that criminalizes citizens who travel abroad for surrogacy, a move criticized by opponents as a discriminatory and medieval measure. Following a lengthy debate, the Senate voted 84 to 58 in favor of the bill, which extends Italy's existing surrogacy ban to couples using services in countries like the US and Canada, where surrogacy is legal. Violators could face jail terms of up to 2 years and fine up to 1 million euros. Supported by far-right Brothers of Italy party and its conservative coalition partner, the law aims to protect women's dignity that has sparked protests from lawmakers and LGBTQ+ activists alike. A former Las Vegas era Democratic official was sentenced to at least 28 years in Nevada state prison for murdering investigative journalist. In September of 2022, he was found guilty of murder after evidence which included his DNA under German's fingernails linking him to the crime, despite his claim of innocence and allegations of a conspiracy against him. Now, news from the US. In a devastating turn of events, Hurricanes Helene and Milton have sparked have led to havoc across southern US, with damages expected to reach historic levels. Experts have even predicted that financial toll could surpass $50 billion, joining the ranks of notorious storms like Katrina and Sandy.
Hurricanes Helene and Milton have caused unprecedented destruction. Officials estimate damages could exceed $50 billion. This alarming figure marks a threshold that distinguishes these storms as truly historic. The financial impact is particularly troubling. Over 95% of the damage from Helene was uninsured, leaving many victims in dire situation.
When we start to get $50 billion or higher in total direct losses, including insured and uninsured losses, I think that's an arbitrary threshold that really seems to differentiate truly historic events within the hundreds and hundreds of $billions of disasters that we have cataloged over the decades. So 50 billion and up, and I think that Helene and Milton will likely approach, if not exceed, that threshold.
The devastation is not just financial.
I've told people the impacts from Helene are really like Western North Carolina's Katrina or Sandy. That's how impactful it has been to people, to infrastructure, to business, to tourism, to the economy, to loss of life and livelihood. It's been devastating, and it will take years to recover.
Rescue efforts continue in hard-hit areas, but the long road to recovery has just begun. Many families face uncertainty about their future.
These types of tropical systems are rapidly intensifying in the Gulf because of the very, very warm Gulf that is directly related to climate change. And with increasing climate changes and heating, we're going to see more and more intensification of these types of storms. And we're not really prepared for that rapid intensification.
The areas of the country that were most impacted by Helene, by most measures, far less than 5% of the citizens impacted carried flood insurance. And so what we're seeing time and again, people are making decisions based on outdated information.
Experts also note that economic losses are rising as infrastructure and housing are increasingly placed in harm's way, compounded by climate change effects.
Economic losses are going up because we're putting more infrastructure and housing in harm's way. The pattern of human losses and deaths are going down because people are a little bit more vigilant about paying attention to preparedness and getting out of harm's way and undertaking evacuations when they see there's a Category 5 storm coming their way.
Despite fewer storm-related fatalities over time, Helene stands as a tragic exception, reminding of the urgent need for preparedness in the face of such disasters.
We head into a very short break. When we come back, we will get you that detailed statement that's come in from Justin Trudeau, who says that there is no evidence but only intel information on Indian diplomats' link to the killing of Hardeep Singh Nijjar.
हमारे केंद्र सरकार के जितने भी एम्प्लॉइज हैं उन सबको बधाई। आज कैबिनेट ने डीए और पेंशनर्स के लिए डीएनएस रिलीफ इसको 3% बढ़ाया है और टोटल 9,448 करोड़ एनुअली 9,448 करोड़ एनुअली हमारे सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट के एम्प्लॉइज के पे चेक में ऐड होगा। बहुत बधाई सबको। इसका कैलकुलेशन वगैरह सब स्टैंडर्ड एक फॉर्मूला से होता है, ऑल इंडिया कंज्यूमर प्राइस इंडेक्स फॉर इंडस्ट्रियल वर्कर्स, उसके हिसाब से इसका कैलकुलेशन होता है। तो दिवाली से पहले सभी केंद्र सरकार के सभी कर्मचारियों को हार्दिक अभिनंदन और बधाई, और सभी साथियों को भी आज उपस्थित आप हुए, आप सबको धन्यवाद।
A new spectrum battle is heating up in India, and this time it's not just about the telecom giants. Billionaires Elon Musk and Mukesh Ambani are locking horns over how satellite broadband spectrum should be allocated. Should it be auctioned or assigned administratively? Let's dive deep into this ongoing debate and understand why it matters. The conflict centers around the allocation of the satellite broadband spectrum, a crucial resource for providing satellite-based internet services across India. Now, Elon Musk, through Starlink, advocates for administrative allocation, following the practices of the International Telecommunication Union, a United Nations agency that
chose to continue to work behind the scenes to try and get India to cooperate with us. Their asks of us was, well, how much do you know? Give us the evidence you have on this. And at that point, it was primarily intelligence, not hard evidentiary proof.
Argentina football legend Lionel Messi is aging like fine wine. On Tuesday night, in a 2026 FIFA World Cup South American qualifier match against Bolivia, Messi scored a record 10th international hat-trick and had a hand in 2 more assists as the defending world champions posted a commanding 6-0 win. With this hat-trick, Messi equaled the massive record of arch-rival Cristiano Ronaldo for the most number of international hat-tricks. Both Ronaldo and Messi now lead the way with 10 hat-tricks, with Iran's Ali Daei right behind them with 9 hat-tricks. Argentina dominated the World Cup qualifying game against Bolivia, and Messi was extraordinary with goals in the 19th, 84th and 86th minutes. Lautaro Martinez, Julian Alvarez and Thiago Almada also found the back of the net. With 14 shots, 10 on target and an amazing 73% possession, Argentina proved their might. Argentina confirmed their top place in the FIFA rankings with this outstanding victory, thereby displaying their will to qualify for the World Cup. The game was played in the Estadio Mas Monumental, therefore adding to Argentina's exceptional home form. Messi also made 2 assists during the game, aside from this being his first hat-trick for the national team in 2024. This turned out to be one of Messi's best performances since the Copa America 2024, where he failed to make a major impact individually despite his team winning the trophy. Messi chose to help Lautaro Martinez with a simple tap-in after Atletico Madrid star striker Julian Alvarez threw him a brilliantly placed ball with the score still at 1-0. Shortly thereafter, Argentina got a free kick which Messi masterminded to set Julian Alvarez to extend the advantage to 3-0 shortly before halftime, and the fireworks did not stop there. This was, in many ways, the perfect return for Lionel Messi in the national team colours. He last played for his country when they won the Copa America 2024, but had limped off injured before the victory was confirmed. Given Messi has previously said that he has played his last World Cup game for the country when they lifted the trophy in 2022, every match which he plays for Argentina assumes significant importance. And in true Messi style, he continues to give fans top-level performances despite being at an age.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good morning. We're live this morning. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest. It's 8 a.m. and our top story will be the oath-taking ceremony of Nayab Saini as the CM of Haryana. He has been elected as the leader of the Haryana BJP legislative party, and we will be seeing that today after the huge mandate of the BJP in Haryana. CM Saini will take oath for the second time. That is right. But before that, as usual, the headlines we're tracking. Let's get started with the top stories coming in.
Chose to continue to work behind the scenes to try and get India to cooperate with us. Their asks of us was, well, how much do you know? Give us the evidence you have on this. And at that point, it was primarily intelligence, not hard evidentiary proof.
In a big admission, Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau now reveals that his government had no concrete evidence when it initially accused India of being involved in the killing of Hardeep Singh Nijjar.
Disrupting the chain that was diplomats collecting information on Canadians, then having that information directed through criminal organizations like the Lawrence Bishnoi gang, to then result in violence against Canadians on the ground.
Exposed, Trudeau remains defiant as he reiterates Lawrence Bishnoi gang's involvement in violence in Canada. As bomb threat to airlines grows, Union Civil Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu says the ministry is closely monitoring the situation. Now, Congress waids in India. Canada diplomatic row demands clarification from Modi government on charges leveled by Canada. And Nayab Saini to take oath as CM of Haryana today. The BJP's top leadership to attend oath-taking ceremony. There is this huge diplomatic row between India and Canada, and now in a sharp response following Canadian PM Justin Trudeau's admission of having no evidence whatsoever against India, the Ministry of External Affairs issued a post-midnight statement holding Trudeau responsible for damaging India-Canada ties. MEA statement criticizes Trudeau's earlier accusations, which it says had led to a diplomatic rift between the two nations. This marks a significant escalation in the ongoing diplomatic tensions. So what we see right now, viewers, is that the late-night post by the Ministry of External Affairs, India has affirmed its stand on the massive diplomatic row with Canada, putting the responsibility of the disastrous, I repeat, the disastrous diplomatic fallout squarely on Justin Trudeau. The Foreign Ministry reiterated that Canada has presented us with no evidence whatsoever. In the terse but sharp response to Trudeau's deposition at the Commission of Inquiry, the Foreign Ministry wrote in its post-mandate statement that what we have heard today only confirms what we have been saying consistently all along. Canada has presented us, that is India, no evidence whatsoever in support of its serious allegations that it has chosen to level against India and Indian diplomats. And so India is saying there has not been even a shred of evidence. This is coming in the backdrop of Justin Trudeau very clearly saying, and we'll play that out for you, very clearly saying that they have no evidence. Whatever allegations they have put on India is only through intelligence. Let's play out what Justin Trudeau had to say.
As we approached the end of August and September, the big thing that was happening was India was itself hosting the leader of the summit of the advanced economies of the world, the G20. So it was a big moment for India, welcoming the world, all the leaders of the world to Delhi for a very important summit. And we had the opportunity of making it a very uncomfortable summit for India if we went public with these allegations ahead of time. We chose not to. We chose to continue to work behind the scenes to try and get India to cooperate with us. Their asks of us was, well, how much do you know? Give us the evidence you have on this. And our response was, well, it's within your security agencies. You should be looking into how much they know. You should be engaging. It's, no, tell us what you know. Show us the evidence. And at that point, it was primarily intelligence, not hard evidentiary proof. So we said, well, let's work together and look into your security services and maybe we can get that done. No, we're not doing that.
So viewers, Canadian PM Justin Trudeau has named Bishnoi gang in connection with the sensitive information on Canadians, but completely saying that I have no proof, clearly saying that no proofs are there to back his claims. According to Trudeau, Canadian diplomats gathered and shared information on Canadians opposed to PM Modi with the Bishnoi gang. Despite the gravity of these allegations, no evidence has been presented to substantiate these claims. So there is no evidence whatsoever to back the claims that Trudeau has made. Trudeau has also named the Bishnoi gang in connection with sensitive information on Canadians, but failed to provide any concrete proof to back his claims, viewers. So that is what we're learning of right now on Republic TV. Very clearly, you heard what Justin Trudeau had to say, where he is very clearly saying that the entire information is only through intelligence, but not any concrete proof. Okay, let's go ahead and play out what Justin Trudeau had said.
Disrupting the chain that was diplomats collecting information on Canadians who are opponents or in disagreement with the Modi government, passing along that information to the highest levels within the Indian government, and then having that information directed through criminal organizations like the Lawrence Bishnoi gang, to then result in violence against Canadians on the ground. It was the RCMP's determination that that chain or that sequence or that scheme needed to be disrupted.
We move ahead, viewers, right now. 13 hoax bomb threats in about 78 hours has shook Indian skies. Almost all major Indian airlines, Air India, Akasa, Indigo, SpiceJet, all of them have received bomb threats via social media platform X. Now, this has prompted an action from the Ministry of Home Affairs. MHA has sought a detailed report on this series of threats. Let's have a look at this report to understand what is happening in this development.
In a shocking series of events, 13 Indian airlines get hoax bomb threats within 48 hours. The Indian carriers are on massive alert after these hoax calls. Taking up the matter seriously, Ministry of Home Affairs held a high-level meeting with officials and sought a detailed report on the matter. Government has also planned to increase the number of sky marshals on sensitive flights. Meanwhile, Union Civil Aviation Minister has also condemned these threats and stated that government is closely monitoring the situation. Officials of intelligence security agencies and Bureau of Civil Aviation Safety also chaired a key meeting. As a troubling pattern emerged, we ask, is there any larger conspiracy behind it?
Let's move ahead right now after the stellar performance of the BJP in Haryana. Today's oath taking, that is right. Nayab Saini set to take oath as the CM of Haryana today itself for the second time, marking a very big moment for the state. The oath-taking ceremony will be attended by the BJP's top leadership, signaling very strong support from the party, including the Prime Minister Modi. I want to go across to my colleague Lalit, who's joining us live right now. Lalit, I'm coming across to you. Now, we know that Nayab Saini is the leader of the BJP legislature party. Not only that, second time he's taking oath as the Chief Minister of Haryana. If you could take our viewers to what are the preparations underway and which top leaders are going to be attending that oath-taking ceremony later in the day. Go ahead, Lalit.
Well, Shivangi, if we talk about today's event, it's going to be a mega event here in the Panchkula Dashera ground, as CM Nayab Singh Saini would be taking oath. Yesterday, as formally announced by the Home Minister, Mr. Amit Shah, now Nayab Singh Saini would be leading the state for the next 5 years. If we talk about the big leaders who are coming for this swearing-in ceremony, would be the Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who would be reaching the Dashera ground around 12:30. And other than that, all senior big leaders of the BJP, which includes the BJP National President Jagat Prakash Nadda, the Home Minister Amit Shah, and other Union Ministers, all would be coming. What would be the timings and how many leaders would be coming? To talk more on this, right now with us is the spokesperson of the BJP Haryana, Mr. Praveen Atre. अत्री जी, जानना चाहेंगे, आज एक बड़ा इवेंट होने जा रहा है, नायब सिंह सैनी है वो मुख्यमंत्री के तौर पर शपथ लेंगे, कौन कौन बड़े लोग हैं वो इस ओथ सेरेमनी में शामिल होने वाले हैं?
ललित जी, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी मुख्य अतिथि के तौर पे शामिल होंगे, माननीय गृह मंत्री अमित शाह जी इसमें आएंगे, जगत प्रकाश नड्डा जी जो हमारे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष हैं वो रहेंगे, केंद्रीय मंत्री माननीय मनोहर लाल जी रहेंगे, धर्मेंद्र प्रधान जी माननीय केंद्रीय मंत्री वो रहेंगे, और एनडीए रूल जो स्टेट्स हैं उनके मुख्यमंत्री और डिप्टी सीएम्स, और इसके अलावा लाखों की संख्या में हरियाणा के कोने कोने से लोग आएंगे नायब जी को अपना आशीर्वाद देने।
एक और चीज़ जानना चाहेंगे, क्योंकि तमाम तरह के जो अलायंस है वो भी यहाँ पर लोग आएंगे, क्या चंद्रबाबू नायडू और नीतीश कुमार है वो भी यहाँ पर पहुँचेंगे क्या? जी,
मैंने जैसे कि बताया है कि जो एनडीए रूल स्टेट्स के मुख्यमंत्री और डिप्टी सीएम्स सबको आमंत्रित किया है, वो सब आएंगे। काफ़ी तो रात को यहाँ पहुँच चुके हैं, इस वक्त वो ट्राई सिटी में ही हैं, और इसके अलावा हमने जो विपक्षी दल हैं उनके जो शीर्ष नेता हैं उनको भी आमंत्रित किया है, जैसे ओम प्रकाश चौटाला जी को हमने आमंत्रित किया है, जितने विपक्षी दल हैं हरियाणा में हमारे के नेताओं को भी बुलाया है।
ठीक है, कितने बजे के आसपास से प्रधानमंत्री मोदी साहब है वो यहाँ पर पहुँचेंगे, शिरकत करेंगे?
देखिए, शपथ ग्रहण समारोह का समय है 11 बजे का, 11 बजे शपथ ग्रहण समारोह शुरू हो जाएगा, और उसके बाद जैसे जैसे वो आगे बढ़ेगा वो आप लगातार देखेंगे ही।
So, Shivangi, if we overall talk about the preparations are in full swing, as in the Dashera ground, thousands of BJP supporters would be coming to witness this grand ceremony. Prime Minister Narendra Modi with all other union ministers would be present there. So, BJP has created history in Haryana, as for the third consecutive time BJP has formed government in Haryana. Other than that, if we talk about, they have turned anti-incumbency incumbency into pro-incumbency, and the way micromanagement of BJP has been done in the recent held assembly polls. Somehow now the BJP workers have been charged up, and now the next action would be in the states where elections are due, which includes Maharashtra and Jharkhand. So a clear-cut message would be given from today's mega event, which is going to be taking place in the Dashera ground in Panchkula. Back to the studio.
All right, thank you for joining us there, Lalit, with all those details. We are counting down to the oath-taking ceremony, which will be taking place later on. Huge preparations underway. PM Modi to attend the oath-taking ceremony of the CM, now the new CM of Haryana, Saini. All right, I just want to go across to some of the other stories we're tracking right now, because there's a new controversy out in the open. AIUDF chief Badruddin Ajmal has made a very bizarre statement, alleging that India's parliament was built on Waqf property. His statement has sparked widespread reactions, with many questioning the basis of his claim. Now, this controversial remark is expected to trigger a lot more coming few hours in a few days, because we have seen that there's already been a lot of debate in the past few weeks now over Waqf properties. This time, AIUDF's chief has made a very bizarre claim, saying that India's parliament was built on Waqf property. The statement has sparked widespread reactions, many questioning the basis of his claim. Ajmal's controversial remark could be triggering much more political debate. This is a very, very bizarre statement coming in right now on Republic TV of what Badruddin Ajmal has said. I just want to repeat once more what he has said. He has made this big remark, but not a surprise coming in that in the past AIUDF and AIUDF leaders have condemned move to amend the Waqf Act. So they have always been against condemning the Waqf Act. We already know that AIUDF's Badruddin Ajmal has criticized the government's handling of Waqf properties. He's accused the government in the past of obstructing efforts to reclaim these lands, which hold significant historical and religious value. That's what he's saying. So this new comment coming in is not very surprising, given the fact what AIUDF and AIUDF leaders have said in the past about Waqf and the Waqf Act, which is right now something very important and is making the headlines. All right, we move ahead right now to some of the other stories that we're tracking right now on Republic TV. We will keep a focus on this controversy, but we're getting a new update coming in with the BJP has convened an important central election committee meeting in preparation for the Maharashtra Assembly elections. The meeting was attended by prominent leaders, including Prime Minister Modi, Home Minister Amit Shah, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, and BJP National President JP Nadda. During the meeting, 110 seats for the elections were approved, while the selection of the remaining candidates was assigned to Nadda. Discussions regarding seat sharing with alliance partners Shiv Sena and NCP are anticipated to occur at the forthcoming NDA meeting in Chandigarh.
Ahead of the Maharashtra Assembly polls, the BJP held a crucial Central Election Committee meeting last evening. Attending the meeting were prominent leaders, including Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Home Minister Amit Shah, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, and BJP National President JP Nadda. During the CEC meet, 110 seats for the elections were approved. There was discussion on the selection of candidates. While some names have been finalized, remaining ones have been delegated to JP Nadda. Discussions on seat sharing with alliance partners Shiv Sena and the NCP will be held. According to sources, these discussions will take place during the National Democratic Alliance meeting in Chandigarh. The elections for the 288-member Maharashtra Assembly are set for November 20. Results will be out on November 23rd. The current government expires on November 26th and is led by the Mahayuti coalition government under Chief Minister Eknath Shinde. All eyes will now be on BJP's candidate list and its strategy.
All right, viewers, let's move ahead right now to what's happening in Delhi. Winters are not too far away. It's middle of October. But already Delhi is struggling with the pollution crisis. And the NDMC will be taking very quick action against a lot of sources which contribute to the air quality worsening. Civic body has started cracking down on sites, construction sites that violate dust control norms. As pollution levels continue to rise, authorities intensifying efforts to mitigate the impact on residents. So that is what we are learning of right now. I think let's go across to my colleague Piyush, who's joining us live. Piyush, coming across to you, NDMC crackdown on construction sites. Very important that NDMC is taking some steps, because as we go towards the winter seasons like November, December, January, we know the AQI gets worse and worse by the day. If you could take our viewers through the steps being taken to control the air pollution levels in the national capital and the NCR region.
So yes, good morning Shivangi, and good morning to all our viewers who are viewing us at the moment. And while I speak, I would just request my video journalists to just show the visuals of the national capital region, which involves Delhi, Gurugram, Noida and areas around it. And you can see that even right now, the time is around 8 o'clock. You can see that how there's a thick layer of haze which has engulfed around this area. And this gives you a sense of how poor the air quality index actually in this entire area is, which has resulted in harmful and poisonous substances like particulate matters of 2.5 microns and particulate matter of 10 microns being suspended in the air. Now, this is very dangerous and very harmful to our lungs. And taking this into consideration, you are seeing that how different government agencies that involve the Delhi government, the central government, as well as the Supreme Court now has begun to intervene in the matter. The New Delhi Municipal Corporation, as you rightly mentioned, which comes under the central government, has now begun to levy fines on the building sites to prevent dust pollution. The Delhi government on its side has also put up a war room to prevent old vehicles, which is being attributed as one of the major reasons of causing pollution, this thing. And the Supreme Court has also taken cognizance of preventing the farm fires. Stay tuned to Republic Media Network as we bring you minute-to-minute update of the deteriorating air quality of the Delhi National Capital Region, which is harming the lungs of crores of citizens. Stay tuned to Republic Media Network.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
Here, when you see your favorite team walking by, to encourage all the participants. They've come a long way to make this a successful event. Many of them flew in a couple of days ago. They've had a day in India. So keep the spirit high, encourage them, and we will be seeing them in action in a few minutes. Rider walking up on the far side. The entrance to the arena will be on the left-hand side from the grandstand. They will finish the course. It's difficult for them to get familiar with the horses, but when they've taken a little rest, they've thought about their practice rounds. Definitely improve.
We have the next competitor representing Pakistan. His name is Mohammad Khan Niazi in his stride, Coco Khannan.
The interesting thing about this horse is in the related distances, because he's got such a big stride. He kind of gets it wrong at times. And you see that quite often even in the combinations where it's one stride, and you can see because of the size of his stride, he really struggles to do that, but he gets through beautifully. But that is extremely easy to say and very difficult to do. So every course is different. Even if it's a 115 jump and you don't get your line in properly, you don't get the right kickoff point, you can be in trouble. Bit unlucky, takes down that fence. You have 4 penalties for dropping number 8. Very close to the combination, he puts a stride and a half. Excellent time. That was one of the nicest rounds to watch today. Mr. Yazdan Mollafzal representing Iran. Please join in. We have the course designer joining you. Just one moment, please. The man who set up. Here, when you see your favorite team walking by, you can encourage all the participants. They've come a long way to make this a successful event. Many of them flew in.
Welcome back. In a significant move aimed at supporting the agricultural community, the Indian government has announced an increase in the minimum support price for wheat and several other rabi crops. Now, this decision led by PM Modi comes just ahead of the crucial state elections and underscores the government's commitment to farmer welfare. Let's delve deeper by this report. It will tell you exactly what the details are of this new development.
In a landmark decision, the Indian government has announced a Rs 150 increase in the minimum support price for wheat, bringing it to Rs 2,425 per quintal for the 2025-26 marketing season. This move aims to provide crucial support to farmers as they prepare for the upcoming harvest. The Cabinet Committee on Economic Affairs, headed by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, approved the MSP hikes not just for wheat but for 6 other rabi crops as well. The price adjustments range from Rs 130 to 300 per quintal. In a bid to enhance domestic oilseed production, the government has set the MSP for rapeseed and mustard at a record Rs 5,950 per quintal. This aims to reduce the nation's reliance on imported edible oils. Other rabi crops have also seen significant price hikes. The support price for safflower rose by Rs 140 to Rs 5,940 per quintal, while masoor, which has seen import costs soar, is now priced at Rs 6,700 per quintal. Additionally, barley prices have risen by Rs 130, reaching Rs 1,980 per quintal. With elections approaching in states like Maharashtra, Jharkhand and Delhi, the timing of these announcements has prompted speculation about political motivations. However, the government asserts that these measures are designed to provide long-term benefits to the agricultural sector. These MSP hikes not only aim to elevate the financial burden on farmers, but also reinforce the government's commitment to sustainable agricultural practices.
Disrupting the chain that was diplomats collecting information on Canadians, then having that information directed through criminal organizations like the Lawrence Bishnoi Gang, to then result in violence against Canadians on the ground.
director, the taste of success.
Here, when you see your favorite team walking by, you can encourage all the participants. They've come a long way to make this a successful event. Many of them flew in a couple of days ago. They've had a day in India. So keep the spirit high, encourage them, and we will be seeing them in action in a few minutes. Rider walking up on the far side. The entrance to the arena will be on the left-hand side from the grandstand. They will finish the course. It's difficult for them to get familiar with the horses, but when they've taken a little rest, they've thought about their practice rounds. Definitely improve.
We have the next competitor representing Pakistan. His name is Mohammad Khan Niyazi, English stride, Coco Cannon.
And the interesting thing about this horse is in the related distances, because he's got such a big stride. Kind of gets it wrong at times, and we see that quite often even in combinations where it's one stride, and you can see because of the size of his stride, he really struggles to do that, but he gets through beautifully. But that is extremely easy to say and very difficult to do. So every course is different. Even if it's a 115 jump and you don't get your line in properly, you don't get the right takeoff point, you can be in trouble. Bit unlucky, takes down that fence. You have 4 penalties for dropping.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Hi, good morning. A quick check of the headlines and a big admission. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau revealed that his government had no concrete evidence when it initially accused India of being involved in the killing of Hardeep Singh Nijjar. Exposed Trudeau remains defiant as he reiterates Lawrence Bishnoi gang's involvement in violence in Canada. As bomb threat to airlines grows, Union Civil Aviation Minister Rammohan Naidu says that ministry is closely monitoring the situation. Now, Congress waits in India-Canada diplomatic route, demands clarification from the Modi government on charges levelled by Canada. Nayab Saini to take oath as Chief Minister of Haryana today. BJP's top leadership to attend oath-taking ceremony. And well, in a surprising turn of events, Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau has admitted that his earlier accusations against the Indian government regarding the killing of Sikh activist Hardeep Singh Nijjar were based solely on intelligence and lacked concrete proof. This admission that has raised important questions about the ongoing diplomatic crisis between Canada and India. Let's get you all the details.
Plot twist. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau conceded that his government's accusations against India concerning the killing of Hardeep Singh Nijjar were based solely on intelligence inputs and not hard evidence. Listen in.
From Canada and possibly from Five Eyes allies that made it fairly clear, incredibly clear, that India was involved in this killing. Agents of the government of India were involved in the killing of a Canadian on Canadian soil. We chose to continue to work behind the scenes to try and get India to cooperate with us. Their asks of us was, well, how much do you know? Give us the evidence you have on this. And our response was, well, it's within your security agencies. You should be looking into how much they know. You should be engaging. It's, no, tell us what you know. Show us the evidence. And at that point, it was primarily intelligence, not hard evidentiary proof.
Trudeau says that the information about Canadian opponents of the Modi government was shared with Indian authorities, resulting in violence against them.
Disrupting the chain that was diplomats collecting information on Canadians who are opponents or in disagreement with the Modi government, passing along that information to the highest levels within the Indian government, and then having that information directed through criminal organizations like the Lawrence Bishnoi gang to then result in violence against Canadians on the ground. It was the RCMP's determination that that chain or that sequence or that scheme needed to be disrupted.
The Ministry of External Affairs responded sharply to this, stating that Canada has presented no evidence to support its serious allegations against the country, and that the responsibility for the damage caused to India-Canada relations lies solely with Prime Minister Trudeau. Just days ago, Trudeau described India's envoy to Canada as a person of interest, which ignited a diplomatic firestorm. This led to India recalling its ambassador from Ottawa and expelling 6 Canadian diplomats from New Delhi. Trudeau's remarks sharply contrast with his previous assertions, where he emphasized the credible allegations linking India to nature's killing. The dispute intensified when Canada identified India's top diplomat as a person of interest.
Indian diplomats here in Canada to criminal organizations to direct violent impacts on Canadians right across this country.
Relations between India and Canada have deteriorated, with both countries expelling top diplomats. The Royal Canadian Mounted Police, RCMP, had also claimed to have found evidence linking Indian agents to serious criminal activities in Canada,
which has a focus on investigating and prosecuting, for example, Khalistani violent extremism and also foreign interference by agents of the government of India. Now, I mentioned investigations and prosecutions. That is an option, but it is a whole of government issue. It's a whole of government strategy, and therefore we could apply other disruptive measures to mitigate the threat.
Trudeau's acknowledgement of a lack of concrete evidence raises questions about the foundation of his government's previous claims.
And well, the Bangladesh economy is in doldrums, completely collapsed after the coup against Sheikh Hasina government. Banks have no money to pay depositors. Republic has accessed a video proof that shows the bank manager of Social Islami Bank reduced to tears as depositors abuse and attack the bank officials. Take a look.
The economy in Bangladesh is in doldrums. After the military coup against Sheikh Hasina government, the banking sector has completely collapsed. Watch this video. The manager of Social Islami Bank is reduced to tears. Depositors abuse him and attack him asking for their money. But the bank clearly has no cash to pay. But this is only one case scenario. Since the past 4 to 5 weeks, most troubled banks in Bangladesh are in similar situation, unable to give back money to depositors. In fact, Sharia banks are the worst hit. Bangladesh economy collapsed after the coup by fundamentalist Muslims. Notable here is that the country is under the governance of Nobel Prize winning economist Muhammad Yunus. Needless to say, to stabilize the economy, the incoming government will need to restore law and order.
And well, the Italian parliament has approved a law criminalizing citizens who seek surrogacy abroad. The law imposes potential jail terms and hefty fines for violations. This has been met with strong opposition. Critics, including LGBTQ plus activists and opposition lawmakers, call the measures discriminatory and regressive.
In a significant legislative move, the Italian parliament has approved a law that criminalizes citizens who seek surrogacy abroad. This has ignited protest across the country. People are calling it discriminatory and regressive. Demonstrators held banners reading "Parents are not criminals." The bill was passed by the Senate after a heated 7-hour-long debate with a vote of 84 to 58.
Qual è il pensiero che c'è dietro la difesa di questa pratica della cosiddetta surrogazione di maternità? E il pensiero è che va bene che ci sia il commercio di bambini, va bene ridurre le donne in schiavitù.
The new law applies equally to same-sex and opposite-sex couples, intensifying an ongoing struggle for parental rights among LGBTQ+ families in Italy, where same-sex marriages remain illegal.
Ce l'avete solo con le coppie omosessuali maschili, ce l'avete coi papà. Vogliamo salvare le mamme, ma spariamo addosso ai papà.
Activists argue that this law will push surrogacy underground, leading to greater risk of exploitation and abuse. As Italy moves forward with this controversial law, the debate over reproductive rights, family structures, and individual freedoms continues to unfold.
And well, malnutrition cases that have increased drastically in northeast Nigeria, with families facing significant challenges in obtaining enough food. Humanitarian organizations estimate that more than 6 million people will experience food shortages in the upcoming months. Contributing factors including climate change, severe flooding, and the region's dependence on subsistence farming. This calls for an urgent need for enhanced healthcare support and assistance for affected families.
Malnutrition rates have increased sharply in northeast Nigeria. Reports suggest a 24% rise in malnourished children compared to the previous year. Families in the Lake Chad area are facing increasing difficulties in securing enough food.
Lokacin da na aife shi lafiya kalau ba komai yaro da jikin shi har tsawon shekara da wata tara na yaye shi. To daga nan da na yaye shi yaro sai na rama.
Humanitarian organizations estimate that 6.1 million people in the region will experience food shortages in the coming months. The ongoing armed conflict has intensified this crisis, displacing millions of people and devastating livelihoods.
This rise in the number of people without enough food mirrors an increase in violence, which has severely impacted communities' ability to grow crops and access market. Violent incidents in the Lake Chad region, the conflict, in the first half of 2024 rose 58% compared with the same period in 2023.
There is an urgent need for continued support and enhancement of healthcare facilities to effectively treat affected families and children. The region's heavy dependence on subsistence farming makes it particularly susceptible to climate change. This year's harvest season began with severe floods that destroyed seeds and dashed hopes for recovery after a difficult lean season. Although the effects of malnutrition can take time to become apparent, it gradually weakens immune systems and raises the risk of death from other illnesses. Tragically, many malnourished children in Nigeria never reach hospitals, often due to financial constraints or a lack of healthcare facilities in remote areas.
What needs to be done is to continue supporting, reinforcing the capacity of healthcare center, medical facilities, bring the assistance so as families, children can be treated appropriately.
As the situation continues to deteriorate, the international community must send assistance for the millions of people affected by this crisis.
Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif met with Russian Prime Minister Mikhail Mishustin in Islamabad following the Shanghai Cooperation Organization meeting, where they discussed enhancing bilateral cooperation and acknowledged the positive developments in Pakistan-Russia relations over the past 2 decades. They emphasized the importance of robust dialogue and collaboration in trade, industry, energy, connectivity, science, technology and education. Earlier in the day, Sharif welcomed leaders from SCO member states, which includes China, India, Iran and several Central Asian countries, to discuss security cooperation and economic ties. In his remarks, Sharif highlighted their shared commitment to collective security and sustainable development with the region. Russian Foreign Ministry spokesperson Maria Zakharova criticized Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky recently proposed victory plan, labeling it as a set of incoherent slogans and a misfortune plan for Ukraine. During his address to lawmakers, Zelensky acknowledged increasing pressure from Western allies to negotiate with Russia, hinting that such talks would not favor Ukraine. His plan includes inviting Ukraine to join NATO and using Western-supplied long-range missiles against Russian military targets. Proposals met with hesitation from Kiev's allies. Zakharova dismissed the NATO invitation as hysteria, asserting that Ukraine's partners envision a bleak future for the country, suggesting that they see Ukraine in a coffin. UNICEF reports that the ongoing war in Lebanon has displaced around 1.2 million people, including approximately 4 lakh children. Following a 3-day visit to the country, UNICEF Deputy Executive Director Ted Chibin and World Food Programme representative Carl Scan highlighted the emotional toll on families, sharing stories of parents facing dire decisions amid nights filled with fear. Chaiban emphasized the urgent need for warring parties to prioritize the protection of civilians and adhere to international law. SCOR noted that despite the growing desperation, the WFP is actively providing food to 2 lakh people daily and is prepared to scale up assistance to 1 million as needed.
All parties in this conflict need to prioritize the protection of civilian infrastructure. Strikes on homes, health centers, schools, and shelters are resulting in massive civilian casualties. Since this escalation in the war on the 23rd of September, 100 children have been killed and over 800 wounded. So it's imperative that all parties to the conflict adhere to IHL and comply with the principles of proportionality, distinction, and precaution in the conduct of hostilities.
On Wednesday, the Italian Parliament approved a law criminalizing citizens who traveled abroad for surrogacy, a move criticized by opponents as discriminatory and medieval. Following a lengthy debate, the Senate voted 84-58 in favor of the bill, which extends Italy's existing surrogacy ban to couples using services in countries like the United States and Canada, where surrogacy is legal. Violators could face jail term of up to 2 years and fines of up to 1 million euros. Supported by the far-right Brothers of Italy party and its conservative coalition partner, the law aims to protect women's dignity, but has sparked protests from lawmakers and LGBTQ+ activists who argue it ignores the realities of parenthood and may lead to exploitation. Critics lament that Italy has missed an opportunity to align with broader European values, particularly as same-sex marriages remained banned and LGBTQ+ couples struggle for parental rights. A former Las Vegas area Democratic official, Robert Tellis, was sentenced to at least 28 years in Nevada State Prison for murdering investigative journalist Jeff German in September 2022. Tellis, 47, was found guilty of murder, and evidence, including his DNA under German's fingernails, linked him to the crime despite his claims of innocence and allegations of a conspiracy against him. The judge added 8 years of Tellis's minimum 20-year sentence due to aggravating factors, including the use of a deadly weapon and German's age. Tellis has lost his re-election bid following Germany's critical reporting on his conduct in office. Prosecutors emphasized the need for accountability in the killing of journalists, marking German as the only U.S. journalist killed in 2022. Tellis intends to appeal for his conviction.
chose to continue to work behind the scenes to try and get India to cooperate with us. Their asks of us was, well, how much do you know? Give us the evidence you have on this. And at that point, it was primarily intelligence, not hard evidentiary proof.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates: IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
Argentina football legend Lionel Messi is aging like fine wine. On Tuesday night, in a 2026 FIFA World Cup South American qualifier match against Bolivia, Messi scored a record 10th international hat-trick.
A recent auction featuring items from the hit series Game of Thrones attracted fans and collectors, generating over $21 million. The event took place at Heritage Auctions in Dallas and included more than 900 lots of memorabilia, such as props, costumes and weapons. The highlight was a replica of the Iron Throne, which sold for $1.49 million after a 6-minute bidding war. This replica, that was made from plastic, molded from the original screen-used version and finished with metallic paint and jewels. Heritage Auctions reported that the event brought in $21.1 million from over 4,500 bidders. This auction is now the second best entertainment event for Heritage, just shy of a record set by Debbie Reynolds' sale in 2011. Nick Jonas made headlines after a video showed him running off stage during a concert in Prague. The Jonas brothers were performing when someone aimed a laser at Nick's forehead. Upon noticing the laser, Nick quickly left the stage with his security team while his brothers Joe and Kevin remained on stage. Indian fans expressed concern for Nick, who is married to Priyanka Chopra. Many took to social media commenting on the scary nature of the incident and expressed relief that he was safe following the removal of the individual who aimed the laser. The brothers returned to perform. Just a day before the incident, Nick shared his first Instagram post after a break from social media, showcasing new pictures and stating he was back online.
Chose to continue to work behind the scenes to try and get India to cooperate with us. Their asks of us was, well, how much do you know? Give us the evidence you have on this. And at that point, it was primarily intelligence, not hard evidentiary proof.
A new spectrum battle is heating up in India, and this time it's not just about the telecom giants. Billionaires Elon Musk and Mukesh Ambani are locking horns over how satellite broadband spectrum should be allocated. Should it be auctioned or assigned administratively? Let's dive deep into this ongoing debate and understand why it matters. The conflict centers around the allocation of the satellite broadband spectrum, a crucial resource for providing satellite-based internet services across India. Now, Elon Musk, through Starlink, advocates for administrative allocation, following the practices of the International Telecommunication Union, a United Nations agency that designates satellite spectrum as shared resources. Musk argues that auctioning the shared spectrum would be unprecedented and could hinder the rapid development of the satellite broadband. On the other hand, Mukesh Ambani's Reliance Jio argues that an auction is necessary to ensure fair competition, particularly with foreign players entering the market. The Indian government recently decided to allocate satellite spectrum administratively, aligning with the global trends. Telecom Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia confirmed that the administrative approach does not mean spectrum comes without a cost. TRAI, that's your Telecom Regulatory Authority of India, will determine the pricing formula, ensuring transparency. Scindia emphasized that auctioning the spectrum would indeed be a deviation from international norms, as countries worldwide follow administrative allocation for satellite communications. The stakes are high, as India's satellite broadband market is poised for explosive growth. Deloitte estimates that the sector will grow by 36% annually, reaching $1.9 billion by 2030. This makes the decision on how to allocate spectrum even more critical. For a country like India, with vast remote areas and a rapidly growing digital economy, satellite broadband could bridge the digital divide. This potential market opportunity has fueled the push for a fair allocation process. Spectrum auctions are not new in India. The country has a long history with telecom auctions, starting with 2G in the early 2000s. However, the most significant milestones came with the rollout of the 4G and 5G. The 4G auction in 2010 saw high bids from telecom operators, leading to a rapid expansion of the high-speed internet. Yet, It also highlighted issues like spectrum pricing and payment terms. The 5G spectrum auction in 2022 brought in around 1.5 lakh crore rupees, allowing operators like Jio, Airtel and Vodafone Idea to launch 5G services across major cities. While traditional mobile networks use the terrestrial spectrum that covers limited geographical areas, satellite spectrum is shared and used globally. This makes the question of auctioning it much more complex. Critics of auctioning argue
from Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good morning and thank you for staying tuned. You're watching Live and Breaking at 9. I'm Suesha Sawant, getting you the latest on the Indian-Canadian diplomatic row, where Trudeau himself has admitted that initially when they pressed charges against India on the Hardeep Nijjar's killing, they did not have credible inputs, just intelligence inputs, on the basis of which they riled up and made those charges. We'll get to the latest on this and of course that statement from Trudeau in this edition. First, a quick check of the headlines we're tracking.
To continue to work behind the scenes to try and get India to cooperate with us. Their asks of us was, well, how much do you know? Give us the evidence you have on this. And at that point, it was primarily intelligence, not hard evidentiary proof.
In a big admission, Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau admits his government had no concrete evidence when it accused India in the Nijjar plot. After Trudeau exposes self, MEA strikes back, says Trudeau solely responsible for damaging Indian-Canadian ties.
Disrupting the chain that was diplomats collecting information on Canadians, then having that information directed through criminal organizations like the Lawrence Bishnoi Gang to then result in violence against Canadians on the ground.
Trudeau draws Bishnoi Gang link in Nijjar's murder, fails to furnish proof yet again. Now, Congress waits in Indian-Canadian diplomatic row, demanding clarification from the Modi government on charges that have been levelled by Canada. Nayab Singh all set to take oath as Chief Minister of Haryana today. BJP's top leadership to attend oath-taking ceremony. And first up, we get you details of more criticism coming against Trudeau, and that too within his own country, where Canadian MP Chandra Arya has gone on to voice concerns over rising Khalistani violent extremism, calling it a Canadian problem that must be addressed by the government and law enforcement. Arya revealed he required RC MP protection at a recent Hindu event due to protests by Khalistani extremists. He insisted that foreign interference is unacceptable and urged Canada to collaborate with India to combat this growing threat. Arya has also called on Hindu Canadians to raise their voices and hold politicians accountable for their safety.
heard concerns from Hindus across Canada regarding recent developments. As a Hindu member of parliament, I too have experienced these concerns firsthand. Last week, I could safely participate in a Hindu event in Edmonton only under the protection of RCMP officers, as a group of Khalistani protesters staged a disruptive demonstration against me. In Canada, we have long recognized the serious problems of Khalistani violent extremism. Let me be clear, any actions or involvement by foreign state actors within Canada in any form are unacceptable. As Canadians, we do not wish for Canada to interfere in the domestic affairs of other countries. Likewise, we do not want foreign governments interfering in Canada's domestic matters, including those involving Khalistani extremism. This is a Canadian problem, and it is a duty of all levels of our government and our law enforcement agencies to address it. At Monday's press conference, RCMP Assistant Commissioner Brigade Govin confirmed that the National Task Force is focused on investigating Khalistani violent extremism, among other threats.
And even as Trudeau continues to face such criticism, it is a startling claim that has been made by the leader of opposition in Canada, who has gone on to say that China played a major role in helping Prime Minister Justin Trudeau win 2 elections in Canada. The accusation points at possible interference by foreign powers in Canada's democratic process, sparking a political storm. Trudeau government has yet to respond to these allegations, which could further strain Canada's already complex relations with China. Back-to-back trouble for Trudeau, as his own people are now calling out to him, and this is the leader of opposition in Canada, who has gone on to claim that China has been helping Trudeau win elections in Canada. In fact, he went on to say that that had happened during 2 elections, and China's interference is very, very clear when it comes to Canada's diplomatic process taking a hit. And coming back to the diplomatic row between India and Canada, where Justin Trudeau himself has admitted that when he raised allegations against India in the first place regarding the killing of Hardeep Singh Nijjar, Canada had no credible evidence against India. He's gone on to say that it was only intelligence inputs, basis which he went on to say this. After this admission, the Ministry of External Affairs issued a post-midnight statement holding Trudeau responsible for damaging India-Canadian ties. The MEA statement criticizes Trudeau's earlier accusations, which it says led to a diplomatic rift between the two nations, marking a significant escalation in the ongoing diplomatic tensions between the two nations.
As we approached the end of August and September, the big thing that was happening was India was itself hosting the leader of the summit of the advanced economies of the world, the G20. So it was a big moment for India, welcoming the world, all the leaders of the world to Delhi for a very important summit. And we had the opportunity of making it a very uncomfortable summit for India if we went public with these allegations ahead of time. We chose not to. We chose to continue to work behind the scenes to try and get India to cooperate with us. Their asks of us was, well, how much do you know? Give us the evidence you have on this. And our response was, well, it's within your security agencies. You should be looking into how much they know. You should be engaging. It's, oh, no, tell us what you know. Show us the evidence. And at that point, it was primarily intelligence, not hard evidentiary proof. So we said, well, let's work together and look into your security services, and maybe we can get that done. No, we're not doing that.
Moving on, as Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau has named the Bishnoi gang in connection with the sensitive information on Canada's failing to provide any concrete proof when it comes to the killing of Hardeep Singh Nijjar. In fact, according to Trudeau, Canadian diplomats had gathered and shared information on Canada opposing Prime Minister Modi with the Bishnoi gang coming together. Despite the gravity of these allegations, no evidence has been provided yet to substantiate any of these strong claims. Let's listen in.
Disrupting the chain that was diplomats collecting information on Canadians who are opponents or in disagreement with the Modi government, passing along that information to the highest levels within the Indian government, and then having that information directed through criminal organizations like the Lawrence Bishnoi gang to then result in violence against Canadians on the ground. It was the RCMP's determination that that chain or that sequence or that scheme needed to be disrupted. Disrupting the chain that was diplomats collecting information on Canadians who are opponents or in disagreement with the Modi government, passing along that information to the highest levels within the Indian government, and then having that information directed through criminal organizations like the Lawrence Bishnoi gang to then result in violence against Canadians on the ground. It was the RCMP's determination that that chain or that sequence or that scheme needed to be disrupted.
Cutting across to Iona, joining us from the newsroom. Iona, such an embarrassment for Trudeau.
Well, that's true, Suesha. Major embarrassment for the Trudeau government after their multiple allegations against Indian diplomats and all that they have claimed for so long. Trudeau comes out late last evening and says that their allegations were based on only intel inputs and not any hardcore proof. And well, now the Ministry of External Affairs has hit back at the Trudeau government and said that Trudeau himself is solely responsible for the damaging ties between India and Canada, and that this behavior is absolutely unacceptable. And what we have learned so far is the fact that this row is only escalating, and without any hardcore proof by the Trudeau government, there really seems no way out, and they are cornered. Suesha.
All right, Iona, many thanks for getting us those details. Of course, we wait and watch what the Trudeau government does next and how the India-Canada diplomatic row now takes another shape given these latest developments. Let's once again listen in to what Trudeau said.
Disrupting the chain that was diplomats collecting information on Canadians who are opponents or in disagreement with the Modi government, passing along that information to the highest levels within the Indian government, and then having that information directed through criminal organizations like the Lawrence Bishnoi gang to then result in violence against Canadians on the ground. It was the RCMP's determination that that chain or that sequence or that scheme needed to be disrupted. Disrupting the chain that was diplomats collecting information on Canadians who are opponents or in disagreement with the Modi government, passing along that information to the highest levels within the Indian government, and then having that information directed through criminal organizations like the Lawrence Bishnoi gang to then result in violence against Canadians on the ground. It was the RCMP's determination that that chain or that sequence or that scheme needed to be disrupted.
Let me cut across to Ayanjeet Sen, international affairs expert, joining us on the broadcast. Very good morning to you and thank you for speaking to Republic. How do you view Trudeau's latest statement, given the grave allegations he's made against India, that too without any concrete proof? All right, not too sure if Mr. Sen is still connected with us, so we'll try and get him at a later point to get his view on Trudeau's latest statement. But one thing is for sure, it is a massive embarrassment for Justin Trudeau after he made such grave allegations against India, calling our diplomats persons of interest, saying Indian agents were involved in the killing of Hardeep Singh Nijjar. And when India asked for concrete proof on the same, Canada had none. India also in its dossier clearly stating that not a shred of evidence has been shared. On the contrary, Trudeau himself has gone on to admit now that it was only intelligence input at the start. There was no concrete evidence. The head of state, who went on to risk India-Canada diplomatic ties, but at what cost? Let's take a quick check of the other top stories we're tracking this morning. Making news across the country, Bharat in 2 minutes. President Draupadi Murmu recently made a visit to Mauritania, marking it as the first time. During her visit, she had President Mohammad Goswami signed multiple MOUs which symbolize cooperation between the two nations in various fields. This exchange took place at the presidential palace, reflecting a deepening of bilateral relations. The visit is part of President Murmu's three-nation tour in Africa, which aims to strengthen ties with countries on the continent. Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge has taken steps to prepare the party for upcoming assembly elections in Jharkhand scheduled for November 13 and 20. He appointed 3 senior party leaders, B.K. Hari Prasad, Gaurav Gogoi and Mohan Markam, as coordinators for the election campaign. This strategic move aims to ensure effective coordination and strengthen the party's presence in the state as it gears up for the electoral battle. Mumbai Customs intercepted a passenger arriving from Dubai who was found with smuggled goods valued at around 39 lakh rupees. It included 455 grams of gold dust, which was hidden inside the passenger's body, and mobile phones concealed in their luggage. The operation was carried out by the Air Intelligence Unit, which acted on specific intelligence. After further investigation, customs officials apprehended another individual involved in the smuggling attempt, and both were arrested under the Customs Act. As air quality in Delhi continues to worsen, NDMC is intensifying its efforts to tackle pollution, particularly from construction activities. Recently, the city's air quality index dropped to poor levels, prompting the NDMC to impose fines of 50,000 rupees for non-compliance with dust control measures at construction sites. The NDMC has begun inspecting these sites rigorously, resulting in 30 fines totaling of 15 lakh rupees for various violations of guidelines set by NGT. In Uttarakhand, cops have introduced strict guidelines aimed at improving food safety standards in hotels and roadside eateries. This initiative comes after troubling incidents where individuals were caught on video spitting into food items, prompting Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami to take action. The guidelines include complete verification of staff and the installation of CCTV cameras in kitchens to monitor food preparation practices. Telangana Minister K.T. Rama Rao expressed strong criticism of the state government, accusing it of prioritizing the financial support of the Congress party over local issues. He claimed that both Telangana and Karnataka have become ATM states for the Congress, suggesting that the government has focused more on funding political activities than addressing urgent regional concerns. right, our guest, Mr. Sen, who's back with us on the broadcast. He's an international affairs expert. To speak to us on the latest statement that was made by Justin Trudeau, sir, where he's clearly claimed that there was no concrete evidence, yet he went on to press such grave charges against India, such an embarrassment, and he would risk the Indian-Canadian ties.
Yeah, you're right. What Trudeau has said is basically that shared intelligence is not proof. So, something without solid proof, you cannot accuse another country just on the basis of intelligence itself. So, there needs to be credible evidence which needs to be provided to India before you level any kind of allegation against our country. And from that perspective, I think, just naming Vishnu again is not enough. What is the proof? If you don't have any proof, then don't speak up. Because from that perspective, it's only going to be detriment for the Indo-Canadian relations. And, it's clear that Trudeau has done all this primarily because of political motive and less from actually what he wanted it to be. So from that perspective, it's just a political motive which has taken the crux, basically, and it's very clear that he's doing it all for the election perspective. And, what has happened in the process is that the Indo-Canadian ties have been strained. And, I think the entire blame goes to the Canadian person, Prime Minister there. So there's no point of,
right.
Just because he testified before his country's foreign interference inquiry as well, claiming that the Canadian agencies try to work behind the scenes. But at the end of the day, you need evidence. So intelligence is not enough. Everywhere there is intelligence, but unless and until you come with solid, concrete proof, don't speak.
Right.
I think that's what we should understand.
All right, Mr. Sen, I want to thank you for speaking to Republic this morning. Of course, we continue to track the story very closely. For the moment, we should focus. Yes, this is about the growing concerns of hoax bomb threats that have been given to flights, both domestic and international. This as the Union Civil Aviation Minister is looking into the issue very, very closely. Also saying that the ministry is watching. They've held meetings with the DGCA. And even the MHA saying that air marshals have been doubled in number in order to ensure safety. But remember, this was what happened yesterday, where a UK to Bombay flight was also threatened with a similar instance. An in-flight search that was conducted as per the checklist, and a decision was made to continue the journey to Mumbai. The flight landed safely at 7:45 IST and was taken to the isolation bay for further inspection. Authorities are conducting a thorough investigation following the bomb scare. Let me cut across to Piyush joining us on the broadcast with further details on this particular flight. Over to you, flight, I beg your pardon. Over to you, Piyush.
So yes, good morning, Suesha, and good morning to all our viewers who are viewing us at the moment. And it seems that perhaps the tension, the stress, and the nuisance which is being caused of the hoax calls or bombs being reported in prominent flights is just not ending. Now we have witnessed one more incident in which a flight that was moving from UK, United Kingdom to Mumbai was reported with another bomb hoax message, and this is the 13th such incident in last 3 days. As you rightly mentioned, that taking consideration of this nuisance and the bomb hoax messages which are being reported in a large scale now in prominent airlines, the Ministry of Home Affairs has stepped in. Yesterday there was a high-level meeting that was being conducted by the Ministry of Home Affairs, in which not only the Delhi police officials but also the NIA officials, the CISF officials, and also top cyber experts were present. Now there have been some mechanisms that have been devised, and there have been some rules and regulations that have been formulated to prevent such kind of hoax messages being allowed to disperse. However, taking into consideration that this has been happening in the past and how difficult it has been for the law enforcement officials to get hold of such people, it is going to be interesting to see that how the Ministry of Home Affairs is going to tackle this latest challenge. I would just like to end by saying that this is not for the first time that such kind of incidents have been occurring. We have witnessed such kind of incidents occurring on large scale in prominent schools and hospitals, not over here in National Delhi, but also in other parts of the city. And we have also had a word with some of the sources who are privy to such information, and they have said that this is all a part of hybrid warfare or a grey zone warfare in which the international elements wants to use unconventional means to create chaos, fear and panic in the citizens of Bharat. So yes, a very big challenge now in the hands of Ministry of Home Affairs, a very big challenge in the hands of central government to tackle this very big challenge. Back in the studio.
Oh yes, absolutely, Piyush, and we keep coming back to you for further updates. For the moment, we move on. Yes, the Enforcement Directorate is conducting raids in connection with a money laundering case linked to a GST fraud. In fact, a week ago, the Ahmedabad Crime Detection Branch had arrested a journalist and several others involved in the scam. Now, following this, the ED has registered a case of money laundering. Early this morning, the ED began searches across 23 premises to gather evidence related to the fraud. Let me cut across to Priyanka to get a deeper sense of what the fraud is all about and how ED is now going on to conduct raids in connection to it. Over to you, Priyanka.
Well, that's right, Suhesha. This entire investigation is only getting bigger by the day, as the Ahmedabad Crime Branch, in fact, had arrested the said journalist and several other real estate developers from Ahmedabad. And they had, in fact, arrested them in the matter of the input tax credit fraud that they had found out to the tune of more than over 5 crore rupees is what we're being given to understand. Apart from that, in the premises of the residence of the said journalist, we had also seen that over 20 lakh cash had also been recovered. Along with that, gold had been recovered. And along with that, the paperwork and the documentation regarding these companies, these shell companies, in fact, had also been seized by the Ahmedabad Crime Branch. We are looking at how all of these searches, in fact, are also being carried out, as we have seen that the journalist and the other parties involved had been asked for a remand of by the Ahmedabad Crime Branch, and the interrogation in that matter was also being carried out. We also see that the Ahmedabad Crime Branch is investigating into the links of the said journalist with several lobbyists and corporate lobbyists, along with that real estate moguls there in Ahmedabad, and who also have links out of the state as well. Now, those are the parts of the investigation that are being carried out. We have seen that the journalist, in fact, had been remanded for over 20 days. And the questioning was also being carried out in this regard. But as and when the interrogation is being carried out, more and more paperwork that had come out of this entire investigation is also being looked into. And now in the latest, we are looking at how the ED is also conducting raids in the GST fraud case that had been registered at least 23 locations, as there are several other parties involved which are now coming to the front who had links to this journalist, and those are also links that are being investigated upon.
All right, many thanks for getting us the latest, Priyanka. We'll come back to you for further on this story. For the moment, we have to slip to a very short commercial break. Also, a quick check of what's lined up on the other side.
Well, Justin Trudeau has once again drawn the Lawrence Bishnoi gang link with the killing of Hardeep Singh Nijjar. He says that the Indian diplomats worked in tandem with the Bishnoi group to carry out the killing of the Khalistani extremist leader Hardeep Singh Nijjar last year. We'll get you that statement that's coming from Justin Trudeau at 9:30 a.m.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates: IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
हमारे केंद्र सरकार के जितने भी एम्प्लॉयज हैं उन सबको बधाई। आज कैबिनेट ने डीए और पेंशनर्स के लिए डीएनएस रिलीफ इसको 3% बढ़ाया है और टोटल 9,448 करोड़ एनुअली 9,448 करोड़ एनुअली हमारे सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट के एम्प्लॉयज के पे चेक में ऐड होगा। बहुत बधाई सबको। इसका कैलकुलेशन वगैरह सब स्टैंडर्ड एक फॉर्मूला से होता है, ऑल इंडिया कंज्यूमर प्राइस इंडेक्स फॉर इंडस्ट्रियल वर्कर्स, उसके हिसाब से इसका कैलकुलेशन होता है। तो दिवाली से पहले सभी केंद्र सरकार के सभी कर्मचारियों को हार्दिक अभिनंदन और बधाई, और सभी साथियों को भी आज उपस्थित आप हुए, आप सबको धन्यवाद।
chose to continue to work behind the scenes to try and get India to cooperate with us. Their asks of us was, well, how much do you know? Give us the evidence you have on this. And at that point, it was primarily intelligence, not hard evidentiary proof.
In a big admission, Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau admits his government had no concrete evidence other than intel information when it accused India in the Niger murder plot. After Trudeau exposes self, MA strikes back, says Trudeau solely responsible for damaging India-Canada ties.
Disrupting the chain that was diplomats collecting information on Canadians, then having that information directed through criminal organizations like the Lawrence Bishnoi Gang to then result in violence against Canadians on the ground.
Trudeau draws Bishnoi Gang link to Niger murder, failed to furnish proof once again. Now, Congress wades in. India-Canada diplomatic row demands clarification from Modi government on charges levelled by Canada. Nayab Saini to take oath as Chief Minister of Haryana today. BJP's top leadership to attend the oath-taking ceremony. A very good morning. It's 9:30. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. We start this edition with the news break that's just coming in. While Nayab Singh Saini is set to take oath today as Chief Minister of Haryana, a key NDA meet that will be held by Prime Minister Modi in Chandigarh that coincides with the swearing-in ceremony of Nayab Singh Saini. The meet is scheduled from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. We'll see prominent NDA leaders, including Union Home Minister Amit Shah and several chief ministers gathering to discuss pressing issues. In fact, this is the first NDA meeting following the recent government formation. So after securing hat-trick in Haryana, this is the first key NDA meet that will take place in Chandigarh this afternoon that will be held by Prime Minister Modi. And those attending this key meet will be top leaders from Union Home Minister Amit Shah to other BJP leaders in Haryana. And before we go across to Lalit to get us the details, let's listen in to that statement also that's coming in from CM designate Nayab Singh Saini.
नई सरकार का गठन हरियाणा प्रदेश की जनता की अपेक्षाओं के ऊपर ये डबल इंजन की सरकार आदरणीय मोदी जी के साथ मिलकर के हरियाणा को तीव्र गति से आगे बढ़ाने का काम हमारी सरकार करेगी। और आज ये पूरे हरियाणा प्रदेश के अंदर जो भी हमारे हरियाणा के लोगों ने 2,80,00,000 लोगों ने इस लोकतंत्र के पर्व में अपनी आस्था को जताते हुए हरियाणा को ऊपर एक बड़ा विश्वास और मोदी जी के ऊपर एक बड़ा विश्वास किया है। ये मोदी जी की नीतियों का परिणाम है। मैं हरियाणा प्रदेश के लोगों का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
And let's go across to Lalit. He's joining us live from Chandigarh. Lalit, while we just heard the CM designate, talk to us about what you're learning from your sources in terms of the portfolio allocation in Haryana.
If you talk about the portfolios of the newly formed government, as Nayab Singh Saini, while interacting to media, said that it would be a double engine government and would be getting all sort of help from the center. If you talk about the probable candidates which could be there in the cabinet, these are the names which includes Vipul Goyal, then it's Rajesh Nagar, Anil Vij, Gaurav Gautam, Arvind Sharma, Mahipal Dhanda, Rao Narveer, Shruti Chaudhary, Krishnan Bedi and Krishnan Pawar. So these are the probable candidates who can be in the Nayab Saini newly formed government. But the official announcement, who would be the real candidates, would be seen when Nayab Singh Saini would be taking the oath. Back to the studio.
Right, Lalit, just last one question before we let you go. Talking about the MSP issue, you know, Haryana has been one state which gives MSP on all 24 crops. Anything you're learning in terms of special incentives probably that could be announced for the farmers in the state?
If we talk about the farm already, which has been promised before elections and in the manifesto, that on the 24 crops the MSP would be given. So the promise which the BJP government, especially in Haryana, has given, this would definitely be given. But if you talk about today, 24,000 offer letters, job letters would be given to the candidates. So this would be the first step and the first promise which the Nayab Singh Saini government have given to the youth when the Congress have attacked Haryana over the unemployment issue. So 24,000 youth would be given the job letters today when the newly formed CM Nayab Singh Saini would be taking oath in the Shera ground in Panchkula. A grand celebrations and a mega show would be done there as PM Narendra Modi with other BJP top leaders would be there to witness this grand ceremony, as the BJP has witnessed hat-trick in Haryana elections.
Lalit, we leave it at that. So it's even being said that at least 5,000 people will be in attendance for the oath-taking ceremony. For now, we should focus to more news break that is coming in. In fact, this is from the US. The US State Department has issued a statement confirming a productive meet between the Indian inquiry officials and the US authorities regarding the alleged foiled assassination plot of Khalistani terrorist, Khalistani extremist leader Pannu. It's Matthew Miller who's said that the individual named in the US Justice Department indictment is no longer employed by the Indian government. The US is satisfied with the cooperation from India, further emphasizing that both countries continue to share updates on their respective investigations. So the US saying that it's satisfied after meeting the Indian officials, issuing a statement on Gurpat Pannu's murder plot. Listen in to that statement coming in.
The meeting that occurred yesterday, we being the U.S. government broadly, updated members of the Committee of Inquiry about the investigation that the United States has been conducting. We've received an update from them on the investigation that they have been conducting. It was a productive meeting, and I will leave it at that.
Did they also inform you about some of the actions they might have taken?
They did inform us that the individual who was named in the Justice Department indictment is no longer an employee of the Indian government.
Are you satisfied with the cooperation with the Indian government?
We are satisfied with the cooperation. It continues to be an ongoing process. We continue to work with them on that, but we do appreciate the cooperation, and we appreciate them updating us on their investigation as we update them on ours.
And in more newsbreak coming in, this one from Canada, a sensational claim that's been made by the leader of opposition, who says that Justin Trudeau was given help. He received help from China in securing election win. The accusation that points to possible foreign meddling in Canada's democratic process, which has sparked a political storm in Canada. So it's the leader of opposition in Canada who's alleged that China played a role in helping Prime Minister Justin Trudeau win 2 elections. The Trudeau government is yet to respond to these allegations, which could further strain Canada's already complex relations with China. So there has been, from what it appears, foreign meddling in Canada's affairs, something which has now been spoken out loud by leader of opposition in Canada, who says that Justin Trudeau secured the help of China in securing 2 election wins back-to-back. Of course, these statements come at a time when Canada is all set to go for polls in 2025. Something which has triggered a storm, given that these are spate of allegations being made by the opposition leaders in Canada that Justin Trudeau has been in touch with other countries and that China helped Trudeau in securing election win. In fact, in a sharp response following Justin Trudeau's admission of having no evidence against India, it's Ministry of External Affairs that has issued a post-midnight statement holding Justin Trudeau responsible for damaging India-Canada ties. The MEA statement criticizes Trudeau's earlier accusations, which it says have led to democratic rift between the 2 nations. This marks a significant escalation in the ongoing diplomatic tensions. So the MEA is saying that its claims that Trudeau's charges had no basis whatsoever have been proven after Justin Trudeau's admission that the country lacked any substantial evidence and that it was only intel information, after which Trudeau government charged the Indian government in the Niger murder plot.
As we approached the end of August and September, the big thing that was happening was India was itself hosting the leader of the summit of the advanced economies of the world, the G20. So it was a big moment for India, welcoming the world, all the leaders of the world to Delhi for a very important summit. And we had the opportunity of making it a very uncomfortable summit for India if we went public with these allegations ahead of time. We chose not to. We chose to continue to work behind the scenes to try and get India to cooperate with us. Their asks of us was, well, how much do you know? Give us the evidence you have on this. And our response was, well, it's within your security agencies. You should be looking into how much they know. You should be engaging. It's, oh, no, tell us what you know. Show us the evidence. And at that point, it was primarily intelligence, not hard evidentiary proof. So we said, well, let's work together and look into your security services and maybe we can get that done. No, we're not doing that.
And not just that, Justin Trudeau has named the Bishnoi gang in connection with sensitive information on Canadians, but failed to provide any concrete evidence to back his claims. According to Justin Trudeau, Canadian diplomats gathered and shared information on Canadians opposed to Prime Minister Modi with the Bishnoi gang. Despite the gravity of these allegations, no evidence has been presented to substantiate these claims.
disrupting the chain that was diplomats collecting information on Canadians who are opponents or in disagreement with the Modi government, passing along that information to the highest levels within the Indian government, and then having that information directed through criminal organizations like the Lawrence Bishnoi gang to then result in violence against Canadians on the ground. It was the RCMP's determination that that chain or that sequence or that scheme needed to be disrupted.
And Congress now wades in India-Canada diplomatic row, demands clarification from Modi government.
Director, the taste of success.
Argentina football legend Lionel Messi is aging like fine wine. On Tuesday night, in a 2026 FIFA World Cup South American qualifier match against Bolivia, Messi scored a record 10th international hat-trick and had a hand in 2 more assists as the defending world champions posted a commanding 6-0 win. With this hat-trick, Messi equaled the massive record of arch-rival Cristiano Ronaldo for the most number of international hat-tricks. Both Ronaldo and Messi now lead the way with 10 hat-tricks, with Iran's Ali Dai right behind them with 9 hat-tricks. Argentina dominated the World Cup qualifying game against Bolivia, and Messi was extraordinary with goals in the 19th, 84th and 86th minutes. Lautaro Martinez, Julian Alvarez and Thiago Almada also found the back of the net. With 14 shots, 10 on target and an amazing 73% possession, Argentina proved their might. Argentina confirmed their top place in the FIFA rankings with this outstanding victory, thereby displaying their will to qualify for the World Cup. The game was played in the Estadio Mas Monumental, therefore adding to Argentina's exceptional home form. Messi also made 2 assists during the game, aside from this being his first hat-trick for the national team in 2024. This turned out to be one of Messi's best performances since the Copa America 2024, where he failed to make a major impact individually despite his team winning the trophy. Messi chose to help Lautaro Martinez with a simple tap-in after Atletico Madrid star striker Julian Alvarez threw him a brilliantly placed ball with the score still at 1-0. Shortly thereafter, Argentina got a free kick which Messi masterminded to set Julian Alvarez to extend the advantage to 3-0 shortly before halftime, and the fireworks did not stop there. This was, in many ways, the perfect return for Lionel Messi in the national team colours. He last played for his country when they won the Copa America 2024, but had limped off injured before the victory was confirmed. Given Messi has previously said that he has played his last World Cup game for the country when they lifted the trophy in 2022, every match which he plays for Argentina assumes significant importance. And in true Messi style, he continues to give fans top-level performances despite being at an age when most top-level football players are winding down their active careers.
Southern Lebanon launched approximately 10 rockets towards Israel's Kiryat Shimona region, prompting sirens and police response. Officials stated that the building was hit, but no injuries were reported. An Israeli airstrike in Latakia ignited fires, with Syrian defenses reportedly responding. Firefighters have been working to extinguish the fire that was caused by the airstrike. Civil defense stated that the Israeli army bombed a house in Gaza City in northern strip that killed 4 people. The 3rd and 4th floors of the building, which belonged to the Al-Kerira family, were targeted by the Israeli forces. Nayab Singh Saini all set to take oath as Chief Minister of Haryana today. BJP's top leadership to attend the oath-taking ceremony.
Here, when you see your favorite team walking by, you can encourage all the participants. They've come a long way to make this a successful event. Many of them flew in a couple of days ago. They've had a day in India. So keep the spirits high, encourage them, and we will see them in action in a few minutes. Rider walking up on the far side. The entrance to the arena will be on the left-hand side from the grandstand. They will finish the course. It's difficult for them to get familiar with the horses, but when they've taken a little rest, they've thought about their practice rounds. Definitely improved.
We have the next competitor representing Pakistan. His name is Mohammad Khan Niazi in his stride, Coco Khanna.
The interesting thing about this horse is in the related distances, because he's got such a big stride. Kind of gets it wrong at times, and we see that quite often in combinations where it's one stride, and you can see because of the size of his stride, he really struggles to do that, but he gets through beautifully. But that is extremely easy to say and very difficult to do. So every course is different. Even if it's a 115 jump and you don't get your line in properly, you don't get the right takeoff point, you can be in trouble. Bit unlucky, takes down that fence. You have 4 penalties for dropping number 8. Very close to the combination. He puts a stride and a half. Excellent time. That was one of the nicest rounds to watch today. Mr. Yazdan Mollafzal representing Iran. Please join in. We have the course designer joining you. Just one moment, please. The man who set up. Here, when you see your favorite team walking by, you can encourage all the participants. They've come a long way to make this a successful event. Many of them flew in a couple.
Viewers, much more coming up. A Canadian MP says that Khalistani extremism is a Canadian problem and Hindu Canadians must be protected in the backdrop of the diplomatic face-off between India and Canada. Stay tuned.
when you see your favorite team walking by. You can encourage all the participants. They've come a long way to make this a successful event. Many of them flew in a couple of days ago. They've had a day in India. So keep the spirits high, encourage them, and we will be seeing them in action in a few minutes. Rider walking up on the far side. The entrance to the arena will be on the left-hand side from the grandstand. They will finish the course. It's difficult for them to get familiar with the horses, but when they've taken a little rest, they've thought about their practice rounds. Definitely improved.
We have the next competitor representing Pakistan. His name is Mohammad Khan Niazi in his stride, Coco Cannon.
And the interesting thing about this horse is in the related distances, because he's got such a big stride. Kind of gets it wrong at times. And we see that quite often even in combinations where it's one stride, and you can see because of the size of his stride, he really struggles to do that, but he gets through beautifully. But that is extremely easy to say and very difficult to do. So every course is different. Even if it's a 115 jump and you don't get your line in properly, you don't get the right takeoff point, you can be in trouble. Bit unlucky, takes down that fence. You have 4 penalties for dropping number 8. Very close to the combination. He puts a stride and a half. Excellent time. That was one of the nicest rounds to watch today. Mr. Yazdan Mollafzal representing Iran. Please join in. We have the course designer joining you. Just one moment, please. The man who set up.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
I'm breaking up. Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. A top story comes in. It's on the India-Canada diplomatic face-off. The face-off between these two countries is escalating. India has made it very clear, and it's something that Justin Trudeau has also accepted, that there is absolutely no evidence on the allegations that Canada has made on India. And this is the top story. We're getting many reactions on it. We'll talk a lot about what is happening, the implication of the diplomatic standoff. But as usual, the headlines coming in. Let's get started.
chose to continue to work behind the scenes to try and get India to cooperate with us. Their asks of us was, well, how much do you know? Give us the evidence you have on this. And at that point, it was primarily intelligence, not hard evidentiary proof.
In a big admission, Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau admits his government had no concrete evidence when it accused India in the Niger plot. After Trudeau exposes self, MEA strikes back, says Trudeau solely responsible for damaging India-Canada ties.
Disrupting the chain that was diplomats collecting information on Canadians, then having that information directed through criminal organizations like the Lawrence Bishnoi gang to then result in violence against Canadians on the ground.
Trudeau draws Bishnoi gang link to Niger's murder, fails to furnish proof again. Now, Congress wades in India-Canada diplomatic row, demands clarification from Modi government on charges leveled by Canada. Nayab Saini all set to take oath as Chief Minister of Haryana today. BJP's top leadership to attend oath-taking ceremony. We're getting some big breaking updates coming in, viewers. Incident of firing has been reported last night at the residence of RLD leader Somendra Avana in Nithari village, Sector 31, Noida. Police rushed to the scene and have begun investigating the case. Firing, which involved many rounds, is now believed to have been triggered by a dispute over money transactions. No injuries have been reported so far. Authorities are working to identify those involved. Those are pictures coming in, firing at RLD leader's house in Noida. And this is Sector 31, Nithari village. This is the incident of firing reported last night at the residence of RLD leader. And we have a report by my colleague Piyush. Let's have a look at this report to understand what's happening on ground.
Dramatic visuals were witnessed over here in Nithari village near Noida when there were around 3 to 4 rounds of fire that were fired at the house of the Rashtriya Lokdal leader Somendra Avana. Now, the reasons of this firing is attributed to a kind of a family dispute. We are going to be having a word with Somendra Avana, the person who actually was the target, and going to understand from you the real reason. But you can understand that what exactly was the situation over here, because from the visuals that are being presented to you by my video journalist Vijay Surinder Saji, you can see that how there are some broken glasses, and you can see that how these broken glasses are over here. So what actually was the reason? Why actually was this firing actually done? What we've been told is that this firing was done because of the family dispute. The firing occurred at around 10 p.m. Yesterday night, and the real reason of this is going to be told to us by the victim himself. What is the situation? And I think this is the situation. And we are also going to go upstairs and make us further make our viewers realize that what exactly was the situation over here. You can see that the broken glasses are still there, and you can understand that as what we've been told is that a group of men came over here. There was some kind of dispute that was there being because of the installation of cables, and you understand that what occurred over here in this house was quite frightening, and it should not have occurred. But yes, now the arrests have been made in this case. Nevertheless, we hope now that following the arrest, what has occurred in this house would now be forgotten, though it's very difficult for them to even forget of what actually occurred. But yes, frightening visuals over here, and we hope that now with the arrest that have been done by the Noida police, we are going to be these family members are going to be at ease. But yes, as we would just wind up by saying that this is the house. This is the house of Somendra Avana. And over here, last night, dramatic, frightening visuals were witnessed with a group of men first firing gunshots, breaking the glasses, entering into the house, beating the women, and then subsequently escaping after the law enforcement officials were called in a hasty manner. So yes, frightening manner, frightening visuals, but we hope that now with the arrest being made, the family members over here, which are in the state of, they are afraid of what has happened, would now be at ease. With you, one journalist, Surinder Saji, this is Piyush Ori reporting for Republic TV.
Getting some big breaking up is coming in right now, viewers. We'll move ahead because security forces have launched a massive anti-terror operation. This is in Pooch district, Jammu and Kashmir, in Mendhar. Security forces have spotted 3 to 4 suspected terrorists. Last night, security forces opened fire on the suspects, prompting searches across a forested area by joint forces. Operation aims to neutralize any potential threats as part of the ongoing efforts to counter terrorism in the region. I want to go across to my colleague joining us right now, Good Simran, joining us live. We have these pictures, deferred pictures for our viewers on what is happening. Anti-terror operations underway. A couple of terrorists' movement has been spotted by security forces. Please take us through what the situation is right now as we speak. Go ahead, Good Simran.
Shivangi, it was based on a specific intelligence input that the Jammu and Kashmir police, along with the security forces, launched an ambush in the area of the Dana Shastar, based on an input that the terrorists are moving in the area. And when the security forces saw the movement of the terrorists, they opened the fire. We're getting to know that at least 24 rounds were fired at the suspected terrorist, after which the terrorist managed to escape, taking the advantage of the dense darkness and the thick foliage of the area, after which the operations have been launched. It's important to mention that roughly 3 to 4 terrorist groups are active in the Poonch district, and there have been multiple terror incidents. Though there was a peace that was prevailing for a while, because during the polls we have seen peaceful polls taking place due to the strengthening security grid that is in place. But once again, the terrorists tried to move out from their places. They were moving towards the dense forested area when the security forces got the intelligence input and the operation was launched. As we speak, the extensive search operations have been launched. The coordinated search operation is underway in the area, and the security forces are trying to neutralize these terrorists at an earliest, because these are the terrorists from Lashkar-e-Toiba that have been active in the area for a longer period of time. They are behind many of the terror attacks, including those terror attacks carried out on Indian Army, Jammu and Kashmir Police, and also on the Indian Air Force in the Dana Shastar area. So time and again, these terrorist groups' movement was being spotted, and yesterday, and a brief exchange of fire, a brief firing on the terrorist was done by the security forces after their movement was spotted, and now the intensified operations are underway in the Mendhar subdivision of the Poonch district. Shivangi.
All right, thank you for getting us those details. Good Samrana, we see that as we speak, security forces are looking for the suspected terrorists who once again are hiding in forested areas. We move ahead, viewers, to some of the other stories we're tracking in our next segment, Bharat in 2 minutes. Let's get started. President Draupadi Murmu recently made a visit to Mauritania, marking it as the first time. During her visit, she and the president there have signed multiple MOUs which symbolize cooperation between India and Mauritania in many fields. This exchange took place at the presidential residence, reflecting a deepening bilateral relation. Visit is part of President Murmu's 3-nation tour in Africa, which aims to strengthen ties with the countries on the continent. The Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge has taken steps to prepare the party for upcoming assembly elections in Jharkhand, scheduled for November 13th and 20th. He appointed 3 senior party leaders, B.K. Hariprasad, Gaurav Gogai and Mohan Makram, as the coordinators for the election campaign. This strategic move aims to ensure effective coordination and strengthen the party's presence in the state as it gears up for the electoral battle. Mumbai Customs intercepted a passenger arriving from Dubai who was found with smuggled goods valued around 39 lakh rupees, included 455 grams of gold dust, which was hidden inside the passenger's body, and mobile phones concealed their luggage. The operation was carried out by the Air Intelligence Unit, which acted on specific intelligence. After further investigation, customs officials apprehended another individual involved in the smuggling attempt, and both were arrested under the Customs Act. As air quality in Delhi continues to worsen, the New Delhi Municipal Corporation is intensifying its efforts to tackle pollution, particularly from construction activities. Recently, the city's air quality index dropped to poor levels, prompting the NDMC to impose fines of 50,000 rupees for non-compliance with dust control measures at construction sites. The NDMC has begun inspecting these sites rigorously, resulting in 30 fines totaling around 15 lakh rupees for various violations of guidelines set by the National Green Tribunal. In Uttarakhand, cops have introduced strict guidelines aimed at improving food safety standards in hotels and roadside eateries. Initiative comes after troubling incidents where individuals were caught on video spitting into food items, prompting CM Pushkar Singh Dhami to take action. The guidelines include complete verification of staff and the installations of CCTV cameras in kitchens to monitor food preparation practices. Telangana Minister K.T. Rama Rao expressed strong criticism of the state government, accusing it of prioritizing the financial support of the Congress party over local issues. He claimed that both Telangana and Karnataka have become ATM states for the Congress, suggesting that the government is focused more on funding political activities than addressing urgent regional concerns. Give us some more breaking updates coming in right now, viewers. Amid spate of hoax bomb threats to airlines, Civil Aviation Ministry is set to address media shortly. National Security Guard will deploy an enhanced number of sky marshals or covert armed commandos on board Indian airliners flying to sensitive routes as part of an enhanced civil aviation security protocol. These sources say that commandos drawn from the Black Cat Commandos 52 Special Action Group have been drafted to be deployed in certain national and international routes as part of their renewed counter-hijack policy. So this is a big update coming in, viewers. Aviation Ministry's brief very soon. Remember, the Government of India has taken cognizance and has asked for a detailed report. The MHA has asked for a detailed report on these recent bomb threats. Many, in fact, approximately 15, up to 15 bomb threats in the past few days has raised concerns, and the issue has reached the Civil Aviation Ministry and the Government of India, the MHA. The briefing on the bomb threats is likely very soon. We'll try to connect to our colleague in just a short while. We'll try to connect to Harsha in just a short while to understand when can we expect that very important briefing. But as of now, what we can tell you that 15 plus bomb threats in the past few days now, including the major airlines have got bomb threats. So we're talking about Indigo, SpiceJet, Akasa Air, Air India. All these flights have got bomb threats. We also know that international flights of Air India, Indigo, they have received bomb threats on Monday. And major carriers, the major airline carriers have received bomb threats on Monday, Tuesday. It was very, very important because we saw that the airlines had to take steps such as offloading passengers. They had to secure the area. We saw a lot of developments in the past few days where flights were diverted. All these threats have come via social media platforms and eventually have so far turned out to be a hoax so far. But we'll wait for that Aviation Ministry briefing soon for more details. We're getting some more breaking updates. Let's go to some more breaking updates coming in. In Bihar, Saran district, 4 people have died after consuming spurious liquor. We're seeing that the SP, Kumar Ashish, confirmed that an SIT has been formed and an FIR lodged against 8 individuals with 3 arrests made so far. Investigation is going to identify further suspects involved in the case. A big update coming in right now on Republic TV. 4 people have died after consuming spurious liquor. And this is the picture that we're showing for you, the pictures which are coming in on the story. This is coming in from Bihar. 4 people have died. SIT has been formed, FIR lodged against 8 individuals, 3 arrests made so far. Investigation is ongoing to identify further suspects involved in the spurious liquor case. Now, remember that this is something which has been plaguing Bihar. We have seen so many cases of people losing their lives after consuming spurious liquor in Bihar. This time we come to know that 4 people have died after consuming spurious liquor. This is from the southern districts of Bihar. Remember that Bihar was declared a dry state in 2016. But these cases keep coming out where multiple incidents of people consuming liquor at illegal shops have led to deaths. We're getting some reactions coming in from the family of the victims who have lost their lives after consuming spurious liquor. Let's play out those reactions.
15 तारीख को पिए थे, कल शाम से। क्या हो रहा है? इनको सुबह में बताया कि रोशनी से दिखाई नहीं दे रहा है, आंख से सीरियस हो गया तो हम लोग लेकर भागे मशरक। जी, मशरक से यहाँ छपरा रेफर किए लोग।
तो मेरे साथ मैं तो घर पे था, एक जन बगल में था, वो लेकर आया था, तो मेरे को दिया, मैं पिया था, तो मेरे साथ।
अभी क्या दिक्कत हो रही है?
अभी मेरे को मैंने आँख से कम दिखाई देता है।
All right, so those are pictures coming in, viewers, of what happened in Bihar. We know that many people have lost their lives. 4 people have lost their lives after being hospitalized. Some of them are undergoing treatment. We see SIT has informed in this case. In fact, a lot of people, recently the Nitish Kumar government has said over 150 people have died in huge tragedies in the state since April 2016. We move ahead right now, viewers, because we're getting some more updates coming in on Republic TV. We shift our focus to another developing story that we're tracking today. And that is the AIUDF chief Badruddin Ajmal has now made a bizarre claim alleging that India's parliament was built on Waqf property. His statement has sparked a widespread reactions with many questioning the basis of his claim. Ajmal's controversial remarks expected to trigger further political debate. And remember, this is coming in, viewers, the backdrop of the huge debate on Waqf properties. We have seen that AIUDF in the past has not shown support for amendments to the Waqf Act. Not a surprising claim being made there by AIUDF chief Badruddin Ajmal, who has once again made this very, very bizarre claim, saying that the parliament was built on Waqf property. This is a very, very bizarre comment coming in at a time when Waqf properties and the Waqf amendment has been making the headlines, a lot of talks on those. We are seeing that Parliament building and surrounding areas, including Vasant Vihar and even airport, have been built on Waqf property. That is exactly what AIUDF chief Badruddin Ajmal has said, stirring a controversy. We're getting some reactions coming in. We're getting some reactions coming in from the BJP. BJP spokesperson Shehzad Poonawala has spoken on this. Let's go ahead and play out that reaction.
अजमल के बाद अबू आजमी समाजवादी पार्टी के बोलते हैं कि पार्लियामेंट जो बनी है वो वक्फ की जमीन पर है, अब सांसद वक्फ को रेंट पे करेंगे। मतलब इनका बस चले तो ये पूरी दुनिया को वक्फ घोषित कर ले, और किया भी है भाई। ताजमहल होटल छोड़ो, एक्चुअल ताजमहल को अपना बता दिया इन्होंने वक्फ में। इन्होंने सूरत में म्युनिसिपल हेडक्वार्टर को बता दिया, गुजरात में हाईकोर्ट को बता दिया, छत्तीसगढ़ में तहसील ऑफिस को, तमिलनाडु में पूरा 1500 साल पुराना गांव बता दिया, और ऐसे अनेकों जगहों पर दावा ठोक दिया। राम जन्मस्थान पर भी, कृष्ण जन्मस्थान पर भी। बताइए, ये कहीं रुकते थमते नहीं है। वक्फ के पास जो असीमित ताकत है उसका उपयोग करते हुए सभी चीजों को वक्फ घोषित कर दो। फैक्ट तो ये है कि जो सेंट्रल विस्टा वाला विषय है उसमें 6 प्रॉपर्टीज आसपास की वो वक्फ की थी, जिस पर कोर्ट ने भी देखा और कोर्ट ने कहा कि उस पर अगर कुछ होगा तब आइएगा। ये कोर्ट में गया हुआ मामला है, पर अब पार्लियामेंट को ही क्लेम कर देंगे, कल आपके और मेरे घर को क्लेम कर देंगे। इसीलिए ये असीमित पावर ना हो, ये इसके ऊपर ही एक प्रकार से इसको संविधानिक करने की प्रक्रिया चल रही है। दूसरी बात, ये वक्फ की प्रॉपर्टीज के नाम पर जो लैंड ग्रैबिंग होती है, ये इससे केवल कुछ चंद मुट्ठी भर मुसलमान ही इससे बेनिफिट करते हैं। आज जो लोग वक्फ संशोधन का विरोध कर रहे हैं, दरअसल वो गरीब, यतीम, अनाथ, बेवा मुसलमानों का विरोध कर रहे हैं ताकि उनको फायदा ना मिले इन प्रॉपर्टीज से। इन्होंने हमेशा से इन प्रॉपर्टीज को अपनी बनाकर बेची है, इससे पैसे कमाए हैं, पर गरीबों को इसका लाभ नहीं मिला। आज ये वही चाहते हैं कि रोके और गरीबों को लाभ ना मिले।
And viewers, after BJP got a huge mandate and performed extremely well, we are seeing that Nayab Saini is all set to return as the Chief Minister of Haryana. Today, it is learned that the Prime Minister will be attending the swearing-in ceremony that will be held in Panchkula. Watch the report for more to understand what we can expect next as preparations are underway.
Named as BJP legislature party leader, Nayab Singh Saini will take oath as the Chief Minister of Haryana today. Saini met the governor yesterday to prove his majority. Today, the government's swearing-in ceremony will take place. The Saffron Party won 48 of the 90 assembly seats in the recently concluded Haryana assembly polls, while the Congress secured 37. All NDA leaders have been invited to the oath-taking ceremony of Haryana Chief Minister. Saini propelled the BJP government in Haryana to a third-term victory.
MLAs ने नायब सिंह सैनी के नाम का समर्थन किया और सर्वसम्मति से उनको मुख्यमंत्री पद के लिए मनोनीत किया गया.
Meanwhile, after swearing-in ceremony of Haryana Chief Minister, Chief Ministers and Deputy Chief Ministers of the BJP will be meeting in Chandigarh around 4 p.m. The meet will also be attended by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Amit Shah and JP Nadda. The issue of national concern will be discussed along with Amrit Mahotsav programs as well.
We're getting you some top updates coming in from the world of business, viewers. The Indian government has announced an increase in the MSP for wheat, raising it by 150 rupees to 2,425 per quintal for the 2025-26 marketing season. This decision comes at a critical time as several states prepare for upcoming elections. In addition to the wheat, the government has also increased MSP for 6 rabi crops by amounts ranging from 130 to 300 per quintal. Securities and Exchange Board of India, known as SEBI, has announced a proposal that could allow associations of persons or AOPs to open demat accounts. This means AOPs could hold certain securities electronically, but they will not be permitted to hold equity shares. To open a demat account, AOPs will need to provide their permanent account number PAN and confirm that they will only hold approved securities. Nokia is currently in discussions with Bharti Airtel regarding multi-billion-dollar contract to supply 5G telecom equipment. This potential deal comes as Airtel works to enhance its network capabilities. Ericsson has already secured a similar contract with Airtel. The Indian market is significant for smartphone manufacturers, and companies like Airtel, Reliance Jio and Vodafone India are investing heavily in upgrading to 5G technology. Amazon has signed 3 agreements focused on developing small modular reactors for nuclear power generation. Initiative is part of the company's strategy to explore new energy sources to meet the rising electricity demands of its data centers. The project is set to take place near a site in Washington state where Amazon plans to fund a feasibility study. Elon Musk expressed gratitude to Indian Telecom Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia for opposing the auction of satellite spectrum. This decision has drawn mixed reactions from industry leaders, including Mukesh Ambani and Sunil Bharati Mittal, who support auctioning to ensure fairness. Musk company Starlink advocates for administrative allocation of satellite spectrum rather than auctions. Recent trade data shows that China once again became India's largest source of imports. From April to September, imports from China exceed $56 billion, reflecting an increase of 11.5% compared to the same period last year, when imports were around $50.48 billion. At the same time, the US has emerged as India's top export destination. Viewers, much more coming up. Now Congress wades in India-Canada diplomatic row, demands clarification from Modi government on charges leveled by Canada. Stay tuned as we continue to be live and breaking.
Director, the taste of success.
Good morning and thank you for tuning in. You're watching Live and Breaking. I'm Suesha Sawant. In this edition, we get you the latest on the India-Canada diplomatic row. Remember, Justin Trudeau himself has made that admission that when they had leveled those allegations against India on the killing of Hardeep Singh Nijjar, they did not have concrete evidence. This move that has massively backfired, and we'll get you that statement. First, a quick check of the headlines we're tracking.
Continue to work behind the scenes to try and get India to cooperate with us. Their asks of us was, well, how much do you know? Give us the evidence you have on this. And at that point, it was primarily intelligence, not hard evidentiary proof.
In a big admission, Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau admits his government had no concrete evidence when it accused India in the Nijjar plot. After Trudeau exposes self, MEA strikes back, says Trudeau solely responsible for damaging India-Canada ties.
The chain that was diplomats collecting information on Canadians, then having that information directed through criminal organizations like the Lawrence Bishnoi gang, to then result in violence against Canadians on the ground.
Trudeau draws Bishnoi gang linked to Nijjar's murder, fails to furnish proof yet again. Now Congress wades in India-Canada diplomatic row, demanding clarification from the Modi government on charges levelled by the Canadian government. Nayab Singh Saini is all set to take oath as the new Chief Minister of Haryana. BJP's top leadership all set to attend the oath-taking ceremony. First up, we get you details of how Canadian MP Chandra Arya has voiced concerns over rising Khalistani violent extremism, calling it a Canadian problem that must be addressed by the Trudeau government and law enforcement. Arya revealed he required RCMP protection at a recent Hindu event due to protests by Khalistani extremists. He emphasized that foreign interference is unacceptable and urged Canada to collaborate with India to combat this growing threat. Arya also called on Hindu Canadians to raise their voices and hold politicians accountable for their safety. Let's listen in to what he said.
Concerns from Hindus across Canada regarding recent developments. As a Hindu Member of Parliament, I too have experienced these concerns firsthand. Last week, I could safely participate in a Hindu event in Edmonton only under the protection of RCMP officers as a group of Khalistani protesters staged a disruptive demonstration against me. In Canada, we have long recognized the serious problems of Khalistani violent extremism. Let me be clear, any actions or involvement by foreign state actors within Canada in any form are unacceptable. As Canadians, we do not wish for Canada to interfere in the domestic affairs of other countries. Likewise, we do not want foreign governments interfering in Canada's domestic matters, including those involving Khalistani extremism. This is a Canadian problem, and it is a duty of all levels of our government and our law enforcement agencies to address it. At Monday's press conference, RCMP Assistant Commissioner Brigade Govin confirmed that the National Task Force is focused on investigating Khalistani violent extremism among other threats. I have heard concerns from Hindus across Canada regarding recent developments. As a Hindu Member of Parliament, I too have experienced these concerns firsthand. Last week, I could safely participate in a Hindu event in Edmonton only under the protection of RCMP officers as a group of Khalistani protesters staged a disruptive demonstration against me. In Canada, we have long recognized the serious problems of Khalistani violent extremism. Let me be clear, any actions or involvement by foreign state actors within Canada in any form are unacceptable. As Canadians, we do not wish for Canada to interfere in the domestic affairs of other countries. Likewise, we do not want foreign governments interfering in Canada's domestic matters, including those involving Khalistani extremism. This is a Canadian problem, and it is a duty of all levels of our government and our law enforcement agencies to address it. At Monday's press conference, RCMP Assistant Commissioner Brigade Govin confirmed that the National Task Force is focused on investigating Khalistani violent extremism among other threats.
And well, in a sharp response following Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau over what he said as far as levelling allegations against India is concerned, he has admitted of how Justin Trudeau had made those allegations against India, but he had no evidence whatsoever. The Ministry of External Affairs has issued a post-midnight statement holding Trudeau responsible for damaging India-Canada ties and putting it at stake. MEA's statement criticizes Trudeau's earlier accusations where he said that India is responsible for Hardeep Singh Nijjar's killing, and Indian diplomats were looked at as individuals of interest. Now, this marks a significant escalation in the ongoing diplomatic tensions. Listen in to that latest statement by Justin Trudeau.
As we approached the end of August and September, the big thing that was happening was India was itself hosting the leader of the summit of the advanced economies of the world, the G20. So it was a big moment for India, welcoming the world, all the leaders of the world to Delhi for a very important summit. And we had the opportunity of making it a very uncomfortable summit for India if we went public with these allegations ahead of time. We chose not to. We chose to continue to work behind the scenes to try and get India to cooperate with us. Their asks of us was, well, how much do you know? Give us the evidence you have on this. And our response was, well, it's within your security agencies. You should be looking into how much they know. You should be engaging. It's, oh, no, tell us what you know. Show us the evidence. And at that point, it was primarily intelligence, not hard evidentiary proof. So we said, well, let's work together and look into your security services and maybe we can get that done. No, we're not doing that.
And well over 20 people who have died in Chhapra in Saran district after consuming spurious liquor. According to SP Kumar Ashish, an SIT has been formed and an FIR has also been lodged against 8 individuals with 3 arrests that have been made so far. This is yet another case of killings that are happening over spurious liquor consumption, and 20 people have been reported dead after consuming spurious liquor in Bihar. This as was a huge issue previously where the Nitish Kumar government had to face a lot of flack, and yet again we are hearing of more deaths due to the consumption of spurious liquor. Prakash Singh with us on the broadcast to take us through the latest details of what is happening this time around. Prakash, more killings due to spurious liquor consumption in Saran district.
Well, it is not only confined to Saran, but also Siwan district, where reportedly 20 deaths have taken place because of the Hush tragedy. And this spurious liquor incidents have been taking place time and again in Bihar over the last couple of years, ever since the prohibition policy was introduced by Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar. Now, this incident has taken place on the border of Saran and Siwan in the Bhagwanpur Panchayat of Siwan and adjoining areas of Matrak in Saran, where reportedly few people have also been admitted in Patna. They are reported to have lost their eyesight also. Some, they are under treatment, and many of them have consumed spurious liquor in a party. And that's what happened in most of the cases. And in and around the Diwali festivities, this kind of incidents takes place because the large consumption of the flow of the migrant laborers from different parts of the country. And that is what we have been witnessing for quite some time in different parts of Bihar. And this area in Saran and Siwan is not new to this kind of incidences that have taken place in the past. Also, in 2016 in Khajurbani, around 35 to 40 people had died. In 2022, also around 25 to 30 people have died in the same area. And this particular area becoming the hotbed of spurious liquor. Meanwhile, investigations have been ordered. The particular police inspectors have been suspended. Actions have been taken against those people. But the question is being raised against Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar for introducing the prohibition policy by various political leaders across the spectrum. And that's what politicians have raised, that there is no prohibition ban in Bihar because of the availability of spurious liquors and different kinds of alcohol in Bihar. And the Bihar government has failed to introduce the prohibition policy. Meanwhile, We are keeping a track of the development in Siwan and Saran district. Back to you.
Oh yes, absolutely, Prakash. And you would remember the last time around when Nitish Kumar had to face a lot of flack for making that statement, hua to hua. This once again reflects the attitude of the Nitish government towards the very basis of this problem, the production of spurious liquor and then its consumption that is leading to such deaths in Bihar, but there is still no respite.
The prohibition policy was introduced in Bihar because of the large-scale atrocities against women. But the Bihar government has failed to check the prohibition, check the consumption of alcohol in Bihar, and political parties across the spectrum have alleged that in the name of home delivery, liquor is being supplied in different parts of the country, different parts of the state. And the Bihar government has failed to check the sale and consumption of liquor, and in the name of home delivery, liquor is being supplied to different parts of Bihar.
All right, Prakash, many thanks for joining us. I'm being told Madhurima will also join us from the newsroom as we stay with these pictures. As Prakash is telling us that close to 40 people who've lost their lives due to the consumption of spurious liquor, and the Nitish government once again facing a lot of flack due to this. I want to come to you, Madhurima. Is it a thick-skinned Nitish government, or are they going to do something about this?
Well, Swesha, what we're learning at the moment is that preliminary action has been taken by the Nitish government, where an FIR has been filed against 8 people and 3 have been arrested so far. But the moot question here is, the bigger question here is that how to curb this menace of spurious liquor that has spread its wing across the length and breadth of Bihar. Now, taking on this matter as well, the opposition has taken this opportunity to slam the Nitish government and allege that there is no proper provision of making sure that there is no distribution of spurious liquor specifically in the state of Bihar, Swesha. So we'll have to wait and watch as to how the Nitish government comes out and react to it. But yes, this entire controversy has snowballed, and the RJD is taking the opportunity to slam the Nitish government and to corner it for its poor policy making as far as this particular case is concerned. What we're learning at the moment is that it's likely that over 40 lives have already been cost because of consuming this spurious liquor. We have to wait and watch. This is yet another big case coming after, remember, the first case, the recent case was registered in the state of Tamil Nadu, where over 75 people had died after consuming spurious liquor, which had raised big question on the state government then as well. And once again, that is happening in the state of Bihar, where serious questions are being raised on the Nitish government, even after that there's a blanket ban on the sale of liquor in the state of Bihar. Many, now that the number that is coming is 40, have lost their life by consuming spurious liquor.
Madhurima, it is the huge tragedy that is once again making headlines from the state of Bihar. We wait and watch if there is any statement coming in from Nitish Kumar next. For the moment, I want to thank both you and Prakash for joining us on the broadcast. We now take a quick check of the other top stories we are tracking very closely. These are stories in brief in Bharat in 2 minutes. President Draupadi Murmu recently made a visit to Mauritania, marking it as the first time. During her visit, she said that the president of the country, Mohamed Ould Ghazouani, had signed multiple MOUs which symbolize cooperation between the two nations in various fields. This exchange took place at the presidential residence, reflecting a deepening of bilateral relations. The visit is part of President Murmu's 3-nation tour in Africa, which aims to strengthen ties with countries on the continent. Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge has taken steps to prepare the party for upcoming assembly elections. Mumbai Customs intercepted a passenger arriving from Dubai who was found with smuggled goods valued at 39 lakh rupees. It included 455 grams of gold dust, which was hidden inside the passenger's body, and mobile phones concealed in their luggage. The operation was carried out by the Air Intelligence Unit, which acted on specific intelligence. After further investigation, customs officials apprehended another individual involved in the smuggling attempt, and both were arrested under the Customs Act. As air quality in Delhi continues to worsen, the New Delhi Municipal Corporation is intensifying its efforts to tackle pollution, particularly from construction activities. Recently, the city's air quality index dropped to poor levels, prompting the NDMC to impose fines of 50,000 rupees for non-compliance with dust control measures at construction sites. The NDMC has begun inspecting these sites rigorously, resulting in 30 fines totaling 15 lakh rupees for various violations of guidelines set by the National Green Tribunal. In Uttarakhand, cops have introduced strict guidelines aimed at improving food safety standards in hotels and roadside eateries. This initiative comes after troubling incidents where individuals were caught on video spitting into food items, prompting Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami to take action. The guidelines include complete verification of staff and the installation of CCTV cameras in kitchens to monitor food preparation practices. Telangana Minister K.T. Rama Rao expressed strong criticism of the state government, accusing it of prioritizing the financial support of the Congress party over local issues. He claimed that both Telangana and Karnataka have become ATM states for the Congress, suggesting that the government is focused more on funding political activities rather than addressing urgent regional concerns. On to other news, as the Bangladesh economy is in doldrums, completely collapsed after the coup against Sheikh Hasina government. Banks have no money to pay depositors. Republic has been able to access video proof that shows bank managers of Social Islamic Bank reduced to tears as depositors abused them and even attacked them. Take a look.
The economy in Bangladesh is in doldrums. After the military coup against Sheikh Hasina government, the banking sector has completely collapsed. Watch this video. The manager of Social Islami Bank is reduced to tears. Depositors abuse him and attack him asking for their money. But the bank clearly has no cash to pay. But this is only one case scenario. Since the past 4 to 5 weeks, most troubled banks in Bangladesh are in similar situation, unable to give back money to depositors. In fact, Sharia banks are the worst hit. Bangladesh economy collapsed after the coup.
And we got across to breaking news coming in. Please challenging constitutional validity of Section 6A of Citizenship Act in the Supreme Court right now, where Supreme Court by 4-1 majority upholds Section 6A of the Citizenship Act 1955, which recognized the Assam Accord. Rhythm Anand Bharadwaj joining us on the broadcast to take us through the details of all that transpired in the court. As we understand that Justice J.B. Pardiwala had dissented. CJI D.Y. Chandrachud, Justices Suryakant, M.M. Sundaresh and Manoj Mishra were in majority. Section 6A of Citizenship Act, introduced in 1985, that extends the benefit of citizenship to illegal migrants from Bangladesh who settled in Assam after entering the country between January 1st, 1966 and March 25, 1971. Which means that the Supreme Court recognizes the Assam Accord. Rhythm is with us on the broadcast. Rhythm, take us through the details of the significance of this verdict and what transpired in the top court.
Tell you, Suesha, that today the Supreme Court upholds the validity of Section 6A. What is Section 6A? all Section 6A says is it's a special provision inserted into the Citizenship Act in 1985. This is based on the Assam Accord. That was an agreement that had been among the Rajiv Gandhi-led central government, the Assam government, and the All Assam Students Union to protect Assamese culture. The judgment is going to answer in great details, which we've not read yet, whether Section 6A grants citizenship arbitrarily. It's obvious if it's been upheld that this answer is an emphatic no. It does not. It's not arbitrary. Whether the section dilutes the rights of the Assamese citizen, my guess is I've not seen the judgment yet, but the top court is now holding that it does not dilute the rights of Assamese citizenship. And the petitioners in this case had argued, which is Senior Advocate Sham Diwan, that this is a special law for Assamese imposing an added burden to the resources. But I think the most important point that needs to be broken right now is the crucial Assam Accord plea was in the top court. The court had very clearly said they're not going into the question of NRC here. They're only going to be discussing the constitutional validity of Section 6A. The Solicitor General who appeared for the central government had made clear arguments through the petitioners' concerns over the burden on resources, job opportunities, and demographic changes. They had said that a state-specific resolution will not help anyone. In an affidavit over the illegal immigrants and ways to protect infiltrators, the BSF is there, and the second, the Assam Border Police Forces keeps a vigil to trace out infiltrators. This was a question on infiltration and the kind of burden that could possibly put on Assam, but the Supreme Court now holds that 6A has to be upheld of the Citizenship Act. The central government had also said that there are several cases of infiltration and foreign pending before 100 foreign tribunals, and they also said that there are two lines of defense before illegal immigrants can enter into Assam. So the Supreme Court that has come out with a judgment today on the constitutionality of Section 6A has upheld it, Suesha.
Absolutely, Rhythm. Many thanks for getting us the latest. We have to send to a short commercial break right now, but we'll come back to you on the other side. Stay tuned.
A new spectrum battle is heating up in India, and this time it's not just about the telecom giants. Billionaires Elon Musk and Mukesh Ambani are locking horns over how satellite broadband spectrum should be allocated. Should it be auctioned or assigned administratively? Let's dive deep into this ongoing debate and understand why it matters. The conflict centers around the allocation of the satellite broadband spectrum, a crucial resource for providing satellite-based internet services across India. Now, Elon Musk, through Starlink, advocates for administrative allocation, following the practices of the International Telecommunication Union, a United Nations agency that designates satellite spectrum as shared resources. Musk argues that auctioning the shared spectrum would be unprecedented and could hinder the rapid development of the satellite broadband. On the other hand, Mukesh Ambani's Reliance Jio argues that an auction is necessary to ensure fair competition, particularly with foreign players entering the market. The Indian government recently decided to allocate satellite spectrum administratively, aligning with the global trends. Telecom Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia confirmed that the administrative approach does not mean spectrum comes without a cost. TRAI, that's your Telecom Regulatory Authority of India, will determine the pricing formula, ensuring transparency. Scindia emphasized that auctioning the spectrum would indeed be a deviation from international norms, as countries worldwide follow administrative allocation for satellite communications. The stakes are high, as
And we continue to tell you to how police challenging the constitutional validity of Section 6A of the Citizenship Act in the Supreme Court, where the Supreme Court delivered a verdict by 4-1 majority upholding Section 6A of the Citizenship Act 1955 that recognizes the Assam Accord. Justice J.B. Pardiwala dissented. However, CJI D.Y. Chandrachud, Justices Surya Kant, M.M. Sundaresh and Manoj Mishra were all in majority. Section 6A of the Citizenship Act, introduced in 1985, that extends benefit of citizenship to illegal migrants from Bangladesh who settled in Assam after entering the country between January 1st, 1966 and March 25, 1971. It was a special provision inserted into the 1955 Citizenship Act on December 7, 1985, based on the Assam Accord, a tripartite agreement among the Rajiv Gandhi-led central government, the Assam government and the All Assam Students Union to preserve and protect the Assam culture, heritage, linguistic and social identity. With that, we submit to a short commercial break. We'll be back on the other side with the very latest. Do stay tuned.
हमारे केंद्र सरकार के जितने भी एम्प्लॉइज हैं उन सबको बधाई। आज कैबिनेट ने डीए और पेंशनर्स के लिए डीएनएस रिलीफ इसको 3% बढ़ाया है और टोटल 9,448 करोड़ एनुअली 9,448 करोड़ एनुअली हमारे सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट के एम्प्लॉइज के पे चेक में ऐड होगा। बहुत बधाई सबको। इसका कैलकुलेशन वगैरह सब स्टैंडर्ड एक फॉर्मूला से होता है, ऑल इंडिया कंज्यूमर प्राइस इंडेक्स फॉर इंडस्ट्रियल वर्कर्स, उसके हिसाब से इसका कैलकुलेशन होता है। तो दिवाली से पहले सभी केंद्र सरकार के सभी कर्मचारियों को हार्दिक अभिनंदन और बधाई, और सभी साथियों को भी आज उपस्थित आप हुए, आप सबको धन्यवाद।
Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Viewers, we'll have a break. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in with this landmark verdict from the Supreme Court. We'll tell you everything about it, but as usual, the headlines we're tracking. Let's get started. Landmark verdict by top court. Supreme Court upholds the constitutional validity of Section 6A of the Citizenship Act 1955.
Chose to continue to work behind the scenes to try and get India to cooperate with us. Their asks of us was, well, how much do you know? Give us the evidence you have on this. And at that point, it was primarily intelligence, not hard evidentiary proof.
A big admission, Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau admits his government had no concrete evidence when it accused India in the Niger plot. However, Trudeau exposes self-MES strikes back, says Trudeau solely responsible for damaging India-Canada ties.
Was diplomats collecting information on Canadians, then having that information directed through criminal organizations like the Lawrence Bishnoi Gang to then result in violence against Canadians on the ground.
Trudeau draws Bishnoi Gang linked to Niger's murder, fails to furnish proof again. Now, Congress wades in India-Canada diplomatic row, demands clarification from Modi government on charges leveled by Canada. Nayab Saini to take oath as Chief Minister of Haryana today. BJP's top leadership to attend oath-taking ceremony. All right, viewers, getting you this top update coming in right now. It's a huge verdict, please challenging constitutional validity of Section 6A of Citizenship Act is in the Supreme Court right now. Supreme Court by 4-1 majority upholds Section 6A of the Citizenship Act 1955. Breaking coming in, which recognized the Assam Accord. Justice J.B. Pardewala dissented. CGI D.Y. Chandrachud. Justices Surya Kant, M.M. Sundaresh and Manoj Mishra in majority. Now, Section 6A of the Citizenship Act introduced in 1985 that extends the benefit of citizenship to illegal migrants from Bangladesh who settled in Assam after entering the country between Jan 1st and March 25th. It was a special provision inserted into their 1955 Citizenship Act on December 7th based on the Assam Accord, a tripartite agreement among the Rajiv Gandhi-led central government, the Assam government and the All Assam Students Union to preserve and protect the Assamese culture, heritage, linguistic and social identity. So, a constitutional bench headed by Chief Justice of India D.Y. Chandrachud in a majority judgment has upheld the constitutionality of the Section 6A of the Citizenship Act 1955. It's a very special provision that was inserted in 1955 Act in furtherance of a memorandum of settlement called the Assam Accord, signed on August 15, 1985. I just want to go across to my colleague joining us. We have Anirudh and we also have Gopi. Anirudh, if you could take our viewers through, why this is important, because under Section 6A, foreigners who entered Assam before Jan 1st, 1966 have been ordinarily resident in the state, would have all the rights and obligations of Indian citizens. If you could take our viewers through, Anirudh, why this is very significant.
Yes, Ivangi, the issue pertaining to the state of Assam as far as the Citizenship Act is concerned, foreigners who have came to India from East Pakistan from 1966 till 25th of January 1975, 25 of March 1971 are entitled to be citizens of India, and it is the Section 6A of the Assam Accord, who is of the Citizenship Act, which entitles them to get citizenship.
I just want to cross. I'll come back to Nirul. We're getting a guest with us live. We have Arnab Goswami, BJP Assam MLA on the phone line. Thank you for joining us here. I just want to ask your first reaction. We see that it's a majority judgment where we see that 6A has been upheld of the Citizenship Act 1955. What is your first reaction on this?
Yes, see, we all respect Assam Accord and we have to respect the judgment of the Supreme Court. The point is, it's not a legal matter anymore. It's a sentiment of the people of Assam that this the problem with these immigrant people, they start encouraging our land, our culture, everything. That is the real issue, actually. But as a citizen of India, we have to respect Supreme Court and we have to respect Assam Accord.
Right. Also, in the backdrop of a lot of debate, do you think this is a positive sign? We have seen so much of debate over citizenship in Assam. How do you really see this?
See, the Assam problem is much bigger than this court issue and all. We have to go through the reality. Now, 1971, this is okay, because there is a constitutional amendment during Assam Accord. Then Supreme Court also upholds the decision. But the real problem in the ground is that these immigrant people who came from Bangladesh prior to 71, now they became a major force. They are encroaching our land. They are almost taking over our economy. That is the main problem for people of Assam. So legality is different and reality is different.
All right. Thank you for joining us there. Arnab Goswami, BJP MLA from Assam. I want to go across back to my colleagues joining, and like Mr. Deka was saying, that there has been so much of talk and debate over rising infiltration as an effect of Section 6A. On this point, of course, this verdict is very significant. Go ahead, Anirudh, and complete what you are saying, because right now, of course, this verdict has come in. We will be debating more on this, but according to you, how will this be looked at from different perspectives?
Yeah, there have been a lot of debate over whether the cutoff year should be 1951, which is the All India cutoff year, or the one that has been applied to specifically for Assam, that is 25th of March 1971. Look, the Supreme Court has made a very critical observation in this regard, as they have went on to say that from 1966 to 1971, 25th of March, a lot of people have come to Assam from East Pakistan, and the figure cannot be compared to the migration that happened post-independence. Post-independence, it was the biggest migration that has taken place from East Pakistan to India from 1966 to 1971, and that is why the issue of Assam is a special case. At the same time, the Supreme Court has also observed that safeguarding the interest of the indigenous people is also of utmost importance, and that is why the other aspects of the Assam Accord is very, very critical. And as the BJP legislator Arnab Goswami was pointing out while speaking to you, Shivangi, that there have been a lot of challenges in regards to encroachment of government land, encroachment of government property, encroachment of hot lands by many people who are in fact the bona fide citizens of India as per the Assam Accord's validity, and that is the reason why there have been a lot of concern in the state, and these concerns are the state government is also trying to address these concerns of the people through implementation of the clause 6 of Assam Accord, which ensures constitutional safeguard to the people of the state, and also safeguard of culture and tradition. But if we come back to the reality, as far as the verdict today is is concerned, as far as the legal aspects are concerned, this judgment by the Supreme Court is a landmark judgment, Shivangi, given the fact that this brings to an end a decade-old debate whether on the cutoff year, whether those who came from 1966 to 1971 should be treated as bona fide citizen or not, or the cutoff year in Assam should be in accordance to the rest of India, that is 1951. Shivangi.
All right, let's go to Gopi as well. Gopi is joining us live. Gopi, just take us through, what was said in court today, just the main points. And we also know that this is going to be very important because Assam will carry out the NRC exercises. This will be a big development, given the fact, like we were speaking about this, that in the past few weeks now, even the CM Himanta Biswa Sarma has spoken about infiltration and population, demography. These are very, very important topics, and this is the backdrop. The verdict has come on the backdrop of these important developments. Go ahead, Gopi.
Well, in fact, Shivangi, if you look at the point of discussions of this particular Section 6A of Citizenship Act, the main points of deflections were, one, the question was raised over why is it there only in Assam. To this, today the Chief Justice of India has in fact responded that it is practical for Assam to have this because while the petitioner was comparing Assam with that of West Bengal, over 40 lakh immigrants had impacted and influenced the cultural identity of Assam, while it was 57 lakh in West Bengal. Now, when you compare the land area of Assam to West Bengal, the Chief Justice of India has rather confirmed the fact that the influence in Assam was larger than that of West Bengal. So this was one of the point of discussion which had happened at the court today. While the other was the decision of deducing the exact date of cutoff. While the questions by the petitioners were raised on why the cutoff date is March 25th, 1971, to this the Supreme Court has responded that the infiltration, in fact the number of people coming to Assam from East Pakistan was much more than what India had witnessed after independence. So this was in fact the point of discussion at the Supreme Court today, which made them decide, which made them conclude that yes, Section 6A is valid for the state of Assam and not for other states. While Justice Surya Kant had also said that, we cannot allow anyone to choose their neighbors and it is against the principle of brotherhood. The principle is to live and let live. Now, this coming in the wake of NRC and the discussions which have been going around, Assam Chief Minister has in fact reiterated this fact. We will just have to wait and watch what is the final conclusion as the hearing is still on at the Supreme Court. Back to you, Shivangi.
All right, let's go straight across to my colleague who's joining us again. Anirudh, take us through, what the implications are, because this grant, 6A grants citizenship to immigrants who entered Assam before Jan 1st, 1966. That means if this has been upheld, that means whoever entered Assam before 1966 is a citizen of India. Are there any exceptions in this case, Anirudh?
Well, Shivangi, not only those who have entered Assam before 1966, but in fact, from 1966 to 25th of March 1971, those who have entered within these 6 years are also entitled to be bona fide citizens of Assam, bona fide citizens of India, and they can apply for citizenship through the Section 6A of the Citizenship Act. And this was the very point particularly which was challenged, and in this regard several arguments were also placed. In fact, Akhom Honmilita Mohahanga, the organization which which filed a petition in the Supreme Court in this regard, Matiur Rahman, he had done several signature campaigns. He had also raised the issue at various platforms. Matiur Rahman and Ahom Handrita Mohanga was of the view that since across India the cutoff year for citizenship for being a bona fide citizen is 1951, and after that those who have come to India, they will have to apply through a normal process here in which certain rules and regulations are to be followed, and a period of 6 years is also required in order to get a citizenship in India. These aspects were highlighted, and the legality of getting instant citizenship through Section 6A of the Assam of the Citizenship Act, which was made part of the Assam Accord, was challenged, and appelling the constitutional validity of the cutoff year of March 25, 1971. The Supreme Court has in fact also upheld the constitutional validity of the Assam Accord, and in fact the state government, the All Assam Student Union and the Centre, who were signatory of the Assam Accord, have given their statement, have on record favored the March 25, 1971 as the cutoff year, and hence the constitutional validity of the Assam Accord has been upheld also by the 5-member judge of the Supreme Court in a majority judgment. Shivangi.
All right. Thank you for joining us there, both Gopi and Anuradha. Very big verdict. Supreme Court upholding the validity of the Section 6A of Citizenship Act, recognizing Assam Accord by 4-1 majority, which essentially means, like we told you, that this is a very big update, the backdrop of the debate on demography and illegal infiltration. All right, we move ahead, viewers, to some of the other stories we're tracking in the next segment, Bharat in 2 minutes. Let's get started. President Draupadi Murmu recently made a visit to Mauritania, marking it as the first time. During her visit, she and Mauritania's President Mohamed Ould Ghazouani signed multiple MOUs which symbolize cooperation between India and Mauritania in various fields. This exchange took place at the presidential residence, reflecting a deepening of bilateral relations. Visit is part of President Murmu's 3-nation tour in Africa, which aims to strengthen ties with countries on the continent. Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge has taken steps to prepare the party for upcoming assembly elections in Jharkhand, scheduled for November 13th and 20th. He appointed 3 senior party leaders, B.K. Hariprasad, Gaurav Gogai and Mohan Markam, as coordinators for the election campaign. This strategic move aims to ensure effective coordination and strengthen the party's presence in the state as it gears up for electoral battle. Mumbai Customs intercepted a passenger arriving from Dubai who was found with smuggled goods valued around 39 lakh rupees. It included 455 grams of gold dust, which was hidden inside the passenger's body, and mobile phone concealed in their luggage. The operation was carried out by Air Intelligence Unit, which acted on specific intelligence. After further investigation, customs officials apprehended another individual involved in the smuggling attempt, and both were arrested under the Customs Act. As air quality in Delhi continues to worsen, the New Delhi Municipal Corporation is intensifying its efforts to tackle pollution, particularly from construction activities. Recently, the city's air quality index dropped to poor levels, prompting the NDMC to impose fines of Rs 50,000 for non-compliance with dust control measures. At construction sites, the NDMC has begun inspecting these sites rigorously, resulting in 30 fines totaling 15 lakh rupees for various violations of guidelines set by the National Green Tribunal. In Uttarakhand, cops have introduced strict guidelines aimed at improving food safety standards in hotels and roadside eateries. This initiative comes after troubling incidents where individuals were caught on video spitting into food items, prompting Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami to take action. The guidelines include complete verification of staff and the installation of CCTV cameras in kitchens to monitor food preparation practices. Telangana Minister K.T. Rama Rao expressed strong criticism of the state government, accusing it of prioritizing the financial support of the Congress party over local issues. He claimed that both Telangana and Karnataka have become ATM states for the Congress, suggesting that the government is focused more on funding political activities than addressing urgent regional concerns. All right, viewers, getting some more updates coming in. Remember that already there are a lot of bomb threats which have been issued to a lot of Indian airlines and more than 15 to 20 bomb threats. Now we're coming to know there's a fresh update. 7 Air India flights received bomb threats early morning, 17th October. And these 4 were on ground flights and 3 were in air. Bombay-Pune 9:30 a.m. flight was one of them. There's a big update coming in right now. 7 Air India flights received bomb threats. These are the top updates on Republic TV. Now, remember, the hoax bomb threats have been making the news for a while now, which has led to flights being diverted. We have seen FIR being launched in hoax bomb threats on several flights. We have seen heavy security measures. I want to go across to my colleague joining us. Suesha is joining us right now. Suesha, we are seeing multiple bomb threats in the past 3 days. In fact, around 15 to 20 bomb threats have been reported. I think this is a new incident coming in. Go ahead, Suesha, tell us. 7 Air India flights have received bomb threats this morning itself, it looks like.
Oh yes, absolutely, Shivangi. First up, I'll give you the latest updates that have just come in this minute. A bomb hoax regarding 7 Air India flights, 4 on the ground and 3 in the air, has been reported. In fact, Air India has also released a statement all the same where they've said that we will be posting IROPS at 1:15 hours. IOCCDM has been advised not to initiate any action or messages to crew or external or internal stakeholders. In fact, the airline that decided that they will not make an emergency landing, only in-flight checks will be done. Now, given the rise of such hoax bomb threats that are being reported and the inconvenience that is massively being caused to passengers, the ground staff, to how they are rescheduling flights and how this causes so much chaos. Remember, this is not just happening on domestic flights, but even international flights, for the very reason that the Union Civil Aviation Minister has also said that he is monitoring the situation very, very closely, and which is why I'd also tell you that in the very latest, of course, Air India is certainly on the radar. Now, it is not just Air India, it is also SpiceJet and other airline carriers who've been affected by such hoax bomb threats. Yesterday, Republic had also broken down details of how dark web monitoring has indicated that a China-Pakistan link that they are issuing such threats on social media. Now remember, experts are looking into every detail and trying to get to the bottom of it. But so far, we also understand the change in approach that the airline has taken, where they've said that only in-flight checking will be done, but they will not exactly make an emergency landing.
Okay, we're taking a short break.
Shivangi, we have to slip into a very short commercial break right now, but we'll be back on the other side with the very latest on this story.
Argentina football legend Lionel Messi is aging like fine wine. On Tuesday night, in a 2026 FIFA World Cup South American qualifier match against Bolivia, Messi scored a record 10th international hat-trick and had a hand in 2 more assists as the defending world champions posted a commanding 6-0 win. With this hat-trick, Messi equaled the massive record of arch-rival Cristiano Ronaldo for the most number of international hat-tricks. Both Ronaldo and Messi now lead the way with 10 hat-tricks, with Iran's Ali Daei right behind them with 9 hat-tricks. Argentina dominated the World Cup qualifying game against Bolivia, and Messi was extraordinary with goals in the 19th, 84th and 86th minutes. Lautaro Martinez, Julian Alvarez and Thiago Almada also found the back of the net. With 14 shots, 10 on target and an amazing 73% possession, Argentina proved their might. Argentina confirmed their top place in the FIFA rankings with this outstanding victory, thereby displaying their will to qualify for the World Cup. The game was played in the Estadio Mas Monumental, therefore adding to Argentina's exceptional home form. Messi also made 2 assists during the game, aside from this being his first hat-trick for the national team in 2024. This turned out to be one of Messi's best performances since the Copa America 2024, where he failed to make a major impact individually despite his team winning the trophy. Messi chose to help Lautaro Martinez with a simple tap-in after Atletico Madrid star striker Julian Alvarez threw him a brilliantly placed ball with the score still at 1-0. Shortly thereafter, Argentina got a free kick which Messi masterminded to set Julian Alvarez to extend the advantage to 3-0 shortly before halftime, and the fireworks did not stop there. This was, in many ways, the perfect return for Lionel Messi in the national team colours. He last played for his country when they won the Copa America 2024, but had limped off injured before the victory was confirmed. Given Messi has previously said that he has played his last World Cup game for the country when they lifted the trophy in 2022, every match which he
Getting at this picture coming in right now, this is a raw video of Prime Minister Modi honouring Buddhist monks during the celebration of International Abhidhamma Divas at Vigyan Bhavan, New Delhi. The event also marked the official recognition of Pali as a classical language, a significant step in preserving and promoting the ancient Buddhist tradition. Addressing the gathering, PM Modi highlighted the cultural and spiritual significance of Buddhism and India's deep connection to the faith. The monks were felicitated for their contributions to the Buddhist community and spiritual teachings.
And ceremony in the Dashera ground, CM Nayab Singh Saini would be taking oath, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi and other senior BJP leaders would be present. Republic TV would be tracking each and every detail from ground zero. Keep watching Republic TV. We'll flip into a very short break.
Director, the taste of success.
Here, when you see your favorite team walking by, you can encourage all the participants. They've come a long way to make this a successful event. Many of them flew in a couple of days ago. They've had a day in India. So keep the spirit high, encourage them, and we will be seeing them in action in a few minutes. Rider walking up on the far side. The entrance to the arena will be on the left-hand side from the grandstand. They will finish the course. It's difficult for them to get familiar with the horses, but when they've taken a little rest, they've thought about their practice rounds, definitely improved.
We have the next competitor representing Pakistan. His name is Mohammad Khan Niazi in his stride, Coco Khanna.
Interesting thing about this horse is in the related distances, because he's got such a big stride. In fact, it gets it wrong at times, and it's then quite often in the combinations where it's one stride, and you can see because of the size of his stride, he really struggles to do that, but he gets through beautifully. But that is extremely really easy to say and very difficult to do. So every course is different. Even if it's a 115 jump and you don't get your line in properly, you don't get the right takeoff point, you can be in trouble. Bit unlucky.
A very good morning, viewers. You're watching Republic TV and I'm Rakhta Mishra with you. Let's get started with all the top stories making headlines this hour. A landmark verdict by the top court. Supreme Court upholds the constitutional validity of the Section 6A of the Citizenship Act 1955.
Chose to continue to work behind the scenes to try and get India to cooperate with us. Their asks of us was, well, how much do you know? Give us the evidence you have on this. And at that point, it was primarily intelligence, not hard evidentiary proof.
In a big admission, Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau admits his government had no concrete evidence when it accused India in the Niger plot. After Trudeau exposes self, MEA strikes back, says Trudeau solely responsible for damaging India-Canada ties.
Disrupting the chain that was diplomats collecting information on Canadians, then having that information directed through criminal organizations like the Lawrence Bishnoi gang, to then result in violence against Canadians on the ground.
Trudeau draws Bishnoi gang link to Niger's murder, fails to furnish proof again. Now Congress wades in India-Canada diplomatic row, demands clarification from Modi government on charges leveled by Canada. And Nayab Singh Saini to take oath as the Chief Minister of Haryana today. BJP's top leadership to attend the oath-taking ceremony. Start with the top focus, viewers. 7 Air India AIXL flights received bomb threats early morning, 17th of October. And in these, 4 were on ground flights and 3 were in the air. And Bombay-Pune 9:30 a.m. flight was one of them, viewers. And now there is a thorough investigation that is taking place. 7 Air India flights have now received bomb threats, viewers. This is the latest coming in as we have been tracking this big story. Remember, yesterday we had the Ministry of Home Affairs also holding a high-level meeting. Delhi police also roped in, registering 6 complaints. Now, 7 Air India flights have received bomb threats. This is the big update we have right now. We are talking about today, viewers, here. 7 Air India flights receiving bomb threats. Air India has been particularly the target of these hoax calls, these hoax bomb threats. And my colleague Suesha is joining us live on the broadcast from the newsroom. Suesha, a very good morning. 15 bomb threats in 3 days at least, and now this is the latest we have. In fact, I'm told that Harsha is also joining us from the national capital. Harsha, once again we are witnessing the bomb threats. Again, this is Air India, 7 this time, 7 flights that have received bomb threats. What are you picking up?
Rakshita, the bigger update, the bigger breaking here, which I need to share with all our viewers in Republic, is that the bomb scare in the 7 Air India Express airline, 4 on ground and 3 mid-air, was not shared anywhere. In fact, the airline internal operations decided not to share this with crew or any external stakeholders, or the IOCC, the control center, too, was advised not to initiate any such message of bomb scare. Can you believe that the 3 flights which were mid-air, they were not not done any emergency landing. Emergency landing of none of the Air India Express flight happened. It reached its destination and it was told that the irregular operations will be posted at 150 hours. That means the airline certainly has kept its commercial interest above the safety of the passenger, and now there will be no bomb threat assessment committee protocol as well, which is very important to be adhered to whenever there's a bomb scare situation. Now we are at a place where there's a more stress and more stress should be more stress we should make on what airline are doing. Now airline have already got that these are the hoax calls, so there is no need for emergency landing. So there will be no protocol which will be followed. There will be no investigation. There will be no in-flight checks. There will be no emergency landing. Now this is more playing with the safety and security of the passengers who are mid-air, who are in flight, or who are going to take that flight, particularly which were on ground, got the bomb scare. So this is the biggest update which only Republic has,
Harsha.
and we are sharing with our viewers.
In fact, my colleague Madhurima and Suesha also joining us from the newsroom. Suesha, we were talking about this yesterday. You were telling us about the routes that have been taken, and now the steps were taken yesterday, talking about the air marshals being deployed. There was a high-level meeting, and now we see that Air India has now taken a call that there will be no emergency landing. What more can you tell us about how these threats are being countered by the airlines?
Rakshita, the unfortunate part about this entire situation is the fact that so far all these have been hoax bomb threats, and the kind of inconvenience it has caused to passengers, to the ground staff, to the airline carriers, and by and large just the way in which the situation is, it is getting very difficult to actually handle it. In fact, those who are targeting the airline carriers, and by and large we've understood so far of the investigation that is underway, where they've actually come across a dark web monitoring link that traces back to Pakistan and China. So certainly the perpetrators who are doing this to hit out at the economic interests of India are using social media as a platform to put out such hoax bomb threats. But the fact also remains that the safety of the passengers is paramount for any airline, and of course for the Civil Aviation Ministry that is watching every development very closely. Now we've also seen several flights that made an emergency landing. In fact, yesterday we also saw that the Delhi-Bengaluru flight had to be diverted back to Delhi after it had already reached Madhya Pradesh. Now, of course, in the days to come, as more and more focus is on the investigation, is to get to the root of where this is happening and how this can be stopped. The other decision that, of course, Air India, like we just heard from Harsha, which has said that we are not going to make an emergency landing, we are not going to divert the flight anymore, we are going to hold a thorough check of the flight itself, and if that very factor is ruled out, that it's a hoax bomb threat, then we'll go ahead and carry the flight forward. Of course, risks certainly attached to it, because you know what, if it is a situation where it is an actual threat and nothing is done about it. But so far we understand, like you said, that the MHA also put out details of air marshals being deployed, and that too in double the quantity of what it actually is, for the reason that they are looking after the safety of passengers. The Civil Aviation Ministry, of course, has said that they're watching every development very, very closely, and they've been holding meetings with the DGCA as well on this. So far, even as they are drawing a stronger roadmap to how to deal with this problem, here we see 7 flights this morning again, which received such a threat.
Right, Suesh. In fact, Madhurima is also joining us from the newsroom, and Harsha also continues to be with us from New Delhi. Harsha, yesterday we saw how the Delhi police, in fact, has registered 6 complaints, and there was another angle that has come up in this entire scenario is the use of dark web, the use of VPNs, making it very difficult to understand where are these threats originating from. There is a full on investigation that is underway right now. Tell us more about what have the agencies picked up until now as far as these hoax threats are concerned.
So, Rakshita, as far as we know, the individuals who have been detained from several places in matter of this bomb scare messages, the VPN have been tracked and the VPN have been located with Norway, Singapore, London, and other places, and Singapore and other places like this. And it is very clear cut that there is involvement of dark web and this is cyber warfare which is clearly involved in this entire matter. In fact, the police official who detained the minor individual from Rajnandagaon, his VPN was connected with 3 other VPNs as well. The VPNs were linked to London, Pakistan and China. There's a dark web involvement. So there's a deeper conspiracy and sabotaging angle to the Indian aviation sector. And that is what the counter-terror division and the law enforcement agencies of our country are right now tracking. And that is the reason why MHA held discussions with the law enforcement agency and the top level officials from DGCA and BCAS to ensure that the investigation is in right direction and how these thorough checks can be increased and how these IDs from VPN generated who are diverted from some other origin, whose origin is from other country, how they can be sooner tracked and how the social media platform can be contacted, that if any such message is being posted then it should be blocked immediately. All these issues and part of investigation which is being worked on right now. You're watching Republic TV, more exclusive and breakings across the country from Haryana to Delhi on civil aviation, and Nayab Singh taking oath as Haryana Chief Minister only on Republic. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after a short break.
Here, when you see your favorite team walking by, you can encourage all the participants. They've come a long way to make this a successful event. Many of them flew in a couple of days ago. They've had a day in India. So keep the spirits high, encourage them, and we will be seeing them in action in a few minutes. Rider walking up on the far side. The entrance to the arena will be on the left-hand side from the grandstand. They will finish the course. It's difficult for them to get familiar with the horses, but when they've taken a little rest, they've thought about their practice rounds, definitely improved.
We have the next competitor representing Pakistan. His name is Mohammad Khan Niazi, English stride, Coco Cannon.
And the interesting thing about this horse is in the related distances, because he's got such a big stride. Kind of gets it wrong at times, and it's then quite often even in combinations where it's one stride, and you can see because of the size of his stride, he really struggles to do that, but he gets through beautifully. But that is extremely easy to say and very difficult to do. So every course is different. Even if it's a 115 jump and you don't get your line in properly, you don't get the right takeoff point, you can be in trouble. Bit unlucky, takes down that fence. You have 4 penalties to dropping number 8. Very close to the combination, he puts a stride and a half. Excellent time. That was one of the nicest rounds to watch today. Mr. Yazdan Mollafzal representing Iran. Please join in. We have the course designer joining you. Just one moment, please. The man who set up.
And now, viewers, we shift our focus to unfortunate news coming in from Bihar. Over 20 people have lost their lives after consuming spurious liquor in Bihar's Chapra. And this is another case of huge tragedy that has come in from the state of Bihar. Now, according to the SP, Kumar Ashish, an SIT has been formed and an FIR has been lodged against 8 individuals with 3 arrests already made. It's a big update we have from Bihar, viewers, you can see. In fact, my colleague Prakash is joining us on the broadcast from Patna. Prakash, it's not the first time we are seeing the huge tragedy. We've seen what happened in 2022. We've seen last year, and such cases keep coming up in Bihar. And now, again, we see 20 people have lost their lives in this huge tragedy.
Well, as this incident took place yesterday, now the toll has risen up to 20 so far, according to the official figures on the bordering areas of Saran and Siwan district. And there is a panchayat called Bhagwanpur Tola and Musahari Tola where these incidences have taken place. Many people have been brought to Patna Medical College Hospital for treatment after they were complaining of a weak eyesight after the consumption of spurious liquor. Remember, this kind of incidences take place mainly during the Diwali festival, in and around the Diwali festival over the past 5-6 years, ever since the prohibition policy has been initiated by Nitish Kumar, and Saran and Siwan becoming the hotbed of this particular incidence of huge tragedy. Now, what we get to know from the local administration there in Siwan and Saran, that few arrests have been made, SIT have been constituted, and many police officials have been suspended. I was speaking to the Excise Minister of Bihar, Ratnesh Sada. He says that action has been taken, and I tried to confront him also, asking him that the entire prohibition policy of Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar has failed in Bihar, because the opposition do allege that there is a case of home delivery in Bihar, and all kinds of liquor, whether it be country-made liquor or higher brand liquors, are available in Bihar. He said that we have been taking action, but as a matter of fact, despite prohibition policy in Bihar, the entire prohibition has failed in Bihar, and time and again questions have been raised against Nitish Kumar, and this particular incidents also raising questions against the local administration, the police administration, and time and again the opposition also raised that with the connivance of the local administration, this kind of racket is going on, and due to the consumption of the spurious liquor, many people die time and again, and during this time of the year itself, because maybe there is a quantum jump in the sale and purchase of spurious liquor during this time around the festivities of surrounding Diwali. So action is being taken, but it has raised several questions against the implementation and execution of prohibition policy in Bihar by Chief Minister Nitish Kumar.
And what action is taken, of course, that is something that is a big question, as you were mentioning about this history and this entire pattern, Prakash, that you're talking about around the festive season. Every time in September to October, we see such cases coming up in Bihar, and especially the rise since 2016, ever since the liquor ban was implemented. What have been the challenges, and why has there been hardly any convictions in such cases?
The people have been jailed for sure, but remember, this is a one-off case in the entire state of Bihar, and this case is in Bihar, where the surrounding states of maybe Jharkhand, UP, Nepal, Chhattisgarh, they have not yet introduced the prohibition policy. So the liquors are being frisked from that particular area, and it is very easy because it's a porous border. You cannot control, and you do not have the machinery also to implement it. And remember, this model has failed in worldwide as well, in US as well. But Nitish Kumar is hell-bent on introducing it, and that is what the questions have been raised by various political parties regarding the implementation, because time and again again because it's easy money. Many people are coming into it. Young boys and girls are being lured for easy money. So these kind of questions are being raised, that even the alliance partners in Jitan Ram Manjhi has raised several times that we should rethink about the implementation of prohibition policy in Bihar, because in the surrounding states, if they are, they have not stopped liquor sale and purchase, then it is very easy to frisk liquor into the state of Bihar.
Absolutely.
So that is the question, and you have to find a model and ways to check the implementation
Absolutely,
of prohibition
course,
policy in Bihar.
Certainly, of course, big action needs to be taken. Thank you so much, Prakash, for joining us with those updates coming in from Bihar. 20 people have been killed in this huge tragedy. Viewers, we will be continuing with more inputs from ground zero as spurious liquor once again becoming a menace and becoming deadly for the people of Bihar. Stay tuned to Republic TV. Welcome back, viewers. Now, after news from the world of politics, let's get you the latest from the world of sports. Incessant rains in Bengaluru have washed out the opening day of the first test in the Chinnaswamy Stadium on Wednesday. Due to rain, even the toss for the match could not take place. Former India left-hander Hemang Badani is emerging as a frontrunner in the race to become the chief coach of Delhi Capitals, while pacer Munaf Patel's name is doing the rounds for a role in the support staff of the franchisee. The All India Tennis Association on Wednesday announced that it has lined up 13 international tournaments at home, including 4 ATP challenges and a WTA 125 event in the first quarter of the 2025 season, offering a combined prize purse of nearly 10 crore rupees and 1,100 ranking points. Teresa Jolly and Gopi Chand women's doubles and B. Sumit Reddy and Siki Reddy suffered 3 game defeats in their opening closets. Joe Root's extraordinary knock-off 262 during England's crushing victory over Pakistan in the first test in Multan has propelled him to a personal best of 932 rating points.
In the grand ceremony in the Dishera ground, CM Nayab Singh Saini would be taking oath, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi and other senior BJP leaders would be present. Republic TV would be tracking each and every detail from ground zero. Keep watching Republic TV. We'll flip into a very short break.
A new spectrum battle is heating up in India, and this time it's not just about the telecom giants. Billionaires Elon Musk and Mukesh Ambani are locking horns over how satellite broadband spectrum should be allocated. Should it be auctioned or assigned administratively? Let's dive deep into this ongoing debate and understand why it matters. The conflict centers around the allocation of the satellite broadband spectrum, a crucial resource for providing satellite-based internet services across India. Now, Elon Musk, through Starlink, advocates for administrative allocation, following the practices of the International Telecommunication Union, a United Nations agency that designates satellite spectrum as shared resources. Musk argues that auctioning the shared spectrum would be unprecedented and could hinder the rapid development of the satellite broadband. On the other hand, Mukesh Ambani's Reliance Jio argues that an auction is necessary to ensure fair competition, particularly with foreign players entering the market. The Indian government recently decided to allocate satellite spectrum administratively, aligning with the global trends. Telecom Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia confirmed that the administrative approach does not mean spectrum comes without a cost. TRAI, that's your Telecom Regulatory Authority of India, will determine the pricing formula, ensuring transparency. Scindia emphasized that auctioning the spectrum would indeed be a deviation from international norms, as countries worldwide follow administrative allocation for satellite communications. The stakes are high, as India's satellite broadband market is poised for explosive growth. Deloitte estimates that the sector will grow by 36% annually, reaching $1.9 billion by 2030. This makes the decision on how to allocate spectrum even more critical. For a country like India with vast remote...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Amid spate of bomb threats, 7 other Air India flights received bomb threats. Landmark verdict by top court, SC upholds the constitutional validity of Section 6A of the Citizenship Act 1955.
Chose to continue to work behind the scenes to try and get India to cooperate with us. Their asks of us was, well, how much do you know? Give us the evidence you have on this. And at that point, it was primarily intelligence, not hard evidentiary proof.
In a big admission, Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau admits his government had no concrete evidence when it accused India in the Niger murder plot. After Trudeau exposes self, MEA strikes back, says Trudeau solely responsible for damaging India-Canada ties. Now, Congress wades in India-Canada diplomatic row, demands clarification from Modi government on charges levelled by Canada. Nayab Saini to take oath as Chief Minister of Haryana today. BJP's top leadership to attend the oath-taking ceremony. A very good afternoon. It's 12 p.m. We start this edition with one of the big stories that we are tracking. A top court by a 4-1 majority has upheld Section 6A of the Citizenship Act 1955, which recognizes the Assam Accord. Justice Paridiwala dissented, while CJI Chandrachud, Justices Suryakant, MM Sundresh and Manoj Mishra in majority. Section 6A of Citizenship Act that was introduced in 1985 that extends the benefit of citizenship to illegal migrants from Bangladesh who settled in Assam after entering the country between 1st of January 1966 and March 25th, 1971. It was a special provision that was inserted in the 1955 Citizenship Act in 1985, precisely on 7th of December, based on the Assam Accord, which is a tripartite agreement among the Rajiv Gandhi-led central government, the Assam government, and the All Assam Students Union to preserve and protect the Assamese culture. So, the top court having upheld Section 6A of the Citizenship Act. Let's go across to Aniruddha and Gopi joining us live on the broadcast. First up, let's go across to Gopi. She's joining us live from the national capital. Gopi, once again, if you can break down what the verdict means. Given that SC has categorically in its verdict made it clear that Bangladeshi immigrants in Assam between 1966 to 1971 can register as Indian citizens.
Actually, they have said that Section 6A is valid on the broad constitutional parameters, but the most important thing that perhaps must not be lost sight of is that henceforth it is the Supreme Court who is going to monitor the further steps that needs to be taken in the context of Assam and its immigration problem. So that's the Supreme Court having retained the case to that extent is a very welcome step. We expect proactive steps now to be taken on the ground in terms of the spirit of the Assam Accord and the various assurances given to the people of Assam. And this is not a problem now limited to Assam, it's a problem that is pan-India, as we see day in and day out. So now with the monitoring of the Supreme Court, we expect far more effective steps to be taken in this.
Well, in fact, Samiksha, this was the main petitioner of Assam Accord case. Now, when you talk about what has happened at the court today, there were various grounds of discussions. One was based on why is Section 6A limited only to the state of Assam and not other states. specifically West Bengal. To this, the Chief Justice of India had responded that the land area of Assam is less than the land area of West Bengal. And when you talk about the impact made by 40 lakh people in Assam is actually more than that of the impact of 57 lakh people of West Bengal. So this was a practical decision, in fact, that this should only be limited to the state of Assam, while there were also discussions on the exact cutoff and deadline of this particular immigrants when they were coming, when exactly they were going to come. So the date which was deduced to 25th March 1971 was also exact as what the findings have shown, that the migration, illegal immigrants had come more from East Pakistan than what had happened during the time of independence. So these are the kind of discussions that had happened at the Supreme Court today, while in fact the case ended on a larger note where they had said that the bench member J.B. Pardiwala in his decision has in fact at the end declared Section 6A of the Citizenship Act as unconstitutional. Back to you, Samiksha.
Stay with us, Gopi. Let's also go across to Aniruddha. He's joining us live. Aniruddha, once again, if you can break it down for us, what does it mean for the Bangladeshi immigrants entering Assam, given that the SC has rather upheld Section 6A of the Citizenship Act?
Yes, as far as the Bangladeshi immigrants who came prior to 1966 or those who came from 1966 till 25th of March 1971, this is a landmark judgment. This will end a lot of dilemma and mental harassment that they had been facing, particularly in terms of being referred to as illegal immigrants or often being seen with a suspicion. And this verdict of the Supreme Court today brings this to an end. In fact, this is what the All Assam or the AIUDF, the political party, had also opined. But if we look at the larger context as far as the Assam Accord and the Section 6A of the Citizenship Act is concerned, then the verdict today has not only emboldened the Assam Accord but has also given a constitutional validity to the Accord as well as Section 6A of the Citizenship Act. The Supreme Court has clearly observed that when the Assam Accord was a political solution to the problem of Assam, the Section 6A was a legislative solution, and the Parliament had full legislative competency to pass it. Samiksha.
All right, Aniruddha, thank you for the moment. Let's now shift focus to more news break coming in. In fact, this is coming in from Badgam, JNK, where a truck carrying CRPF personnel met with an accident. This is in Kaigam area of Badgam in central Kashmir that resulted in injuries to 12 CRPF personnel. The injured individuals were promptly shifted to a nearby hospital for treatment and are now reported to be in a stable condition. Authorities are investigating the cause of the accident as personnel recover from these injuries. So a truck that was carrying 12 CRPF personnel met with an accident. Let's go across to Zeenat. She's joining us live from Srinagar. Zeenat, give us more details. What is the condition of the 12 CRPF Jawan who sustained injuries in this road accident?
See, the Jawans that were traveling in this Kaigam road, which is the part of the central Kashmir's Badgam, there were the 12 soldiers and the truck skid off, and in which they have received some bruises. And for the medical treatment, they have been shifted to the nearby facility. Although all the soldiers are stable, and in fact, the first aid was also given to these soldiers who come from the CRPF battalion. The first aid was given by the locals of the Badgam. That also tells you the synergy between the soldiers and the locals in the central Kashmir where this incident had taken place. Although the spot where this incident had taken place has been cleared, and also the soldiers who received the injuries are stable and they are moving to their camp. That is what we are picking from the soldiers and from the security forces who were part of this very operation in the central Kashmir's Badgam.
All right, Zeenat, thank you for the moment. So, tragedy that was averted. However, the Jawans did sustain injuries. Let's shift focus to a quick roundup of other stories that we are tracking. President Draupadi Murmu recently made a visit to Mauritania, marking it as a first time. During a visit, the president, along with her counterparts, signed multiple MOUs which symbolize cooperation between the two countries. This exchange took place at the presidential residence that reflects a deepening bilateral relation. The visit is part of President Draupadi Murmu's three-nation tour to Africa, which aims to strengthen ties with countries in the continent. Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge has taken steps to prepare the party for upcoming assembly elections in Jharkhand, scheduled for 13th and 20th of November. He has appointed three party leaders, B.K. Hariprasad, Gaurav Gogoi and Mohan Markam, as coordinators for the election campaign. Mumbai Customs intercepted a passenger who arrived from Dubai who was found with smuggled goods valued around 39 lakhs. It included 455 grams of gold dust, which was hidden inside the passenger's body, and mobile phones concealed in the luggage. The operation was carried out by Air Intel Unit, which acted on specific intelligence. After further investigation, custom officials apprehended another individual involved in the smuggling attempt, and both were later arrested under the Customs Act. As air quality in the national capital continues to deteriorate, the New Delhi Municipal Corporation has intensified its efforts to tackle pollution menace, particularly from construction activities. Recently, the city's air quality index dropped to poor levels that prompted the NDMC to impose fines of 50,000 rupees for non-compliance with dust control measures at construction sites. In Uttarakhand, cops have introduced strict guidelines aimed at improving food safety standards in hotels and roadside eateries. This initiative comes after troubling incidents where individuals were caught on video spitting into food items, prompting Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami to initiate action. The guidelines include complete verification of staff and the installation of CCTV cameras in kitchens to monitor food preparation practices. Telangana Minister K.T. Ramarao BRS leader KTR has expressed strong criticism of the state government, accusing it of prioritizing the financial support of Congress party over local issues. So, Telangana BRS leader KTR having expressed strong criticism of the state government in funding cases. And while at least 40 people have lost their lives after consuming spurious liquor in Bihar's Siwan district, Republic confronted the excise minister Ratnesh Sada on the crackdown on illegal liquor mafia, which has been active in the state of Bihar. Listen into that confrontational sequence.
शराबबंदी तो है और सारे नेता जो हैं बिहार के, इवन मांझी जी भी आरोप लगाते हैं कि होम डिलीवरी तो चल रहा है, तो आप लोग तो शराबबंदी लागू करने में फेल हो गए। सदा जी
पहले सुनिए मेरी बात को। 302 का मुदाले होने में या तो मौत की सजा होती है या नहीं तो उम्र कैद की सजा, तो फिर भी लोग घटना करता है ना। इसी को आप मानते हैं कि नहीं मानते? चोरी छुपे जो करते हैं उस पर कार्रवाई हो रही है, सख्ती से कार्रवाई हो रही है।
लेकिन आपको नहीं लगता कि पुलिस भी मिली हुई है इस पूरे प्रकरण में?
अगर पुलिस, पहले सुनिए, आप तो जहां सूर्य न जाते आप वहां तक जाते हैं। अगर जो पुलिस लिप्त है तो उसका सूची दीजिए, उस पर कार्रवाई।
आपको नहीं लगता कि पुलिस लिप्त है सर?
आप जहां तक जाते हैं, जहां तक सूर्य की किरण नहीं जाते हैं,
नहीं, आपको लगता है कि बिना प्रशासनिक मिली भगत से ये सब चीजें बार बार नहीं होगी?
जब तक हमको आंकड़ा नहीं मिलेगा तो हम कैसे बताएंगे पुलिस इसमें लिप्त?
आप मंत्री हैं, आपको तो आंकड़ा तुरंत आना चाहिए। हम बता रहे हैं आंकड़ा, आप
साक्ष्य दीजिए, हम उस पदाधिकारी।
आंकड़ा मैं बता रहा हूँ, सिविल सर्जन ने कहा है कि 20, अभी तक 20। लेकिन
दूसरी बात बता रहे हैं ना, आप हमको आंकड़ा दीजिए, कौन पदाधिकारी?
आपको लगता है कि पुलिस की मिली भगत, प्रशासन की मिली भगत के बिना ये पॉसिबल नहीं है?
सुनिए, जहाँ तक गोपालगंज की बात है, कल परसों गांजा पकड़ाया, थोड़ा सा पुलिस थाना प्रभारी उसमें पकड़ाया, उसको सस्पेंड नहीं, बर्खास्त किया गया है।
ये प्रशांत किशोर तो कहते हैं कि शराबबंदी वो 10 मिनट में खत्म कर देंगे।
अरे प्रशांत किशोर दलित विरोधी, SC ST विरोधी, अति पिछड़ा विरोधी, अल्पसंख्यक विरोधी है, पूरे बिहार के सभी वर्ग वर्ग के नौजवान का विरोधी है। वो इस काल के गाल में धकेलना, कभी, पहले सुनिए मेरी बात को, कभी शिक्षा पर जो बोलने का औकात है उसको? कभी कहा मुसहर चमार धोबी पासी अल्पसंख्यक समाज को तो तुम शिक्षा से जुड़ो? और जब ही माननीय मुख्यमंत्री बिहार के जनता को बचाने के लिए, बिहार के नौजवान को बचाने के लिए शराबबंदी कानून लागू किया, 8,500 करोड़ को तिलांजलि दे करके, तो आज प्रशांत किशोर जो दलित सामंतवादी है, दलित विरोधी है, पूरे दलित के बच्चे को, पूरे बिहार के नौजवान के, सभी वर्गों के नौजवान
जी लेकिन कहते हैं थोड़ी पिया करो और इस पूरे पॉलिसी को रिथिंक करने की जरूरत है।
मेरी बात को, मांझी जी 1980 से मंत्री और विधायक है ना, कभी वो भी नहीं अपने समाज को शिक्षा को अग्रसर करने का, जागरूकता फैलाने का काम किया है। और जो समाज गर्त की में जा रहा है शराबबंदी से,
जी ने मतलब कभी शिक्षा नहीं फैलाया।
बात को हम नोटिस नहीं लेते।
मांझी जी का नोटिस नहीं लेते?
नहीं।
अच्छा, तो मांझी जी बोल रहे हैं कि प्रोहिबिशन पॉलिसी को रिथिंक किया जाए।
कोई जरूरत नहीं है करने का, कोई जरूरत नहीं। जो लागू है वो तो फेल है ना सर। अब फेल है तो आप पी कर दिखा दीजिए हमको रोड पर। नहीं आप पर नहीं, गलत बात करते हैं।
मैं तो आज तक नहीं छुआ हूं।
नहीं छुए हैं तो आप पी करके दिखा दीजिए। कोई आप नहीं पीते हैं तो जो कोई पीता है पी कर रोड पर चल कर दिखा दे, दुकान में बेच कर दिखा दे, तब दिखते हैं।
लेकिन ये तो जग जाहिर है कि मिल रहा है सर।
मिल रहा है, चोरी छुपे क्या हो रहा है?
And in leads that are coming in connection with the murder of Baba Siddiqui, Mumbai police has been investigating multiple angles, which includes political property, land, and the SRA disputes as well. Funds apparently were transferred by Lonkar, who enabled the purchase of a second-hand bike for 32,000 rupees. But the suspects switched to an auto for the crime. After the shootout, the accused changed their clothes as part of pre-planned attempt to evade capture. The police having recovered a Turkish-made weapon and a shirt that belongs to accused Shiva from the same bag. So these are back-to-back leads in Baba Siddiqui murder probe. In fact, note that the main shooter is still on the run. While there are several angles which are being probed by the Mumbai crime branch, key angles being looked into are political, property, land, and even the SRA dispute matter. Let's go across to Shavan, who's joining us from the newsroom, and Sandeep, who's joining us from Mumbai. Let's go across to Shavan first. Shavan, there is a strong Lawrence Bishnoi angle which is also being probed by the Mumbai police. Give us more details.
Well, in fact, the Bollywood mafia, Lawrence Bishnoi, is largely a decoy at this point in time. Having said that, even if Lawrence Bishnoi gang is actually involved, remember this is more to do with the contract killing. But the larger question which remains unanswered, and something that the media somewhere down the line has covered it up completely by simply saying that this is an actor of Lawrence Bishnoi gang. The question here is that what's the probable motive. What we are given to understand is that the land dispute or the slum redevelopment project is at the heart of this entire issue. So much so, this is a case of contract killing. What the police is looking at is who exactly gave the contract. Is it got to do with the two redevelopment projects in Bandra? Remember, this is about a 20,000 crore project that we are talking about. You have several other political rivals of Baba Siddiqui who are actually involved in this slum redevelopment project. Not just that, controversial businessmen as well as builder lobby that is involved in this particular project. That is exactly why this is now becoming one of the top reasons why the Mumbai police is essentially looking at whether at all there is a business rivalry that led to the killing of Baba Siddiqui.
Shravan, stay with us. Let's go across to Sandeep also. Sandeep, it's being said that the shooters learned to operate guns by social media. Talk to us more about this, and what do we know about the third shooter who's still on the run?
See, Shiva is the third shooter. He is the primary accused in this very matter. In fact, he is the person who had shot Baba Siddiqui on the night of Saturday. And in fact, it is being said he was someone who was the primary shooter, and he was trained in such a manner that no one else was in fact aware of the fact that what would be the next course of action. In fact, the rest two people who have been arrested were in fact not aware of the movements, although they were told that they have to flee to Omkareshwar in Madhya Pradesh after, shooting Baba Siddiqui. But ultimately, these two got nabbed, and the main shooter, Shiva, was able to flee. What our sources have been informed that Shiva had shot Baba Siddiqui using the Turkish-made weapon, and in fact, they were instructed by Shubham Lonkar and Praveen Lonkar to change their shirts after shooting Baba Siddiqui. Now, this could be one of a technique to dodge police officers as they wanted to, in fact, flee from the spot. So ultimately, that was the plan that was, in fact, executed. And in fact, Samiksha, a bag was recovered in which a weapon, the weapon that was, in fact, used to shoot Baba Siddiqui, that was recovered. And the shirt of Shiva was also recovered from that very bag. So ultimately, the primary member of the shooter, the person who shot Baba Siddiqui, is still absconding. And in fact, what we are hearing right now, Samiksha, is that the search operations are underway at the India-Nepal border area for Shiva and Shubham Lonkar.
Right, stay with us, Sandeep. Let's go across to Shravan again. Shravan, there is also Slum Rehabilitation Authority link that has surfaced. Give us more details.
We're talking about two slum redevelopment projects, Sant Dhyaneshwar Nagar being one such project. This is spread across 7.5 acres, and after the redevelopment, a luxury hotel is likely to come up. This area is going to house about 5,500 families. And the reason why there appears to be a clear business rivalry here is because you have the political rival of Baba Siddiqui linked to a well-known businessman who've actually bagged the contract. In the month of August, Baba Siddiqui's son, Zishan Siddiqui, actually prevented the survey to be carried out in that very area, resulting in Zishan Siddiqui being booked by the Mumbai police. Thereafter, remember, despite the kind of growing opposition, this contract was actually given to two real estate companies for developing that very area. It turns out that the political rival of Baba Siddiqui was actually involved in it. So much so, when he was confronted by my colleague Akil yesterday, admitted to the fact that there is a clear support that has been given by him to this very project, because he believes that this project is going to change the lives of various people living in those very areas. And that is the reason why he says that his proximity to a well-known controversial builder is something that shouldn't be a problem, and the Mumbai police should be looking into to find out what's the real reason.
All right, Shravan, we leave it at that for now. Here's a quick look at the business stories that we are tracking. The Indian government has announced an increase in minimum support price for wheat, raising it by 150 rupees to 2,425 per quintal for this financial year. This decision comes at a juncture when several states have been preparing for the upcoming polls. In addition to wheat, the government has also increased MSP for 6 rabi crops by amounts ranging from 130 to 300 per quintal. The Securities and Exchange Board of India, known as SEBI, has announced a proposal that could allow associations of persons or AOPs to open demat accounts. This means that AOPs could hold certain securities electronically, but they will not be permitted to hold equity shares. To open a demat account, AOPs will need to provide their permanent account number and confirm that they will hold only approved securities. Nokia has been in discussions with Bharti Airtel regarding a multi-billion-dollar contract to supply 5G telecom equipment. This potential deal comes as Airtel has been working to expand and enhance its network capabilities. Ericsson has already secured a similar contract with Airtel. The Indian market has been significant for smartphone manufacturers, and companies like Airtel, Reliance Jio and Vodafone Idea who are investing heavily in upgrading to 5G technology. Amazon has signed 3 agreements focused on developing small modular reactors for nuclear power generation. This initiative is part of company's strategy to explore new energy sources to meet the rising electricity demands of its data centers. The project is set to take place near a site in Washington state where Amazon plans to fund a feasibility study. Elon Musk has expressed gratitude to Indian Telecom Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia for opposing the auction of satellite spectrum. This decision has drawn mixed reactions from industry leaders including Mukesh Ambani and Sunil Bharti Mittal, who support auctions to ensure fairness. Musk's company Starlink advocates for administrative allocation of satellite spectrum than auctions. Recent trade data shows that China has once again become India's largest source of imports. From April to September, imports from China exceeded $56 billion, which reflect an increase of over 11% compared to the same period last year, when imports were around $50.48 billion. At the same time, the US has emerged as India's top export destination. We head into a very short break. Nayab, Saini, the CM designate, all set to take oath in a while from now. BJP's top leadership to attend the oath-taking ceremony.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
हमारे केंद्र सरकार के जितने भी एम्प्लॉइज हैं उन सबको बधाई। आज कैबिनेट ने डीए और पेंशनर्स के लिए डीएनएस रिलीफ इसको 3% बढ़ाया है और टोटल 9,448 करोड़ एनुअली 9,448 करोड़ एनुअली हमारे सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट के एम्प्लॉइज के पे चेक में ऐड होगा। बहुत बधाई सबको। इसका कैलकुलेशन वगैरह सब स्टैंडर्ड एक फॉर्मूला से होता है, ऑल इंडिया कंज्यूमर प्राइस इंडेक्स फॉर इंडस्ट्रियल वर्कर्स, उसके हिसाब से इसका कैलकुलेशन होता है। तो दिवाली से पहले सभी केंद्र सरकार के सभी कर्मचारियों को हार्दिक अभिनंदन और बधाई, और सभी साथियों को भी आज उपस्थित आप हुए, आप सबको धन्यवाद।
Amid spate of bomb threats, 7 other Air India flights received bomb threats. Landmark verdict by the top court. Supreme Court upholds the constitutional validity of the Section 6A of the Citizenship Act 1955.
Chose to continue to work behind the scenes to try and get India to cooperate with us. Their asks of us was, well, how much do you know? Give us the evidence you have on this. And at that point, it was primarily intelligence, not hard evidentiary proof.
In a big admission, Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau admits his government had no concrete evidence when it accused India in the Nijjar plot. After Trudeau exposes himself, MEA strikes back, says Trudeau solely responsible for damaging India-Canada ties. Now, Congress wades in India-Canada diplomatic row, demands clarification from Modi government on charges leveled by Canada. And Nayab Singh Saini to take oath as the Chief Minister of Haryana once again. BJP's top leadership to attend the oath-taking ceremony. Good afternoon, viewers. You're watching Republic and I'm Lakshmi with you. We start with news coming in from Karnataka. Now, a new complaint has been filed against Chief Minister Siddaramaiah with Governor Gehlot by site owners Shivalingappa, Venkata Krishnappa and Ramachandraya from Arkavati layout. The complainants have alleged misconduct involving the Bengaluru Development Authority Commissioner and several officials. Now, they claim that the grievances regarding the land and development issues have not been addressed, leading to significant concerns among the site owners. Now, the complaint adds to the mounting pressures on Chief Minister Siddaramaiah's administration amid the ongoing scrutiny. My colleague Smita joins us live on the broadcast from our Kannada newsroom. Well, Smita, this is it seems to be more trouble coming in for the Karnataka Chief Minister. Tell us more details about this complaint.
There is a fresh complaint against Chief Minister Siddaramaiah by 4 complainants, namely Venkata Krishnappa, Shivalingappa, Ramachandraya and Rajashekar. These were the people who were allotted the sites in Arkavati layout. In the year 2006, BDA had called for the allotment of the plots in the Arkavati layout developed by Bangalore Development Authority, and these people had paid 2.5 to 4.5 lakh for the site with the dimension 30-40 and 40-60. But in the year 2014, when Siddaramaiah came to the power, the complainants are alleging that, complaining that with the misuse of the power, the government, the then government led by Chief Minister Siddaramaiah had taken back the allotted sites from the owners. But the thing is, from 2006, when the land was allotted to these people, so till 2014, they had been continuously paying the taxes, and they had also paid the amount for the plot which was mentioned by the BDA. But all of a sudden, after 2014, Siddaramaiah-led government makes the decision to take back the land, but they didn't even give the land to the farmers from whom the land was, acquired by BDA. Now, the complaint says that that was a clear misuse of power by the Chief Minister Siddaramaiah and also BDA Commissioner, and also few of the BDA officials have been named. The complaint is in the court of Governor Gehlot yet again. Now, what action will the governor will take has to be waited and watched.
Right. Thanks so much, Smita, for joining us with those updates coming in, viewers. So another complaint has been filed against Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. Now we shift our focus to Kerala. The Kerala Assembly has unanimously adopted a resolution against the proposed amendment to the Waqf by the Centre, the Waqf Bill. And State Minister for Minority Welfare, Waqf and Hajj Pilgrimage, V. Abdur Rahman, has presented the resolution for the government, alleging that the proposed amendments by the Union government are against the values and the rights enshrined in the country's constitution and a gross violation of the federalist principles. The resolution alleges that the proposed bill, which is now under the consideration of the Joint Parliamentary Committee, the JPC, violates the fundamental rights, the right to belief, federalism, secularism, and democracy. So this is the latest development from Kerala adopting resolution urging the centre to withdraw the Waqf Amendment Bill. In fact, my colleague Ashwin joins us live from Thiruvananthapuram, and also Anil Antony, who is the BJP National Secretary, is joining us live on the broadcast. Thank you so much, Mr. Antony. Good afternoon. And this is a major development that we are learning about. Well, there is a raging debate over Waqf Amendment Bill, and we are seeing the heated exchange during the meetings of the JPC. Now, Kerala Assembly adopts a resolution calling this this is something that is insecular, and that actually goes against the values of the country and also anti-federalism.
Thank you. So what has happened in the Kerala Assembly, it is not surprising in any manner, because you look at the left and the Congress, the ruling party and the opposition party in Kerala. They are part of the same national alliance, and in Kerala they are just involved in a mock fight just to hoodwink the people of the state. Now, once again, for appeasement, they have come together and they are opposing another pro-people reforms that the NDA government is trying to make. In the last 1 week itself, 2 weeks, there had been two instances, a beach in Cherai and a beach in Kudumbam in Kerala, where over 600 families, and all the 600 families belong to the poor fishing folk community in Kerala. And over a period of time, over decades, they had purchased the land in these beaches and they had developed it also. And now the Waqf board are claiming rights to that. So many similar instances like this have come in Kerala. Many similar instances like that has come in other parts of India also. And prominent Kerala organizations, including the Syro Malabar Catholic Church, the Syro Malangara Catholic Church, many other organizations, they all have written to the central government to look into these kind of provisions and amend it so that people are not exploited. And in these kind of situation, it is very unfortunate that instead of standing with these poor fishing community, instead of standing with these poor people who are exploited by the Waqf board, the left and the Congress, they are coming together and they are passing these kind of unanimous declarations against pro-people, pro-poor reforms. But looking at the appeasement politics of the Congress and the left, because both of them are now just competing to see which is the biggest appeaser. All this is not surprising, but it is definitely disappointing. And again, once again, it is showing the people of Kerala that it is high time that these two parties, the left and the Congress, they represent two sides of the same coin. And they are both anti-people and pro-appeasement. And it is time that the Bharatiya Janata Party is emerging as a very strong third alternative in Kerala. And it is time that the party gets a chance to prove ourselves and be a part of the government in Kerala.
Mr. Antony, you feel that this is more of an opposition to the centre, the centre's proposals, because we saw back in earlier, we saw the Kerala Assembly passing a resolution to even oppose one nation, one election, the centre's proposal once again. And now this is against another proposal from the centre, that is the Waqf Amendment Bill. You feel that this is somewhere, the state governments, trying to oppose the party that is ruling the centre. It is more politically motivated.
Every single situation, the left and the Congress come together, and the only time the left and the Congress come together is to fight against any policy the NDA makes and the union government makes under the leadership of our Prime Minister, whether it is one nation, one election, whether it is amendments to the Waqf board, whether a lot of previous bills we bought in also. They are coming together and opposing it just for the sake of appeasing. And most of the time there is always the appeasement angle also in it, because every time they are standing for one particular section of the minorities, and they want to ensure that the rights of the major section of the population are taken away for their appeasement politics.
Right, Mr. Anthony. In fact, my colleague Ashwin is also joining us from Thiruvananthapuram. Ashwin, there is a raging debate already in the country about Waqf, and in several states we are seeing, the topic of land, Waqf land is raging in several states. We are learning about the land scams under Waqf, and now even in Kerala we are seeing that the state government is outrightly opposing this bill.
It's very surprising, Madhurima, because from all the politicians who are both in the government side and the opposition side, we have seen the state of confusion when we speak to them personally. For instance, the revenue department is having a huge problem in the way land disputes are being called out in the state of Kerala. The problem, one of the essential problem is when Waqf says that this is their property, it is a duty of the other side to prove that it is not Waqf. And because of this, there are so many cases that are pending. There are a lot of cases that are not even been resolved. It goes to a tribunal. The tribunal is again an autonomous body. It has got very less influence in the terms of the bureaucracy itself. So all these are real-time problems. But what we have seen when the particular resolution was introduced, if you observe, Madhurima, all the members who raised that there are some amendments need to be made, they were all from one particular minority community. A secular legislative assembly, we saw that even the amendment was only stated by one particular minority committee. And this is the truth that we have seen. The resolution was passed on Monday unanimously with very few minor amendments that has been proposed by the opposition itself. And at the same time, they are privy to the fact, they are hiding the fact that there are so many disputes because of this particular, the act as it stands today. And they definitely need an amendment. They say it off record, but politically, when it comes to the entire political nature of it, they say this is an act by the Sangha Parivar. It is an action by the Sangha Parivar, and they are protesting against it. So certainly, on camera, officially, this has been the proposed statement by the Indie Alliance members, both the Congress and the CPM in the state.
Thank you so much, Ashwin, and Anil, for joining us on Republic TV for Mr. Anthony for sharing your opinions on this development. Viewers, now we shift our focus to some more stories that are making news from across the country. This is Bharat in 2 minutes. Now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will address a meeting of the NDA in Chandigarh, coinciding with the swearing-in ceremony of Haryana Chief Minister designate Nayab Singh Saini. Saini will take oath for what will be his full term this time as Chief Minister. Ceremony is scheduled to take place in Panchkula. All NDA leaders have been invited to the swearing-in ceremony. Crucial NDA meeting will be held in Chandigarh from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. after the conclusion of the oath-taking event. In a shocking incident, several rounds were fired at the residence of an RLD leader. The incident took place at the Nitari village. A police team arrived at the scene after receiving word of the incident. Now, the accused fled after shooting. RLD leader targeted was identified as Somendra Wana. According to sources, the incident was the fallout of a dispute over payment for a cable connection. Security forces opened fire on suspected terrorists in the Dhanna Shahsitar area of Poonch district of Jammu and Kashmir. A search operation was launched by the joint forces after receiving information about suspicious movement in the Mendhar area. An officer in Assam's Excise Department was arrested by the Directorate of Vigilance and Anti-Corruption on charge of receiving a bribe. He was caught receiving a bribe of 24,500 rupees from a complainant in exchange for issuing a bar license near the main gate of Janata Bhavan in Dispur. In a subsequent raid at his residence in Guwahati, the Vigilance and Anti-Corruption team recovered and seized 47,30,000 rupees in cash. Now, Arnab Goswami, the CPR of Assam Police, confirmed the recovery.
In the grand ceremony in the Dishera ground, CM Nayab Singh Saini would be taking oath, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi and other senior BJP leaders would be present. Republic TV would be tracking each and every detail from ground zero. Keep watching Republic TV. We'll flip into a very short break.
a taste of success.
Argentina football legend Lionel Messi is aging like fine wine. On Tuesday night, in a 2026 FIFA World Cup South American qualifier match against Bolivia, Messi scored a record 10th international hat-trick and had a hand in 2 more assists as the defending world champions posted a commanding 6-0 win. With this hat-trick, Messi equaled the massive record of arch-rival Cristiano Ronaldo for the most number of international hat-tricks. Both Ronaldo and Messi now lead the way with 10 hat-tricks, with Iran's Ali Daei right behind them with 9 hat-tricks. Argentina dominated the World Cup qualifying game against Bolivia, and Messi was extraordinary with goals in the 19th, 84th and 86th minutes. Lautaro Martinez, Julian Alvarez and Thiago Almada also found the back of the net. With 14 shots, 10 on target and an amazing 73% possession, Argentina proved their might. Argentina confirmed their top place in the FIFA rankings with this outstanding victory, thereby displaying their will to qualify for the World Cup. The game was played in the Estadio Mas Monumental, therefore adding to Argentina's exceptional home form. Messi also made 2 assists during the game, aside from this being his first hat-trick for the national team in 2024. This turned out to be one of Messi's best performances since the Copa America 2024, where he failed to make a major impact individually despite his team winning the trophy. Messi chose to help Lautaro Martinez with a simple tap-in after Atletico Madrid star striker Julian Alvarez threw him a brilliantly placed ball.
All right, viewers, now we shift our focus to the state of Haryana. Nayab Singh Saini is all set to take oath as the Chief Minister of Haryana today, marking a significant moment for the state. And of course, the BJP here, oath-taking ceremony will be attended by the top leadership of the BJP, signaling a strong support from the party. And as we speak, there are live visuals coming in from Panchkula, top brass arriving at the scene. You can see hundreds and thousands of people have gathered up there to the right side of your screens where the oath-taking ceremony will be taking place. In a short while from now, Nayab Singh Saini is set to be sworn in as the Chief Minister. Once again, remember, this is his full term after an election. Earlier, he had replaced Manohar Lal Khattar as the Chief Minister chosen by the party. This after a landslide victory of the BJP, Nayab Singh Saini will be taking oath as the Chief Minister of Haryana. BJP has returned to power for a 3rd consecutive term, remember, securing an absolute majority in the 90-member assembly. My colleague Samiksha joins us live on the broadcast from the newsroom. Samiksha, of course, the BJP's best ever seat tally in the recent assembly elections. They have all the reasons to celebrate, and a man of the moment is, of course, Nayab Singh Saini. He replaced Manohar Lal Khattar, and he has been chosen once again as the chief ministerial face. Shows the trust of the people and the trust of the party in the man.
Well, absolutely, Rakshita. The BJP having come back to power for the 3rd consecutive time. In fact, we have the list of the 14 leaders who will be swearing in other than the CM designate Nayab Singh Saini. It's Anil Vij, Krishna Lal Pawar, who represents the SC community, SC leader Rao Narveer, Mahipal Danda, as well as Vipul Goyal, Arvind Sharma, Shyam Singh Rana, Ranbir Gangwa, Krishna Bedi, Shruti Chaudhary, Krishna Bedi, Aarti Rao, Rajesh Nagar, as well as Gaurav Gautam. If you see, Rakshita, this list is inclusive. It's in many ways, given that it has leaders from the Brahmin community, from the Jats, from the OBCs. And this, of course, in stark contrast to that Jat card that was essentially played by the Congress in Haryana, which did not work for the Congress. Rather, it was non-consolidation of, the Jat voters, which worked in favor of the BJP. In fact, let's also tell our viewers that BJP had a list of had 14 OBC leaders in the candidates list that was released for the Haryana polls. That being said, parallelly there is also going to be an NDA meet that will be held by Prime Minister Modi, of course. So all eyes will be on this oath-taking ceremony that will take place at 1 p.m. And other than Nayab Singh Saini, Rakshita, 14 other leaders representing all castes and communities will be taking oath. So overall, an inclusive list. And this, while there there is also going to be an NDA leaders meeting that will be taking place between 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. in Panchkula, Rakshita.
Absolutely. Samiksha, as we speak, getting live visuals. Nitin Gadkari there, Union Minister also attending. You can see Ajit Pawar, we can see Chirag Paswan also of the LJP Paswan, Himanta Biswa Sarma there, Chief Minister of Assam, Home Minister Amit Shah, Rajnath Singh, the Defence Minister, Bhupendra Bhai Patel, the Gujarat Chief Minister also can be seen, and of course Mohanlal Yadav, Devendra Fadnavis, all in attendance as we speak. The countdown for the oath-taking ceremony has begun, and you can see the venue, Nitin Gadkari, and many others also in attendance and expected to arrive soon. And there is going to be an important meeting. Remember, this is, of course, Samiksha, BJP's show of strength. It has, it's a landslide victory. It's a historic victory. Never have we seen that, a back-to-back 3 terms for a party in Haryana. And now, we also are getting to know that there will be, a very important meeting that will be held today after this oath-taking ceremony that takes place. What are you picking up on that front?
Well, that's right, Rakshita. And, other than top leaders from Prime Minister Modi to Home Minister Amit Shah, we'll have NDA leaders also attending the oath-taking ceremony, given that there is, of course, like I told you, NDA meet that will be held by Prime Minister Modi, which comes with just days to go for elections in Jharkhand and Maharashtra. In fact, picking up details on the leaders who will be present, it's going to be Nitish Kumar and other NDA leaders who will be present in the oath-taking ceremony, Rakshita. And again, to tell our viewers, we have access the list of the 14 leaders who will be a part of Nayab Singh Saini government. 14 leaders, an inclusive list overall. In fact, Nayab Singh, for that matter, who's been a prominent OBC face who replaced Manohar Lal Khattar in Haryana, which also is one of the many factors which worked for the BJP. Also to tell you about, once again, about those 14 leaders who will be taking oath along with Nayab Singh Saini. It will be Anil Vij, of course, who will be given a charge, a ministry. We are yet to get details of the portfolio allocation, but yes, these are the 14 leaders: Krishna Bedi, Shruti Chaudhary, Aarti Rao, Arvind Sharma, Vipul Goyal, Mahipal Danda, and Rao Narveer as well, Rakshita. So 14 leaders all in all who will be taking oath. Yet to get details on the portfolio allocation, but needless to say, an inclusive list which has leaders from not just the OBC community but even the Jats and the Brahmins, Rakshita.
Of course, and there's a lot of messaging that is going on, as you mentioned, Nayab Singh Saini. He's an OBC leader. This time, BJP has tried to consolidate the non-Jat voters this time, and has worked for the BJP this time. Saini, of course, is from the OBC community. And remember today, on the occasion of Valmiki Jayanti, he also visited the temple, and this is the birth anniversary of Maharishi Valmiki. And today there was a lot of signaling to the scheduled castes, keeping this ceremony on Valmiki Jayanti. The vote of the scheduled castes, that that is very important. BJP, has been very carefully chosen this, to send a signal to this SC community, whose vote was somewhere seen having, shifting towards the Indie bloc. Also in the Lok Sabha elections, there's a lot of engineering that's going, a lot of planning, strategic move there by the BJP. In fact, we have reactions coming in on the same viewers. Take a listen in.
नई सरकार का गठन हरियाणा प्रदेश की जनता की अपेक्षाओं के ऊपर, ये डबल इंजन की सरकार आदरणीय मोदी जी के साथ मिलकर के हरियाणा को तीव्र गति से आगे बढ़ाने का काम हमारी सरकार करेगी। और आज ये पूरे हरियाणा प्रदेश के अंदर जो भी हमारे हरियाणा के लोगों ने 2 करोड़ 80 लाख लोगों ने इस लोकतंत्र के पर्व में अपनी आस्था को जताते हुए हरियाणा को ऊपर एक बड़ा विश्वास और मोदी जी के ऊपर एक बड़ा विश्वास किया है। ये मोदी जी की नीतियों का परिणाम है, मैं हरियाणा प्रदेश के लोगों का
Samiksha, this is of course very important day for Nayab Singh Saini, but also for the BJP. This is a boost, this is the momentum that it will continue, that it will look to continue ahead of the Maharashtra Assembly election. It has an uphill battle given the fact that how it performed in the Lok Sabha as far as Maharashtra is concerned, and with the signaling around scheduled castes and the OBCs and especially Dalit voters playing a very important role in the state of Maharashtra. There's lots that the BJP will be now playing on as far as the entire maths and the social engineering, the caste engineering is concerned here on from the victory in Haryana.
Well, that's right, Rakshita. And needless to say, while it may be an uphill battle, uphill task for the BJP in the state of Haryana, it has already set the record straight through its work in 10 years that it's precisely the development which is the BJP's main focus, is going to be the focal point for the BJP at this stage. Also to add here how the BJP has been aggressively working for the farmers in the state, given that it is the first state, rather the only state to give MSP on all 24 crops. Also, Rakshita, to come back again to the oath-taking ceremony, in just moments from now, the oath-taking ceremony will take place. It's being said that 13 chief ministers and 16 deputy chief ministers will be a part of the oath-taking ceremony, will be attending the oath-taking ceremony. We'll head into a very short break. But yes, closely tracking the oath-taking ceremony of Nayab Singh Saini and 14 others who will be taking oath in just a while from now.
Here, when you see your favorite team walking by, you can encourage all the participants. They've come a long way to make this a successful event. Many of them flew in a couple of days ago. They've had a day in India. So keep the spirit high, encourage them, and we will be seeing them in action in a few minutes. Rider walking up on the far side. The entrance to the arena will be on the left-hand side from the grandstand. They will finish the course. It's difficult for them to get familiar with the horses, but when they've taken a little rest, they've thought about their practice rounds. Definitely improve.
We have the next competitor representing Pakistan. His name is Mohammad Khan Niazi in his stride, Coco Khanna.
And the interesting thing about this horse is in the related distances, because he's got such a big stride. Kind of gets it wrong at times. And we see that quite often even in combinations where it's one stride, and you can see because of the size of his stride, he really struggles to do that, but he gets through beautifully. But that is extremely easy to say and very difficult to do. So every course is different. Even if it's a 115 jump and you don't get your line in properly, you don't get the right takeoff point, you can be in trouble. Bit unlucky, takes down that fence. You have 4 penalties for dropping.
After a very short break, viewers, we'll get you the latest on the India-Canada standoff. Now, Trudeau has exposed his agenda and his lies himself. The MEA now strikes back, says Trudeau is solely responsible for damaging Indo-Canada ties. We'll be right back with more on that. Stay tuned.
Here, when you see your favorite team walking by, you can encourage all the participants. They've come a long way to make this a successful event. Many of them flew in a couple of days ago. They've had a day in India. So keep the spirit high, encourage them, and we will be seeing them in action in a few minutes. Rider walking up on the far side. The entrance to the arena will be on the left-hand side from the grandstand. They will finish the course. It's difficult for them to get familiar with the horses, but when they've taken a little rest, they've thought about their practice rounds, definitely improved.
We have the next competitor representing Pakistan. His name is Mohammad Khan Niazi in the stride Coco Khanna.
And the interesting thing about this horse is in the related distances, because he's got such a big stride. Kind of gets it wrong at times, and we see that quite often in the combinations where it's one stride, and you can see because of the size of his stride, he really struggles to do that, but he gets through beautifully. But that is extremely easy to say and very difficult to do. So every course is different. Even if it's a 115 jump and you don't get your line in properly, you don't get the right takeoff point, you can be in trouble. Bit unlucky, takes down that fence. You have 4 penalties to dropping number 8. Very close to the combination, he puts a stride and a half.
Excellent time, and was one of the nicest rounds.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good afternoon and thank you for tuning in. You're watching the news at 1 p.m. I'm Suesha. Servants shortly from now, Nayab Singh Saini will be sworn in as the Chief Minister of Haryana. Preparations are on in full swing. We'll cut to those pictures coming in from Panchkula. First, a quick check of the headlines. Amid spate of bomb threats, 7 other Air India flights receive bomb threats. And those are the pictures coming in from the Dasera ground in Panchkula in Haryana, where you see cheering that is happening for Nayab Singh Saini, who will be sworn in shortly as Haryana Chief Minister. Top brass of the BJP attending this grand event. Nayab Singh Saini to be sworn in shortly as Haryana Governor will administer the oath of office and secrecy to Nayab Singh Saini, all set to become Chief Minister of Haryana for the second time. Nayab Singh Saini to take oath as the Chief Minister of Haryana at this ceremony that is underway in Panchkula. Top brass of the BJP in attendance, Nayab Singh Saini seeking the blessings of Union Home Minister Amit Shah, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, and of course JP Nadda. Even Yogi Adityanath, who is in attendance. Remember, Haryana Governor Bandaru Dattatreya will administer the oath of office and secrecy to Nayab Singh Saini. In fact, his cabinet that is also likely to be sworn in. 14 ministers, we understand, could be sworn in with Nayab Singh Saini. Massive security arrangements that are underway. BJP that secured an unprecedented third term in the state, winning 48 of the 90-member assembly. And Nayab Singh Saini, who was unanimously elected as the leader of the BJP legislature party in a meeting that was held at the party office in Panchkula. BJP declared Nayab Singh Saini would remain Chief Minister, as some had also expected that there could be a surprise that could swing in. However, BJP chose Nayab Singh Saini to return to power in Haryana after the assembly polls. Nayab Singh Saini, who is an OBC face of the party, had replaced Manohar Lal Khattar as the Chief Minister of Haryana in March. And his elevation from the Haryana BJP president to the Chief Minister in March came at a time when the party was facing anti-incumbency following Khattar's tenure of 9.5 years and constant attacks from the opposition over the farmers' issues, unemployment, Agnipath scheme, inflation and other issues. But BJP's gamble that paid off, with Nayab Singh Saini leading BJP to victory, defying the exit poll predictions, and a clean sweep for the BJP. There you see Chandrababu Naidu and prominent faces of the NDA who are in attendance, as Nayab Singh Saini will be sworn in as the Chief Minister of Haryana. In fact, several BJP Chief Ministers, Deputy Chief Ministers, who are all in attendance for this grand event that has been organized in Panchkula in Haryana. Several names that are emerging who could make it to Nayab Singh Saini's cabinet in Haryana. This as the BJP marks its historic third term in the state. Amit Shah, Rajnath Singh, JP Nadda, the top leadership of BJP on the ground in Panchkula, as Nayab Singh Saini will be sworn in shortly. And there you see lots of supporters cheering for Nayab Singh Saini. Let me also bring in Rakshita joining us from the newsroom. Rakshita, have we been able to access the list of those who will make it to Nayab Singh Saini's cabinet in this third term of the BJP and the second for Nayab Singh Saini? Who all are likely to be sworn in along with him?
Well, Suesha, of course, at least 14 ministers will be taking oaths today at Panchkula. That's the latest we have right now. If we talk about, Haryana MLAs have backed Nayab Singh Saini, of course, once again putting in the trust in him, as, of course, he is emerging as an OBC leader there for the BJP. If we talk about the cabinet, one of the most, the senior most legislators, Anil Vij, will be making it to the cabinet, and there will be other names. Krishna Kumar Bedi's name has also been now proposed, and several others will be part. Rao Indrajit also. I beg your pardon. There will be other names also that have been coming up as far as the choice of is concerned, because this is very important as far as caste engineering is concerned. Suesha, there is an NDA meeting after this. All the chief ministers of the NDA will be meeting here after around 3 p.m. The 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. meeting is very important. Prime Minister Modi will be also attending this. As this comes as a huge boost for this victory in Haryana comes as a huge boost for the BJP. For the NDA, and from here on it will be consolidating more votes as far as the Dalit vote is concerned, the OBC vote is concerned. Messaging, if you can see, the fact that the oath-taking ceremony has been scheduled on Valmiki Jayanti sends out that message to all the voters in the upcoming states, in Jharkhand, in Maharashtra, both having assembly elections, and very important for the BJP, especially you see the kind of performance that BJP had given in Maharashtra. It was not something that has pleased the BJP, the High Command, and BJP will look to improve its chances there, at least in the assembly elections that are coming in. And here, of course, as we speak, viewers, there is the live visuals are coming in from Panchkula, from Haryana. Nayab Singh Saini is also set to take oath as the Chief Minister. A lot of, all eyes will be on this term, of Nayab Singh Saini. Earlier, he had replaced, Manohar Lal Khattar, a senior leader and an experienced leader. and those were more around 200 days of administration. But now Nayab Singh Saini, under his leadership, BJP has come to this landslide victory that shows the trust the party has placed onto him, and of course the trust of the voters that has been reflected in the turnout in the results. And now there will be, of course, a lot of boost for the BJP. Prime Minister Modi will be also attending this ceremony. That's what we are getting to know. And BJP's Nayab Singh Saini all set to take place as the Chief Minister of Haryana for the party's unprecedented third term, with an absolute majority in the recently concluded assembly elections. And of course there are a lot of top leaders that we can see who have arrived. We can see several chief ministers, from Himanta Biswa Sarma to union ministers like Nitin Gadkari. Also, you can see RLD chief Jayant Chaudhary, Eknath Shinde, Yogi Adityanath, all present there. Nitin Gadkari, Nayab Singh Saini has arrived. Amit Shah, Chandrababu Naidu, Rajnath Singh also present. And after this, there will be a conclave of the NDA chief ministers, which will focus on covering the national development issues and also subjects like observance of Samvidhan Ka Amrit Mahotsav Suyesha. So of course BJP will look to continue this momentum, discuss its future strategy in that all NDA chief ministers, deputy chief ministers conclave today. And of course this will be something that will somewhere set the tone for the party strategy for the upcoming elections in Maharashtra and Jharkhand.
Oh yes, absolutely, Rakshita. And let's not forget how Nayab Singh Saini has led the BJP to emerge victorious in Haryana for the third consecutive term, and the party also hugely credits that victory, as some had expected that there could be a surprise going by BJP style, and it may not be Nayab Saini or someone else who is chosen. But yes, the party did choose Nayab Singh Saini to lead its way and lead into the future of Haryana, as Nayab Singh Saini is being chosen for his second term, as he will lead as Chief Minister. NDA leaders that we see in attendance at that very event. In fact, Rakshita, we are learning that it is a crowd of about 50,000 supporters who've come to witness this moment. Nayab Singh Saini to be sworn in, and so far we understand that 14 other ministers may also be sworn in with him. They could also take oaths that could include Anil Vij, Rao Narveer, Krishnalal Panwar. These are the names that are emerging so far. We'll of course see how the ceremony pans out, but the governor who will lead the swearing-in ceremony, and Rakshita, most importantly, to really know what is going to be the key focus for Nayab Singh Saini in this term.
Of course, let me just begin by what you were mentioning, that this huge crowd that has turned up, in fact, a large attendance of people and the top ministers and the leaders of the NDA that have, have made their presence there in the oath-taking ceremony. It's a big signaling from the NDA. This is a massive show of strength. You can see, the visuals that are coming in, the hundreds and thousands of people who have gathered in Panchkula, and the stage is set with all the top ministers, top leaders of the NDA. That clearly sends out the big message from the BJP, from the NDA, that they cannot be, they remain a juggernaut when it comes to elections, when it comes to assembly elections also. And now, as you were talking about the focus of the Nayab Singh Saini government, of course the farmer issue remains very, very important. And BJP has been focusing on the non-Jat voters. It has been focusing on the OBC voters and also the scheduled caste voters, especially given the fact that it's been very important for the upcoming elections in Maharashtra and Jharkhand. That's why we saw Nayab Singh Saini first visiting the Valmiki temple on Valmiki Jayanti, and the fact that he's taking oath on this day, on the birth anniversary of Maharshi Valmiki. That is a big message that will be sent out from the BJP here. ahead of the upcoming elections. So the farmer issue, of course, remains a very important, in this term, and several other issues have been, of course, something that the BJP has tried to maneuver and tried to, handle, and they have handled quite well, and that's why they have received this landslide victory.
Oh yes, absolutely. And like you said, that BJP, in fact, post this victory, had also said that they really connected with people on the ground, and as opposed to the narrative that was being set against the BJP, they did speak to the people to really say that it was not them who was playing caste politics. They focus primarily on development of the people, on development of the state, and that is going to be their very vision as they lead into the future of Haryana. So far we understand, Rakshita, that all the top brass of the BJP present on the stage, and that includes Amit Shah, Rajnath Singh, JP Nadda, in fact even Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar, Eknath Shinde, Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar, Devendra Fadnavis, of course, and several other NDA leaders, including Chandrababu Naidu, who are all present for this key swearing-in ceremony. 31 NDA constituent parties have all gathered, and like you were telling us, that these NDA leaders are to convene in Chandigarh this afternoon after this event culminates. This also is coming ahead of the assembly polls in Maharashtra and Jharkhand. But important to really understand, Rakshita, what the representation of faces will be like in Nayab Singh Saini's cabinet. And there we see Prime Minister Narendra Modi appearing on the stage. I believe this was the very reason for the wait. And the cheers getting louder, Rakshita. Prime Minister Narendra Modi gracing this event. He is on the stage, present there for Nayab Singh Saini's swearing-in ceremony.
Bolo Bharat Mata ki! Bharat Mata ki! Bolo Jai Shri Ram! Jai Shri Ram! आज की कार्यवाही के आरंभ करने से पूर्व मैं सभी महानुभावों को राष्ट्रगान के लिए आमंत्रित करता हूं।
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता, पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा, विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा, तव शुभ नामे जागे, तव शुभ आशीष मांगे,
भारतीय संस्कृति एवं परंपरा में अतिथि देवो भव सर्वोपरि है। यहाँ उपस्थित परम आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री महोदय, केंद्र के माननीय मंत्रीगण, विभिन्न राज्यों के राज्यपाल महोदय, उपराज्यपाल महोदय, विभिन्न प्रदेशों के मुख्यमंत्रीगण, उप मुख्यमंत्रीगण एवं मंत्रीगण, भारत के संसद के माननीय सदस्यगण, विभिन्न राज्यों के विधानसभा के सदस्यगण व अन्य गणमान्य वरिष्ठ महानुभावों को मैं सादर प्रणाम एवं अभिवादन करता हूं और हरियाणा के महामहिम राज्यपाल और सभी नागरिकों की ओर से धन्यवाद और आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। आपकी इस अनुग्रह एवं अनुकंपा से हम कृतार्थ हैं श्रीमान। आज बहुत पवित्र दिन है। अश्विन महीने का पूर्णिमा का तिथि है। आज भगवान वाल्मीकि जी के पवित्र जयंती है। हम सब के लिए बहुत ही पवित्र और शुभ दिन है। रामायण ग्रंथ के रचयिता को आज हम मनसा वाचा कर्मणः ध्यान और नमन करते हैं। अब मैं माननीय राज्यपाल महोदय से शपथ ग्रहण समारोह आरंभ करने की अनुमति चाहूंगा। माननीय राज्यपाल महोदय ने अनुमति प्रदान कर दी है, अतः इस समारोह की कार्यवाही आरंभ की जाती है। माननीय राज्यपाल महोदय ने श्री नायब सिंह जी की हरियाणा राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री के पद पर नियुक्ति की है। अब मैं श्री नायब सिंह जी से निवेदन करता हूं कि वे पद एवं गोपनीयता की शपथ ग्रहण करने के लिए मंच पर पधारें।
मैं नायब सिंह सैनी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि मैं विधि द्वारा स्थापित भारत के संविधान के प्रति सच्ची श्रद्धा और निष्ठा रखूंगा। मैं भारत की प्रभुता और अखंडता अक्षुण्ण रखूंगा। मैं हरियाणा राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में अपने कर्तव्यों का श्रद्धापूर्वक और शुद्ध अंतःकरण से निर्वहन करूंगा तथा भय या पक्षपात, अनुराग या द्वेष के बिना मैं सब प्रकार के लोगों के प्रति संविधान के और विधि के अनुसार न्याय करूंगा। मैं नायब सिंह सैनी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि जो विषय हरियाणा राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में मेरे विचार के लिए लाया जाएगा अथवा मुझे ज्ञात होगा, उसे किसी व्यक्ति या व्यक्तियों को उस अवस्था को छोड़कर, जबकि ऐसे मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में अपने कर्तव्यों के उचित निर्वहन के लिए ऐसा करना अपेक्षित हो, अन्य अवस्था में मैं प्रत्यक्ष या परोक्ष रूप में संसूचित या प्रकट नहीं करूंगा।
माननीय राज्यपाल महोदय ने आदरणीय मुख्यमंत्री जी के परामर्श पर श्री अनिल विज जी को हरियाणा राज्य के मंत्री के पद पर नियुक्ति की है। अब मैं श्री अनिल विज जी से निवेदन करता हूं कि वे पद एवं गोपनीयता की शपथ ग्रहण करने के लिए मंच पर पधारें।
मैं अनिल विज ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि मैं विधि द्वारा स्थापित भारत के संविधान के प्रति सच्ची श्रद्धा और निष्ठा रखूंगा।
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates: IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
Welcome back. Join us as we gear up for the most prestigious and awaited annual event of Republic Bharat, which is the Rashtra Sarvopari Sammelan. In fact, this event celebrates the essence of Rashtra Ke Naam in every aspect of our society. The conclave brings together a stellar lineup of guests, from ministers to sports personalities and leaders from various sectors. These leaders and achievers have demonstrated remarkable strength, vision and dedication, contributing significantly to nation building. Watch exclusively only on Republic Bharat tomorrow at 9 a.m. And first up, a quick check of the top headlines. Amid a spate of bomb threats, 7 other Air India flights received bomb threats. Landmark verdict by top court. SC upholds the constitutional validity of Section 6A of the Citizenship Act 1955. At least 12 people dead after consuming illicit liquor in Bihar. Excise Minister clueless about deaths due to illicit liquor consumption.
Chose to continue to work behind the scenes to try and get India to cooperate with us. Their asks of us was well, how much do you know? Give us the evidence you have on this. And at that point, it was primarily intelligence, not hard evidentiary proof.
In a big admission, Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau admits his government had no concrete evidence when it accused India in the Niger plot. After Trudeau exposes self, MEA strikes back, says Trudeau solely responsible for damaging India-Canada ties. And now Congress wades in, says there is a clarification needed from Modi government on charges levelled by Trudeau government. Nayab Saini takes oath as Chief Minister of Haryana. BJP's top leadership attends the oath-taking ceremony. And we begin this edition with news that we've been tracking from Bihar, where at least 40 deaths have been reported as a result of consumption of illicit liquor. In fact, we spoke with the family of the deceased who lost their lives after consumption of the illicit liquor in Saran district of the state. Listen in to the inconsolable family members.
ये 15 तारीख को पिए थे, कल शाम से। क्या हो रहा है? इनको सुबह में बताया कि रोशनी से दिखाई नहीं दे रहा है, आंख से सीरियस हो गया, तो हम लोग लेकर भागे मशरक। जी, मशरक से यहाँ छपरा रेफर किए लोग।
तो मेरे साथ मैं तो घर पे था, एक जन बगल में था, वो लेकर आया, तो मेरे को दिया, मैं पिया था, तो मेरे साथ।
अभी क्या दिक्कत हो रही है?
अभी मेरे को मैंने आँख से कम दिखाई दे रहा है।
And news that's just coming in. Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar having conducted a high-level review for the spurious liquor incident that happened in Saran and Siwan district of the state. After the review, Chief Minister Nitish Kumar has directed the Secretary of Prohibition, Excise and Registration Department to go to the spot and gather information about the entire situation and conduct a thorough investigation on all points. So 40 people who've lost their lives already as a result of consumption of spurious liquor. The visuals on your screens are from Saran and Siwan districts, where the family members are inconsolable, of course, after their family members lost their lives. Let's go across to Prakash. He's joining us live right now. Prakash, huge tragedy is something which is not new in the state of Bihar. But talk to us about this particular incident. What does the state administration have to say about the inquiry so far and the prevalence of liquor mafia in Bihar?
Well, ever since the prohibition policy have been introduced by Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar in 2016, although he claims that prohibition is being enforced with strict vigilance in Bihar, but because of the porous border across different areas in Bihar surrounding the bordering areas of UP, Jharkhand and various and Nepal, it's a porous border and it's very easy to frisk liquor from different states, and also the spurious liquor that is being made by different groups and the liquor syndicate that is operational in connivance with the police administration as well as the local administration. It is very difficult to check, and time and again political parties have raised this issue about the home delivery system that, and in fact I was talking to some of the attendants of the victims outside the Patna Medical College Hospital. They say that liquor is available everywhere. It should be abolished. The prohibition policy should be abolished as soon as possible because it cannot be enforced. Now, as far as the action in this case is concerned, SIT has been constituted to take action. Few people have been detained in this case. In fact, the main kingpin in this particular case of the spurious liquor has also died. Few arrests have been made. But time and again, during the festivities of Diwali and Chhat, there is a huge consumption of liquor. And this has become a pattern for the last 6-7 years. We have been witnessing in the same area of Saran and Siwan. And incidences have been taking place of the spurious country liquor that is being supplied, and one lot which is supplied to different parts of different districts, and the incidences take place. Some are referred to Patna and Siwan and in Saran. So as of now, 22-25 people are reportedly dead, although the official figure is 20. And meanwhile, opposition has raised this issue. I was speaking to the Excise Minister of Bihar, Ratnesh Sada. He says that action is being taken. But opposition is gunning on Nitish Kumar for the failure of the implementation of the prohibition policy introduced by him in 2016. Back to you.
Yes, Prakash, stay with us. In fact, let's once again tell our viewers that 40 deaths have been reported as a result of consumption of illicit liquor in the state of Bihar. We confronted the excise minister, who not just feigned ignorance about this particular incident, but also said that the liquor prohibition policy has not failed in the state of Bihar.
बिहार शराबबंदी तो है, और सारे नेता जो हैं बिहार के, इवन मांझी जी भी आरोप लगाते हैं कि होम डिलीवरी तो चल रहा है, तो आप लोग तो शराबबंदी लागू करने में फेल हो गए। सदा जी
पहले सुनिए मेरी बात को। 302 का मुदाले होने में या तो मौत की सजा होती है या नहीं तो उम्र कैद की सजा, तो फिर भी लोग घटना करता है ना। इसी को आप मानते हैं कि नहीं मानते? चोरी छुपे जो करते हैं उस पर कार्रवाई हो रही है, सख्ती से कार्रवाई हो रही है।
लेकिन आपको नहीं लगता कि पुलिस भी मिली हुई है इस पूरे प्रकरण में?
अगर पुलिस, पहले सुनिए, आप तो जहां सूर्य न जाते आप वहां तक जाते हैं। अगर जो पुलिस लिप्त है तो उसका सूची दीजिए, उस पर कार्रवाई।
आपको नहीं लगता कि पुलिस लिप्त है सर?
आप जहां तक जाते हैं, जहां तक सूर्य की किरण नहीं जाते हैं।
नहीं, आपको लगता है कि बिना प्रशासनिक मिली भगत से ये सब चीजें बार बार नहीं होगी?
जब तक हमको आंकड़ा नहीं मिलेगा तो हम कैसे बताएंगे कि पुलिस इसमें लिप्त है?
मंत्री हैं, आपको तो आंकड़ा तुरंत आना चाहिए। हम बता रहे हैं आंकड़ा, आप
साक्ष्य दीजिए, हम उस पदाधिकारी।
आंकड़ा मैं बता रहा हूँ, सिविल सर्जन ने कहा है कि 20, अभी तक 20।
लेकिन दूसरी बात बता रहे हैं ना, आप हमको आंकड़ा दीजिए, कौन पदाधिकारी?
आपको लगता है कि पुलिस की मिली?
All right, let's put out the news break that's coming in. A bomb threat to 5 Air India flights now. Back-to-back bomb threats, hoax bomb threats, so as to say, being received by different airlines. These are Air India flights, 5 Air India flights that have now received bomb threats. We will just try and get more details, but let's go across to Harsha and Rakshita also joining us on the broadcast. First up to you, Harsha, give us more details. Back-to-back bomb threats being received. What is the kind of action that is expected next on part of the Civil Aviation Ministry?
So, Samiksha, right now we are getting update. This is the 5 Air India airlines who have got the bomb scare message for the flight, which are the mid-air, and it is recently around 15 to 20 minutes back only, the Air India has got this message through their IOCC that there's a bomb scare in all these flights. Right now what we have been told is that no emergency landing has been done of these airlines yet, but yes, when we spoke to the Minister of Civil Aviation, Ram Mohan Naidu, on this off-cam, he clearly stated that ministry is working on the stringent action, and also some stringent action also include that there will be the no-fly list, completely ban of the unruly passengers. The VPNs are being tracked and they are closely working with the law enforcement agencies in the MHA to deal with this. Their VPNs are being tracked, and also the example will be set and the unruly passengers will be penalized who are responsible for sending out this bomb scare message on social media platform. Also, we have got to know that in the coming winter session of the parliament, some legislation is also in pipeline, which will include new SOPs and also stringent rules for the unruly passenger who are posting out this bomb scare message. Back to you.
Right, Harsha, stay with us. Let's go across to Rakshita also. She's joining us from the newsroom. Rakshita, we're given to understand that the National Security Guard will deploy enhanced number of sky marshals or covert armed commandos on board the flights. Give us more details.
Of course, that was one of the measures that have been taken up in yesterday's meeting. But before I go into the details of this is, remember viewers, 5 more planes getting the threats earlier this morning in the wee hours of Thursday. Remember, 7 flights, and 4 of them were mid-air threats that were issued from various social media handles. And this time it's 5 more planes. That makes it, more than 10 flights today itself that have been threatened. And if you talk about in the past 72 hours, it has been more than 13 flights that have received bomb threats. So this is a rise in the number of such threats, and the hoax calls and these messages and these posts are being now probed on, because it might be hoax up until now, but you cannot jeopardize the security of the flyers. And as we were talking about the measures taken up, yes, the air marshals or the sky marshals have been deployed in double the number they were earlier. These are officials, these are security officials and personnel who are present in the aircraft in plain clothes, and such measures have been taken up. In fact, there is more what we are learning, that that all of these hoax callers will be put in a no-fly list also. And the fact that Air India has taken a decision that there will be no emergency landing, of course, raises many questions as to how does this really help. Of course, it thwarts maybe attempts of such such bomb threats, such hoax threats. But of course, the security is of paramount importance here. Samiksha.
Right, Rakshita, stay with us. We are also getting more details that Air India Express received 7 threats. In fact, 3 of these aircraft had already taken off. Let's go across to Harsha. Harsha, give us more details about these threats that were received by the Air India Express flights.
So, Samiksha, these were the early morning Air India Express airline, which were 4 of them were on ground and 3 were mid-air. And amongst those 3 mid-air flight was one Bombay Pune 9:30 a.m. Air India Express flight. All these flights got the bomb scare messages, and we have got to know that in fact the flight of Air India Express which was mid-air, that was not emergency landed. And whether the airline has informed BCAS, DGCA, the regulators of the Civil Aviation Ministry or not, it's still unknown, because when we spoke to the BCAS Deputy DG Kavita, she clearly stated that she is unaware of the bomb scare messages given to the Air India Express airline early in the morning wee hours. But we have got to know that those flights were mid-air, the 3 aircrafts are mid-air, and therefore no in-flight checks could also be done of those aircraft, because cargo has to be also stringently checked if there's a bomb scare message. But the bomb scare message was directly DM'd to Air India and Air India Express aircraft to the IOCC of the aviation, of the Air India Aviation Airline. And right now we have got to know that Air India internally is working on it, but regulators are still uninformed. So what kind of investigation protocol and security measures are they adapting? This yet to be known, because the commercial aspects of the airline can't be put above the security and safety of the passengers. The passengers' safety is the utmost priority, and that the Civil Aviation Ministry has also been stating. So right now most of the calls are hoax, but yes, it should be taken seriously. It's a matter of serious concern, and because VPN numbers of the London, Hong Kong, Singapore, Norway and the dark web network of Pakistan and China are involved, so it becomes a grave matter of concern and seriousness, which aviation industry and the Air India particularly should think about and investigate into, which is right now till morning it's not happening, because there was the UK Vistara airline also, which was not emergency landed. The Vistara airline thought not to emergency land because the bomb scare message was hoax. But yes, the investigation is happening internally, but it's uninformed to the regulators till now. Back to you.
Right, Harsha, stay with us. Rakshita is also with us from the newsroom. Rakshita, we were talking here about the deployment of air marshals on board Indian Airlines flying in sensitive zones. Talk to us, when exactly can we really expect enhanced number of these air marshals on board the flights?
Right now from the newsroom, and Alicia has some important, papers that she's. In fact, this is the threat letter, I believe. Alicia, just take us through this, please.
Well, yes, Rakshita, we have accessed some of the threat letters that has been given to the Air India. So now, right now, it's been 20 minutes back where 5 threat letters has been given to the Air India flight, and this is one of the letter that we have access. And not only this, there are several accounts that has already been analyzed by the Ministry of Civil Aviation. Undoubtedly, where the Civil Aviation is been looking into each and every account, and we have also checked that many of the account has already been suspended by the Civil Aviation. So the action has been taken, and they have been trying to identify those of these people who have been sending threat, because in the last 72 to 75 hours, there are 25 threat mails has been given to the airlines, whether it is Air India or whether it is Air India Express.
Well, you know, Alicia, also the fact that the use of dark web, the use of VPN is a very important angle. It's making it it's quite difficult to, in fact, trace down the source. But we have understood that many of these sources are also emanating from outside the country.
Well, yes, this is something a part of investigation where the Ministry of Civil Aviation is constantly monitoring each and account where the people have been sending account a threat to the airlines. We know that today morning where the 7 airlines got a mid-air threat, where out of 3 had already did a survey over, they did not land. There was no emergency landing that was declared by the airlines. But yes, the investigation is underway. All the accounts that I have been holding, these are the accounts that has been verified. Most of the account has already been suspended. But yes, there are constant threat mail that has been given to the airlines. And as we talk, it's been 25 minutes where the 5 threat mails has already been given to the Air India. Now the Ministry of Civil Aviation has been constantly holding meeting, and they have been looking after each and every, whether it is Twitter account or whether other social media or whether it is a threat letter that has been given to the airlines.
Right. In fact, we also are having. In fact, we are being joined by a special guest on the broadcast. In fact, we'll just go across to him. But as my colleague Alicia was showing us the handles that have been. In fact, Vipul Saxena, aviation expert, is joining us on the phone line. Mr. Saxena, thank you so much for joining us on Republic TV. Now, this today we say in a total of 13 bomb threats have been received by Air India. First 7 Air India Express flights, and many of them were mid-air, at least 4 of them were mid-air bomb threats, and now once again we see 5 of them, 5 Indian Air India Airlines, Air India flights receiving the bomb threats. This is more than 20 if we talk about the last 72 hours, and it's a great menace, causing a lot of chaos and also jeopardizing security, and of course slowing down the entire travel system. There's a big scare in the skies. How do you see this, sir?
I think this is a conspiracy going around at international level and involving international agencies as well as some agencies and some political parties in India to derail the economic progress of India, and wherein the aviation sector is going to play major role, major boost of GDP is going to be given by aviation sector. So I think there is a deliberate attempt to derail this journey.
Right, Mr. Saxena, the fact that many of these flights have received threats mid-air, and there have been a spate of such threats and the emergency landings. Today we learned about emergency landings not being carried out. How do you see this measure that has been taken up?
I think somewhere we'll have to time that how far we have to trust these hoax calls or calls, because most of them have been proved wrong. But then I would like to put a caveat here that this may be attempt by the people who are trying to really damage our country. And out of this maybe 100 call, if one comes true, it can create a catastrophe. But then till we find some common solution to block this kind of call or to stop this kind of activities, we have to somewhere take some calculated risk.
Yes, Mr. Saxena, of course. Now, this is something that we are seeing happening on social media. Again and again, such threats are being issued via social media, and many of the handles are being suspended as we speak. There is the use of dark web, and we've seen such hoax threats being issued via social media using VPNs for schools in Delhi. More than hundreds of them had received threats this year, and now once again we see the aviation industry that flights are being targeted now. How do you see this is a larger conspiracy because there's an international conspiracy angle that is being probed on?
All right, let's put out the breaking that is just coming in. The Ministry of Civil Aviation having been working on a new legislation to penalize hoax scholars who make bomb threats, with consultations underway with the law department. So legislation which is being worked upon by the Ministry of Civil Aviation. According to Civil Aviation Ministry sources, stronger rules are being framed to enforce strict penalties, including the introduction of a no-fly list for offenders, which could last for several years. Let's take that same point across to Alicia and Rakshita, who continue to be with us. Alicia, give us more details about this new legislation which is being worked upon. All right, before I go across to Alicia, let's take that point across to Harsha, who's joining us. Harsha, give us more details about this new legislation being worked upon.
So, Samisha, there's a new legislation to remember that right now, whatever the FIRs and legal actions are being taken by the ministry and by the civil aviation entire industry on the hoax call is the mode of FIR. The FIR is filed and then the person is detained and the questionnaire happened and the investigation starts. But right now, Ministry of Civil Aviation is working that there should be an umbrella, there should be an umbrella SOP under this Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita Kanun, which is a new Kanun. Under this, there should be an umbrella thing for the people, the hoax scholars. They should be penalized, and it could only be done through legislation. So when I talk about legislation, the minister has stressed upon the need that there should be legislation for all these hoax scholars. They should be penalized. There should be SOPs and guidelines for them, and it has to go through parliament. So we are expecting that in this winter session of the parliament, there will be a whole lot legislation on the bomb scare messages, hoax scholars, how they could be penalized, how there could be a 5 years to 10 years ban imposed on them. They will not be allowed to fly on any of the airline, and how stringent actions could be made there to the keeping in mind the bomb hoax scholars. So this is the legislation which the minister is talking about. The Ministry of Civil Aviation is working together in cooperation with the MHA and with the Department of the Law Enforcement as well, which includes the Counter-Terror Division as well. Together they are working on the legislation, how the legislation should be, and the Civil Aviation of Ministry will discuss it with MHA, and finally it could be tabled in the winter session of the parliament, because right now ministry believes that it's very important to set an example for all the hoax scholars who are trying to scare the passengers by spreading out this bomb messages on social media platform. Back to you.
Yes, in fact, Samiksha, we are being joined by a special guest, Captain Meenu Wadia, who's a former Air India aviation expert. He's live with us. Thank you so much, Mr. Wadia. Now, how do you see these developments, these spate of bomb threats? Most of them have now, of course, come out as, resulted as a hoax threat. But the fact that there have been several emergency landings, the entire flight system has been, has been slowed down because of this. A lot of emergency landings have witnessed, and now today we see 7 of Air India Express flights, mid-air threats also, 5 of them in the latest. Emergency landings not made this time. There's a lot of chaos that the consumers are right now going through. Sir, how do you see these developments?
I see it in 2 different parts. First of all, this issue of hoax calls, you need to first find out, that's a separate issue, that security agencies and the government needs to find out who's making these hoax calls and where are they coming from. Secondly, as far as the safety of the aircraft and the airlines are concerned, there are again 2 issues. What you all have mentioned yesterday also, that DGC has instructed the airlines to carry sky marshals. Now, I don't think that's a very good idea for the simple reason sky marshals were earlier carried essentially for hijacking of flights, because the flights used to be hijacking. If there are bomb threats on board, if a bomb is placed in the cargo compartment and someone's baggage, there's very little that the sky marshal can do. The government has to tighten up the security and make regulations, new regulations, because right now the airlines have no choice but to follow the standard operating procedure. If there is whether the airline knows it's a hoax or not, they have to act on it. So therefore, the passengers and the airlines will be inconvenienced in any case. So that is one aspect of it. Secondly, as far as who's making the calls, etc., whether they're coming from India, they're coming from abroad, that is an issue which has to be handled separately. So this has to be taken in two different parts.
Right, sir, stay with us. Just a follow-up question. What do you think would be the next steps on part of the Civil Aviation Ministry, other than working on that legislation, of course? Do you think increasing the number of air marshals on board the airlines could probably help better the situation?
No, not at all. Because the sky marshals are not meant for this purpose. As I said earlier, sky marshals earlier used to be carried on the aircrafts when there were threats of hijackers. Sky marshal are armed people on board the aircraft. In case there are any hijackers, then they can deal with it because there are passengers on board the aircraft. They can deal with them there. As far as these bombs are concerned, they have got nothing to do with sky marshals, and the sky marshal will not be able to do anything about it in any case, because the bombs can be kept in the cargo holds, in the baggage compartment, or on the aircraft, or wherever it is. So it is the security agencies that needs to handle this as it stands. However, if you want to make new regulations, again, the government needs to understand what the new procedures can be, and if they can come out with procedures which can ensure full or 100% safety of the aircraft, then you can dispense with honoring these, knowing that these are false calls. But right now, the policy is that if there is a bomb threat, you have to act on it. All the airlines have to act on it. You have no choice. So unless the policy is changed, you cannot do anything about it right now. And Sky Marshal will not serve this purpose.
All right, sir. Appreciate you giving us your insights. For now, that's the news break that's coming in. The hoax callers are likely to be put on no-fly list. We'll head into a very short break. We'll go across to Rakshita and Alisha after this very short break.
Director, the taste of success.
A new spectrum battle is heating up in India, and this time it's not just about the telecom giants. Billionaires Elon Musk and Mukesh Ambani are locking horns over how satellite broadband spectrum should be allocated. Should it be auctioned or assigned administratively? Let's dive deep into this ongoing debate and understand why it matters. The conflict centers around the allocation of the satellite broadband spectrum, a crucial resource for providing satellite-based internet services across India. Now, Elon Musk, through Starlink, advocates for administrative allocation, following the practices of the International Telecommunication Union, a United Nations agency that designates satellite spectrum as shared resources. Musk argues that auctioning the shared spectrum would be unprecedented and could hinder the rapid development of the satellite broadband. On the other hand, Mukesh Ambani's Reliance Jio argues that an auction is necessary to ensure fair competition, particularly with foreign players entering the market. The Indian government recently decided to allocate satellite spectrum administratively, aligning with the global trends. Telecom Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia confirmed that the administrative approach does not mean spectrum comes without a cost. TRAI, that's your Telecom Regulatory Authority of India, will determine the pricing formula, ensuring transparency.
Rising concern over hoax bomb threats.
A bomb hoax regarding 7 Air India flights, 4 on the ground and 3 in the air, has been reported.
dark web link to Pakistan, China uncovered. Threat mails routed through VPN network. International conspiracy emerges.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Join us as we gear up for the most prestigious and awaited annual event of Republic Bharat, Rashtra Sarvopari Sammelan. This event that celebrates the essence of Rashtra Ke Naam in every aspect of our society. The conclave brings together a stellar lineup of guests from ministers to sports personalities and leaders from various sectors. These leaders and achievers have demonstrated remarkable strength, vision and dedication, contributing significantly to nation building. Watch exclusively only on Republic Bharat tomorrow starting 9 a.m. Seven Air India Express flights get bomb threats today as government closely monitors the situation. Meanwhile, Civil Aviation Minister takes strict measures, says they are bringing in a new legislation against hoax callers. 20 dead in Bihar after illicit liquor consumption. Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar conducts a high-level review meet.
बात को 302 का मुदाले होने में या तो मौत की सजा होती है या नहीं तो अति उम्र कैद की सजा, तो फिर भी लोग घटना करता है ना। इसी को आप मानते हैं कि नहीं मानते? चोरी छुपे जो करते हैं उस पर कार्रवाई हो रही है, सख्ती से कार्रवाई हो रही है।
Meanwhile, when confronted, Nitish's excise minister remains completely clueless, says he has no idea about the exact death toll. Landmark verdict by top minister. SC upholds the constitutional validity of Section 6A of the Citizenship Act 1955. And first up, we begin this edition with some breaking news that is just coming in. Spurious liquor that has reared its ugly head in Bihar once again. This time, it has claimed over 30 lives. The tragedy that has been reported from Bihar's Siwan city. SIT been formed. 3 people have been arrested so far, and FIR has been registered against 8 individuals. Prakash will join us shortly to take us through the details of how the matter is being investigated. As we understand, the 3 arrests have been made so far, and the FIR that has been registered against 8 people. This even as we understand that at least 30 lives have been lost to the huge tragedy this time around. Let me cut across to Prakash joining us live on the broadcast. Prakash, with regards to the investigation, what's the latest? How many arrests?
Well, few people have been detained. 1 arrest have been made so far. SIT has been constituted in this particular case. And few victims have been admitted in the Patna Medical College Hospital, few in Saran, few in Siwan. And this case of spurious liquor has been happening time and again in the same area of Siwan and Saran, as I've been saying, that it has taken place in that area during this festivity season occasion of Diwali. But as of now, the prohibition policy of Nitish Kumar, which is under question and under scanner time and again, and that has been raised by various political parties, and the allegations have been leveled that in the name of home delivery, prohibition is a failure and home delivery continues, whether be it the spurious liquor, whether be the country-made liquor, or whether be it the foreign brands, English liquor. So now the questions are being raised. I confronted the excise minister of Bihar, Ratnesh Sada, as well. He was clueless. He says that he was not even aware about the numbers, and the victims have narrated the entire incident. Back to you.
Absolutely shocking, Prakash, and do stay on with us as we quickly play out that sequence for our viewers. Yes, Bihar's excise minister Ratnesh Sada was confronted a short while ago by Prakash about addressing concerns about the state's prohibition policy and rising incidents of spurious liquor consumption. When questioned, as Prakash said, about the exact death toll linked to the liquor crisis, Sada claimed he was unaware but insisted that the prohibition policy has not failed. He also added that the concerned officials and police personnel have been suspended. Take a look.
शराबबंदी तो है और सारे नेता जो हैं बिहार के, इवन मांझी जी भी आरोप लगाते हैं कि होम डिलीवरी तो चल रहा है, तो आप लोग तो शराबबंदी लागू करने में फेल हो गए। सदा जी
पहले सुनिए मेरी बात को। 302 का मुदाले होने में या तो मौत की सजा होती है या नहीं तो उम्र कैद की सजा, तो फिर भी लोग घटना करता है ना। इसी को आप मानते हैं कि नहीं मानते? चोरी छुपे जो करते हैं उस पर कार्रवाई हो रही है, सख्ती से कार्रवाई हो रही है।
लेकिन आपको नहीं लगता कि पुलिस भी मिली हुई है इस पूरे प्रकरण में?
अगर पुलिस, पहले सुनिए, आप तो जहां सूर्य न जाते आप वहां तक जाते हैं। अगर जो पुलिस लिप्त है तो उसका सूची दीजिए, उस पर कार्रवाई।
आपको नहीं लगता कि पुलिस लिप्त है सर?
आप जहां तक जाते हैं, जहां तक सूर्य की किरण नहीं जाते हैं,
नहीं, आपको लगता है कि बिना प्रशासनिक मिली भगत से ये सब चीजें बार बार नहीं होगी?
जब तक हमको आंकड़ा नहीं मिलेगा तो हम कैसे बताएंगे कि पुलिस इसमें लिप्त?
आप मंत्री हैं, आपको तो आंकड़ा तुरंत आना चाहिए। हम बता रहे हैं आंकड़ा, आप
साक्ष्य दीजिए, हम उस पदाधिकारी।
आंकड़ा मैं बता रहा हूँ, सिविल सर्जन ने कहा है कि 20, अभी तक 20। लेकिन
दूसरी बात बता रहे हैं ना, आप हमको आंकड़ा दीजिए, कौन पदाधिकारी?
आपको लगता है कि पुलिस की मिली भगत, प्रशासन की मिली भगत के बिना ये पॉसिबल नहीं है?
सुनिए, जहाँ तक गोपालगंज की बात है, कल परसों गांजा पकड़ाया, थोड़ा सा पुलिस थाना प्रभारी उसमें पकड़ाया, उसको सस्पेंड नहीं, बर्खास्त किया गया है।
ये प्रशांत किशोर तो कहते हैं कि शराबबंदी वो 10 मिनट में खत्म कर देंगे।
अरे प्रशांत किशोर दलित विरोधी, SC ST विरोधी, अति पिछड़ा विरोधी, अल्पसंख्यक विरोधी है, पूरे बिहार के सभी वर्ग, सभी वर्ग के नौजवान का विरोधी है। वो इस काल के गाल में धकेलना, कभी, पहले सुनिए मेरी बात को, कभी शिक्षा पर जो बोलने का औकात है उसको? कभी कहा मुसहर चमार धोबी पासी अल्पसंख्यक समाज को तो तुम शिक्षा से जुड़ो? और जब ही माननीय मुख्यमंत्री बिहार के जनता को बचाने के लिए, बिहार के नौजवान को बचाने के लिए शराबबंदी कानून लागू किया, 8,500 करोड़ को तिलांजलि दे करके, तो आज प्रशांत किशोर जो दलित सामंतवादी है, दलित विरोधी है, पूरे दलित के बच्चे को, पूरे बिहार के नौजवान के सभी वर्गों के नौजवान
जी लेकिन कहते हैं थोड़ी पिया करो और इस पूरे पॉलिसी को रिथिंक करने की जरूरत है।
मेरी बात को, मांझी जी 1980 से मंत्री और विधायक है ना, कभी वो भी नहीं अपने समाज को शिक्षा को अग्रसर करने का, जागरूकता फैलाने का काम किया है। और जो समाज गर्त की में जा रहा है शराबबंदी से,
जी ने मतलब कभी शिक्षा नहीं फैलाया।
बात को हम नोटिस नहीं लेते।
मांझी जी का नोटिस नहीं लेते?
नहीं।
अच्छा, तो मांझी जी बोल रहे हैं कि प्रोहिबिशन पॉलिसी को रिथिंक किया जाए।
कोई जरूरत नहीं है करने का, कोई जरूरत नहीं। जो लागू है वो
तो फेल है ना सर?
अब फेल है तो आप पी कर दिखा दीजिए हमको रोड पर। नहीं आप पर नहीं, गलत बात करते हैं।
मैं तो आज तक नहीं छुआ हूं।
नहीं छुए हैं तो आप पी करके दिखा दीजिए। कोई आप नहीं पीते हैं तो जो कोई पीता है पी कर रोड पर चल कर दिखा दे, दुकान में बेच कर दिखा दे, तब दिखते हैं।
लेकिन ये तो जग जाहिर है कि मिल रहा है शराब,
मिल रहा है। चोरी छुपे क्या हो रहा है?
Meanwhile, our senior editor Prakash has also filed a report from inside the hospital. Take a look at how 30 deaths have already been reported and some who are in a very critical condition.
बिहार में एक बार फिर से जहरीली शराब के कारण करीब 30 से 25 मौत हो चुकी है सीवान और सारण जिले में। इस हॉस्पिटल में मौजूद हूँ मैं, पटना मेडिकल कॉलेज में। तमाम लोग हैं यहाँ पर और शराब के विक्टिम हैं, उसके रीजन है। ये बताइए कि क्या हुआ है, लोग कैसे आए हैं?
ये लोग तो सीवान ले गए थे, सीवान से रिफर हो गए सदर से, यहाँ DPM से ले जाइए। तो कुछ लोग के लिए आते में मौत हो गया यहाँ से, और कुछ लोग तो हम सब लेके आए हैं।
कब की घटना?
सब काल और परसों
कितने लोग हैं?
अभी है 8 आदमी, 9 आदमी, एक आदमी तो मर गया।
मर गया जी हॉस्पिटल में, वहाँ सीवान से लाया?
हाँ जी।
कौन बेचता है?
सब वहाँ के गाँव का सब बेच रहा है सर।
पुलिस से मिली भगत है?
अब हम लोग को नहीं नौकरी करने देंगे।
पुलिस से मिली भगत है?
किसका परमिशन दिया सर? चलिए वहाँ साहब नहीं सर, प्लीज आप आओ, जो हमारा मतलब याद मान लिया।
शॉट ले लो।
इतना बार यही झगड़ा होता है, यही।
अरे भाई तो कैमरा
नहीं सर, तो नहीं आएगा आप।
चलिए
ठीक है। बिहार में जहरीली शराब के कारण एक बार फिर से 25 से 30 मौत हो गई है अभी तक सारण और सीवान जिले में। हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं सीवान जिले के कुछ लोग जिनके परिजन इस हॉस्पिटल में पटना मेडिकल कॉलेज में एडमिट हैं जहरीली शराब पीने के कारण। ये बताइए कि आपके कौन यहाँ एडमिट हैं?
मेरे पति
शराब पिए थे? जहरीली शराब कौन बेचता है?
पोखरा पर से पी के आए बन, पोखरा पर से
पी के आए थे। बीमार हैं? अच्छा, जो
बेचता है ना दारू वो भी मर गया।
कितना लोग कहाँ पर कैसे बिकता है इस, मतलब क्या उसमें प्रशासन मिला रहता है?
नहीं, प्रशासन लोग, हम लोग तो घर नहीं रहते हैं, हम बाहर रहते हैं, लेकिन हम तो ये सब जानते नहीं हैं।
कौन एडमिट है?
भैया है,
वो पिए हैं? अच्छा,
वो भी पिया है। पहले बोला कि ठीक है, कल माटी वाटी देकर आए, पर्दार में डेट हुआ था। तो उसके बाद बोले कि देखे ना थोड़ा आंधा लग रहा है, तो हम बोले कि चलो सीवान में लेके हम चलते हैं, सदर अस्पताल दिखा देते हैं। तो बोलता है कि ठीक है चलो, तो लेके गए तो वहाँ भी दवा हुआ। उसके बाद वहाँ से रेफर कर दिया पटना के। तो हम लोग पटना में आए, तो हम लोग अभी कोई भाई की सुनवाई नहीं है। जब बेड पर सोया है, दवाई सुई हो रहा है।
दारू तो बंद है ना, शराब तो बंद है बिहार?
बंद है दारू बंद थोड़े हुआ है। दारू तो सब बड़ा आदमी बेच कर राजा हो गया सबका।
होम डिलीवरी?
हाँ, पूरा जहाँ चाहे वही जगह जाए, फोन करें तो।
Meanwhile, former Bihar Deputy Chief Minister Tejashwi Yadav has blamed the NDA government for the tragedy. In fact, he went on to claim that the NDA government is enabling such liquor mafias in the state. Listen in to that statement.
जो शराबबंदी जो है केवल कागजों पर है और जहरीली शराब से लगभग 30 से ज़्यादा लोग जो हैं उनकी मृत्यु हुई है और कई दर्जनों भर लोगों ने अपनी आंखों की रोशनी खोई है। इतनी बड़ी घटना हुई है और माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी ने अब तक कोई भी संवेदना प्रकट जो है पीड़ितों के लिए अब तक नहीं किया है और लगातार ये घटनाएं हो रही।
And we cut across to the latest in the Baba Siddiqui murder case investigation. We are learning that Baba Siddiqui's son Zishan Siddiqui arrived at the Police Commissioner's office. This is the second consecutive day that Zishan had come to meet the Police Commissioner. Yesterday, Zishan Siddiqui was called by the Mumbai Police. A team of Crime Branch officers under the presence of Joint Commissioner of Police Crime Branch briefed few facts of the case. Were briefed, I beg your pardon, about a few facts with regards to the case, and Zishan, who also shared his version of what had happened on that night. Shravan will join us shortly to take us through the latest details as Republic is leading this story. Fast to fast investigation leads that are coming in, and I believe Shravan is with us. Shravan, in the latest, Zishan Siddiqui at the Commissioner's office, and he also put out his statement. What more details do you have?
Well, in fact, Sueshan, in less than 30 seconds from now, we are going to play out the images coming in from the Mumbai Commissioner's office, where a short while back, Zishan Siddiqui, son of Baba Siddiqui, has now appeared before the Mumbai Police Crime Branch. This is the second day that he has gone to the Mumbai Police Crime Branch. We are being told by our top sources that his statement is being recorded. Remember, all this while, there is a narrative that was being peddled, that this was to do with Bollywood mafia and the decoy essentially being Lawrence Bishnoi. Top sources now confirming to Republic TV that number one, as far as the possible murder motive is concerned, it is with regards to two slum redevelopment project worth about 20,000 crore rupees. We are talking about slum redevelopment projects spread across 7.5 acres. Remember, this is the very project in which Zishan Siddiqui was booked by the Mumbai police in the month of August. He had prevented those survey officials from carrying out a survey in that particular area. Secondly, Baba Siddiqui too was against the slum redevelopment project in that very area. Remember, this also brings in a political rivalry, given the fact that the project has already been handed over to Baba Siddiqui's political rival. An admission that has been made by his political rival that this project has been given to him and a well-known businessman in Mumbai. That is the reason why top sources within Mumbai police now indicating that they are looking at the political rivalry and the SRA dispute becoming the number one murder motive that they are looking into. That's the image that you have on your screens right now. The car of Zishan Siddiqui parked outside the Mumbai Police Crime Branch right now as the statement is being recorded. In a short while from now, perhaps more details emerging with regards to what is it that Zishan Siddiqui had to tell the Mumbai police.
Oh yes, absolutely. Shravan, do stay on with us as we quickly bring in Sandeep also. I believe he's standing outside the CP office. What are you picking up, Sandeep?
Yes, Subesha, at this point in time, Zishan Siddiqui has arrived out here at the Mumbai Police Commissioner office with full security. These are the members of the security team of Zishan Siddiqui, and in this very building, the Mumbai Police Commissioner sits, and at this very point in time, Zishan Siddiqui is in fact meeting Mumbai Police Commissioner. Yesterday, he recorded his statement in the presence of the top senior officers of Crime Branch, in fact, and the Joint CP Crime Branch was in fact present at that very point in time. Joint CP Crime Lakshmi Gautam had in fact asked Zishan Siddiqui regarding if he has any kind of suspicion on anyone. Was there any kind of political rivalry that he suspects that could be one of the reason? And in fact, the details regarding Baba Siddiqui real estate business was in fact asked by Mumbai Police yesterday. In fact, this is the second consecutive day wherein he is being in fact questioned by Mumbai Police. In fact, he is recording his statement with the Mumbai Police, and yesterday what we heard is that he was asked multiple questions regarding his businesses, regarding his land dispute, regarding his political disputes by Mumbai Police Commissioner, although a detailed statement is yet to be recorded, and that is the reason that it is the second day. This is the second day that he has been in fact called today by Mumbai Police to record his statement. As I pan the camera, I would show you that his security personnel are downstairs, and in fact his statement is being recorded out there on the first floor where the Mumbai Police Commissioner office is based in. So definitely yesterday the statement was not taken. Today is the second day where his complete statement would be in fact recorded. What we are hearing that there would be multiple time that Zishan Siddiqui's statement would be recorded, because as the investigation proceeds, as the doubts needs to get cleared, so in order to cooperate with the investigation and to get the link established in the whole investigation, Mumbai Police will be in fact seeking Zishan Siddiqui's presence in the investigation, and that is the reason that Zishan Siddiqui has in fact arrived out here on the second day this is the second day where he is in fact recording the statement with Mumbai Police.
Well, in fact, the latest now coming in with regards to Zishan Siddiqui's statement that is being recorded by the Mumbai Police Crime Branch as the investigation gains momentum. For all our viewers who are tuning in right now, remember, as far as Lawrence Bishnoi gang is concerned, something that the narrative that is being peddled all this while, that's just the tip of the iceberg. Mumbai Police believes that this is a case of contract killing. They're looking at who exactly gave the contract. Was it stemming out of some sort of a business rivalry or a political rivalry is something that is being looked into right now, Suesha. That's the prime focus of this entire investigation.
Right, absolutely. Shavan and Sandeep, I want to thank you for getting us the latest. Like you rightly said, Zishan's version extremely important to what he thinks, whether he suspects it is business rivalry or political rivalry, or of course the Bishnoi angle that has also emerged so far. So Sandeep, quickly details from you on that front, if you've gathered anything on the line of questioning or where Zishan Siddiqui comes from as far as who he suspects and what angle he probably suspects.
See, as far as Zishan Siddiqui's statement is concerned, Suesha, definitely Mumbai Police is in fact questioning regarding his doubts on the people that he have. Remember, Baba Siddiqui and in fact Zishan Siddiqui had multiple businesses. In fact, Baba Siddiqui was involved in, real estate business, in fact, and police suspects that that could be one of the reasons that Baba Siddiqui might have lost his life to the business rivalry that he had. Also, remember how Zishan Siddiqui had objected the SRA development project at the Sant Jnaneshwar Nagar out there in Bandra East. He had in fact protested, and following which he was also booked by Mumbai Police recently. So ultimately there are multiple angles that is being in fact investigated right now. But what exact testimony Zishan Siddiqui has given, that is not yet out, because it is still underway. The statement is being recorded right now, and there would be times that he would be called again and again to incorporate with the investigation, Suesha.
Absolutely, Sandeep, and we'll keep coming back to you for further updates. For the moment, we shift our focus to the other top stories we're also tracking this afternoon. Stories in brief in Bharat in 2 minutes. Prime Minister Narendra Modi participated in the celebration of International Abhidhamma Divas and the recognition of Pali as a classical language at Vigyan Bhavan in New Delhi. Abhidhamma Divas commemorates the descent of Lord Buddha from the celestial realm after teaching the Abhidhamma. During the celebration, Prime Minister Modi also felicitated Buddhist monks.
मेरा सौभाग्य है कि भगवान बुद्ध के साथ जुड़ाव की जो यात्रा मेरे जन्म के साथ ही शुरू हुई है, वो अनवरत जारी है। मेरा जन्म गुजरात के उस वडनगर में हुआ जो एक समय बौद्ध धर्म का महान केंद्र हुआ करता था।
A special court for representatives has issued a non-bailable warrant against BJP MLA Basanagoda Patil Yatnal for his controversial statement alleging that there is half of Pakistan in Health Minister Dinesh Gundu Rao's house. The defamation case filed by Dinesh Gundu Rao's wife was set for a hearing yesterday. Yatnal's absence from court prompted the judge to issue the warrant, with the next hearing scheduled for the 28th of October. ED conducted multi-city searches in Gujarat as part of a money laundering investigation linked to a GST fraud. Recently, 8 individuals, including a journalist, were arrested by state police. The federal agency raided approximately 23 locations, including Rajkot, Junagadh, Ahmedabad, Bhavnagar and Veerawal under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act. In another development, the BJP held an introspection meeting following its poor performance in the Pir Panjal region, where it won only one of the 8 seats in the Rajouri and Poonch districts despite granting scheduled tribe status. The party did not secure any seats in these areas. The meeting, chaired by BJP General Secretary Ashok Kaul and JNK President Ravindra Rana, included candidates from Rajouri and Poonch. And well, in a shocking incident, unidentified persons opened fire outside the residence of an RLD leader. The incident that took place at the Nithari village in Sector 31 police station area of Noida. A police contingent arrived at his residence after receiving word of the firing. However, the attackers fled the spot after they fired. Now, according to preliminary probe, the incident was the fallout of a dispute over the laying of cables. We're getting you all the details in this report.
In a shocker, unidentified persons opened fire outside the residence of Rashtriya Lokdal leader Somendra Avana. According to sources, several rounds were fired outside the RLD leader's residence at the Nithari village in the outskirts of Noida at around 8 p.m. on Wednesday. Sources said that while the RLD leader escaped the attack, the women members of his family, including his wife and daughter, were brutally assaulted by the attackers. Preliminary probe suggests that the incident was a fallout of a dispute over the laying of cables. According to eyewitness accounts, close to 15 attackers fired several rounds outside the RLD leader's residence before shattering glass panes on the windows and barging in. The attackers then laid into the women, as all male members of the family, including the RLD leader, were away at the time. While some of the attackers were subsequently arrested, fear gripped the area after the incident. Speaking to your channel, the RLD leader said that while his family members were brutally assaulted, he was the real target.
मामला कुछ नहीं था, छोटा भाई ना उनका केबल नेटवर्क काम है हमारा, केबल टीवी नेटवर्क का कोई काम वाम कर रहे होंगे वो लोग, तो गांव के कुछ लोग हैं जो गुंडाई करते हैं, उनसे उनका कुछ हो गया होगा, तो उन्होंने फिर जब हो गया तो उन्होंने फिर आके बदमाश 50 लोग आए, वो मैं घर पे था नहीं यहाँ पे, उन्होंने फायरिंग मारी, बच्चे
छोटे भाई ने फायरिंग कर दी?
नहीं, उन्होंने फायरिंग करी, गांव के कुछ लोग हैं, मुझे ढूंढ रहे थे वो लोग, मेरा नाम ले रहे थे, सोमेंद्र अवाना कौन है, सोमेंद्र अवाना कौन है, और उन्होंने फायरिंग की बहुत ज़्यादा.
His wife Rekha also shared a chilling account of her near-death experience.
मार पीट के धक्का मारा रात में भैया, सिर दीवार में ऐसा लगा, पूरा ऐसे लात बजाई उन्होंने, ऊपर चढ़े हैं 10-12 बंदे ऊपर चढ़ के गए हैं. बताओ, घर में कोई एक बंदा नहीं है, सारी लेडीज हैं, कम से कम 10-12 लेडीज.
इतने निर्दयी, इतने क्रूर
गंदी गाली गलौज कर रहे हैं, इतना बुरे तरीके से बोल के गए हैं वो. ये कोई उनके साथ था? हमारे पैसे पहले ये तो देखते कि घर में कोई आदमी है या नहीं है, सारी लेडीज है, फिर भी इतना हंगामा करके गए हैं.
जी, इन्होंने पहले तो गेट नीचे से गेट तोड़ा और फिर ऊपर आए और मेरी मम्मी में लात वात मारी और हमको धमकी दे के गए, अगर तुम रोओगे तो तुम्हें इधर ही लाश बिछा देंगे, तुम्हें बीच में से गाड़ के चले जाएंगे, ऐसी धमकी दे के गए और पूरा घर तोड़ के चले गए और शीशों में गोली वोली चलाई है बहुत ज़्यादा.
जब मेरे गए अंदर आए हैं, मेरी लड़की 6 पोती मेरा लड़का कोई नहीं मिला उनने, मेरी पोती खींची उनने, मेरी बहू के लात घुसा बजाए हैं. हाँ, मेरी बहू फिर बेहोश हो गई जब पुलिस आ गई, जब वो भागे हैं.
Dramatic visuals were witnessed over here in Nithari village near Noida when there were around 3 to 4 rounds of fire that were fired at the house of the Rashtriya Lokdal leader Somendra Avana. Now, the reasons of this firing is attributed to a kind of a family dispute. You can see that how there are some broken glasses, and you can see that how these broken glasses are over here.
While some of the accused have already been arrested, the onus now lies on the police to track down the remaining attackers and bring them to the book.
Time now for a short commercial break. On the other side, we'll get you the latest 7 Air India Express flights have gotten bomb threats, and that too today itself. Government is closely monitoring the situation.
हमारे केंद्र सरकार के जितने भी एम्प्लॉइज हैं उन सबको बधाई। आज कैबिनेट ने डीए और पेंशनर्स के लिए डीएनएस रिलीफ इसको 3% बढ़ाया है और टोटल 9,448 करोड़ एनुअली 9,448 करोड़ एनुअली हमारे सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट के एम्प्लॉइज के पे चेक में ऐड होगा। बहुत बधाई सबको। इसका कैलकुलेशन वगैरह सब स्टैंडर्ड एक फॉर्मूला से होता है, ऑल इंडिया कंज्यूमर प्राइस इंडेक्स फॉर इंडस्ट्रियल वर्कर्स, उसके हिसाब से इसका कैलकुलेशन होता है। तो दिवाली से पहले सभी केंद्र सरकार के सभी कर्मचारियों को हार्दिक अभिनंदन और बधाई, और सभी साथियों को भी आज उपस्थित आप हुए, आप सबको धन्यवाद।
Join us as we gear up for the most prestigious and awaited annual event of Republic Bharat, Rashtra Sarvopari Sammelan. This event that celebrates the essence of Rashtra Ke Naam in every aspect of our society. The conclave brings together a stellar lineup of guests from ministers to sports personalities and leaders from various sectors. These leaders and achievers have demonstrated remarkable strength, vision and dedication, contributing significantly to nation building. Watch exclusively only on Republic Bharat tomorrow from 9 a.m. onwards.
Seven Air India Express flights get bomb threats as government closely monitors the situation. Civil Aviation Minister takes strict measures, says they are bringing in a new legislation against hoax callers. "20 dead in Bihar after illicit liquor consumption." Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar conducts a high-level review meeting. When confronted, Nitish's excise minister remains completely clueless, says he has no idea about the exact death toll.
पहले सुनिए मेरी बात को। 302 का मुदाले होने में या तो मौत की सजा होती है या नहीं तो उम्र कैद की सजा, तो फिर भी लोग घटना करता है ना। इसी को आप मानते हैं कि नहीं मानते? चोरी छुपे जो करते हैं उस पर कार्रवाई हो रही है, सख्ती से कार्रवाई हो रही है।
Minister clueless, says 20 dead in Bihar after illicit liquor consumption. Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar conducts high-level review meeting. Getting breaking news now that the Mumbai police has issued a lookout circular to Shubham Lonkar. The crime branch suspects that he could have fled the country using the Nepal route. This is the breaking news now coming in. They have issued a lookout circular in connection with the Baba Siddiqui murder case. And the lookout circular is against Shubham Lonkar. Shubham Lonkar
The crime branch suspects could have fled the country using a Nepal route. He was under the scanner. He was previously on bail. Shubham Lonkar in the past has been questioned by the Mumbai police in connection with the firing outside Salman Khan's residence. This is in the past. The Mumbai police have issued an LOC or lookout circular. He is an accused in the high-profile murder case of NCP leader Baba Siddiqui. Baba Siddiqui was shot dead on the 12th of October outside the office of his son, Zishan Siddiqui. Let me go across to my colleague Sandeep joining us with the details. Sandeep, why does Shubham Lonkar become important in this case now? What is his link to those who have been arrested?
See, Niranjan, Shubham Lonkar is someone who was connected to Lawrence Bishnoi. That is what is being said. And in fact, he was the first person. He was the first person to claim the murder of Baba Siddiqui. In fact, he was someone who had claimed it on social media. He mentioned that, Baba Siddiqui was killed due to his links with Dawood Ibrahim. And in fact, for the same reason, he says that, he was killed. But ultimately, what is the exact reason? Whether it is a contract killing, that is something being investigated right now. And Niranjan, as we give you the live visuals, these are the vehicles of Zishan Siddiqui, and he's meeting Mumbai Police Commissioner out there. He's meeting with Mumbai Police Commissioner is underway. In fact, he met Joint CP Crime yesterday, Lakshmi Gautam, and in fact the top officials of Crime Branch in fact listened in to him. In fact, his statement was in fact recorded yesterday, and this is the second consecutive day, and Ranjan, where his statement is being recorded. Remember, he has in fact shared about the details about the property of Baba Siddiqui, his land dealings with his associates, and also remember, in the real estate business, Baba Siddiqui's wife is also one of the partner. So ultimately, there are multiple things that Zishan Siddiqui would be in fact informing Mumbai police, whether there was a political rivalry. So the names of political rivals would be in fact disclosed by Zishan Siddiqui. Who are the business rivals? That is something being in fact disclosed by Baba Siddiqui out there. In fact, he's meeting Mumbai Police Commissioner, and yesterday 5 to 6 crime branch officials were out there when his statement was recorded. He had shared the full details of all the rivalries and the things that Baba Siddiqui used to have, whether there was any kind of enmity. That is something he had told yesterday. In fact, he also took up the brief from Joint CP Crime yesterday about the investigation that is underway. So definitely, in order to connect the dots of the investigation, Zishan Siddiqui's statement is very crucial. So whatever leads that Mumbai police would get, Mumbai police would definitely verify it with Siddiqui family. And currently Zishan Siddiqui is being, his statement is being in fact recorded out here. Very soon, what we are learning from our sources that Baba Siddiqui's wife would also record the question. Primarily, her statement has been in fact recorded, but a detailed statement of Baba Siddiqui's wife would be recorded by Mumbai Police Commissioner. But ultimately, right now, Niranjan, Zishan Siddiqui is being questioned out here. He's being given heavy security. There are massive security that have been in fact deployed out here. What we have got to know that he's been provided with 4 gunners and 2 constables 24 hours with him. So ultimately his security has been upgraded. And remember, post this incident, his security has been upgraded, but ultimately, before that very, shootout, his security was upgraded from 2 to 4, police personnel was in fact provided 20 days before this incident had taken place. So ultimately, the State Intelligence Department had the inputs that Zishan Siddiqui life is in threat, and for the same reason, his security was upgraded 20 days
we leave it at that
before
for now.
this incident.
I'll come back to you for updates. Yes, stay with me. I think you're not getting my audio. Sandeep, I'll have to move on now. I'll come back to you for an update in just a short bit. Thank you for joining us with those inputs. Moving on to the other big story we are tracking here on Republic TV. After Justin Trudeau's deposition last night, where he himself admitted, the Canadian Prime Minister admitted, that they had not shared any evidentiary proof with India. It was only intelligence that was basically shared from Canada to Indian agencies and officials, proving what we've been saying all along, that there was no proof anyway in the allegations that Canada has been making. And on the backdrop of that, a Canadian MP, Chandra Arya, the Canadian MP, has voiced concerns over the rising Khalistani violent extremism, calling it a Canadian problem that must be addressed by the government and law enforcement. Chandra Arya, the Canadian MP, has revealed he required RCMP protection at a recent Hindu event due to protests by Khalistani extremists. He stressed that foreign interference was unacceptable and urged Canada to collaborate with India to combat the growing threat of Khalistanis. Arya also called on Hindu Canadians to raise their voice and hold politicians to account for their safety.
I have heard concerns from Hindus across Canada regarding recent developments. As a Hindu Member of Parliament, I too have experienced these concerns firsthand. Last week, I could safely participate in a Hindu event in Edmonton only under the protection of RCMP officers, as a group of Khalistani protesters staged a disruptive demonstration against me. In Canada, we have long recognized the serious problems of Khalistani violent extremism. Let me be clear, any actions or involvement by foreign state actors within Canada in any form are unacceptable. As Canadians, we do not wish for Canada to interfere in the domestic affairs of other countries. Likewise, we do not want foreign governments interfering in Canada's domestic matters, including those involving Khalistani extremism. This is a Canadian problem, and it is a duty of all levels of our government and our law enforcement agencies to address it. At Monday's press conference, RCMP Assistant Commissioner Brigade Govin confirmed that the National Task Force is focused on investigating Khalistani violent extremism, among other threats.
Suesha, my colleague, is joining us live from the newsroom in Mumbai. Suesha, what makes it even more interesting is that Chandra Arya is a liberal politician. Across party lines, right? Even people from Trudeau's own party are questioning the Khalistani threat. Earlier, you had another Liberal MP who also spoke, saying that there is anger against Trudeau. So it's what is becoming increasingly now clear is that Trudeau perhaps lied. He's facing internal pressure. His government is unstable, and people within his own party and his own political spectrum are speaking out against Khalistanis.
Yes, absolutely, Niranjan, and it's been a massive embarrassment for Justin Trudeau on that front. So let's, in fact, talk about these multiple angles. We just heard from Canadian MP Chandra Arya, and like you rightly said, that this is an issue that India has been raising from day one with the Trudeau government, that by giving space to the Khalistanis, they are landing themselves in trouble. In fact, you would remember even during the G20 summit when this issue had come up, and time and again Canada has been warned against it, but Trudeau continues to support these Khalistani extremists, and now his own people are calling him out. The other thing, of course, of the massive embarrassment that Trudeau has faced after he himself has admitted that there is no concrete evidence with regards to the allegations that he's raised against India over Hardeep Singh Nijjar's killing, and they were only intelligence inputs. Let me also add, Niranjan, that several Canadian journalists who also called out Trudeau and said that this was a very wrong position that he had taken if there was no concrete evidence. And this indeed is a major win for the Indian narrative. In fact, another political commentator who had said that Trudeau, by levelling such allegations against India, which had no basis, which had no concrete evidence, is an absolute disaster. So all in all, Trudeau really being questioned on that front, that he is the one who put the India-Canada diplomacy diplomatic relationship at stake, and that too at what cost? Now, you would remember the note that India had put out and a very strong response by the MEA, where they had clearly said that by doing all this, Trudeau is really trying to further his political motives and trying to revive his reputation back in the country. But certainly, given the recent turn of events, it looks like this is backfiring against Trudeau. He's already criticized on the economic policy, on the foreign policy, on the foreign interference and the link to China and Pakistan that is emerging, and his own people who are speaking up against him now.
Thank you for that. In another claim that was made by the leader of opposition in Canada, he has now alleged that China has played a role in helping Prime Minister of Canada Justin Trudeau win 2 elections. Of Chinese interference, foreign interference is a subject that has been debated in Canada for a long time. The accusation pointing to possible interference of China in the elections that have been held in Canada's democratic process at least twice, it sparked a political storm. The leader of opposition in Canada is making these allegations. The Trudeau government is yet to respond to these allegations, which could further strain Canada's already complex ties with China. And in a sharp response following Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's admission of having no evidence against India, the Ministry of External Affairs issued a post-midnight statement holding Trudeau responsible for damaging India-Canada ties. The MEA statement criticizes Trudeau's earlier accusation, which says have led to a diplomatic rift between the two countries. This marks a significant escalation in the ongoing diplomatic tensions. In fact, the MEA also pointed at cavalier behavior of Justin Trudeau that ensured the ties have hit rock bottom between India and Canada.
As we approached the end of August and September, the big thing that was happening was India was itself hosting the leader of the summit of the advanced economies of the world, the G20. So it was a big moment for India, welcoming the world, all the leaders of the world to Delhi for a very important summit. And we had the opportunity of making it a very uncomfortable summit for India if we went public with these allegations ahead of time. We chose not to. We chose to continue to work behind the scenes to try and get India to cooperate with us. Their asks of us was, well, how much do you know? Give us the evidence you have on this. And our response was, well, it's within your security agencies. You should be looking into how much they know. You should be engaging. It's, oh, no, tell us what you know. Show us the evidence. And at that point, it was primarily intelligence, not hard evidentiary proof. So we said, well, let's work together and look into your security services, and maybe we can get that done. No, we're not doing that.
Well, that's why he spoke of intelligence that was shared and not evidentiary proof. Justin Trudeau also claims, amongst all the wild claims that he's been making, which even his own media is mocking his government for, one of the claims he made was that Indian diplomats were collecting information from Canada and passing it on to Lawrence Bishnoi. Believe it or not, that's what he says. Listen in.
Disrupting the chain that was diplomats collecting information on Canadians who are opponents or in disagreement with the Modi government, passing along that information to the highest levels within the Indian government, and then having that information directed through criminal organizations like the Lawrence Bishnoi gang to then result in violence against Canadians on the ground. It was the RCMP's determination that chain or that sequence or that scheme needed to be disrupted.
This is Justin Trudeau. That's how wild this claim is. Justin Trudeau, the Canadian Prime Minister, claiming a nexus between Indian diplomats and Lawrence Bishnoi gang. Let me go across to Samiksha, joining us with that input. Samiksha, has there been a response from India to what Trudeau has said about Lawrence Bishnoi gang, and the material he claims was passed on?
Right. Yes, and Niranjan, you know, it's not surprising that Justin Trudeau has made these bogus claims once again. He says that the Indian diplomats were in touch with the Lawrence Bishnoi gang members in Canada, and that's how they played a role in the killing of Hardeep Singh Nijjar last year. In fact, let's also tell our viewers that there was a statement also that was earlier put out by the Canadian police saying, rather linking the Bishnoi gang with the killing of the Khalistani extremist leader Hardeep Singh Nijjar. The Canadian police said that Indian agents are linked with Bishnoi gang. The Bishnoi gang has been targeting pro-Khalistani elements, so in a way making it amply clear that how Canada has been giving a shield to Khalistani extremist elements. The Canadian police also said that Bishnoi gang is behind Nijjar's killing, and just a day after this, it was Justin Trudeau who repeated the charges. He said that the Indian diplomats had been working in tandem with the Bishnoi gang leaders. He said that information on Canadians was shared with the Bishnoi gang. The diplomats had even gathered information on Canadians opposed to Prime Minister Modi. So all of this happening when Justin Trudeau has been making those claims backed without evidence, saying that there is an involvement of Bishnoi gang as well. In fact, before I toss back to the studio, let's also tell our viewers how several of Lawrence Bishnoi gang members have been given a safe haven by the Trudeau government. From Goldie Brar, who's based out of Canada, to Lashbir Singh Sandhu, and even Arshdeep Dalla, who've been living in Canada since 27, Niranjan. It's amply clear that how these Khalistani extremists are being given a shield. In fact, not just the Khalistani elements, but even the Bishnoi gang members. And this while India has already released a list of those wanted Bishnoi gang members who are wanted very much back home.
Okay, thank you for that. Tracking that story closely. We're taking a short break here on Republic. Back with the headlines. Stay tuned.
Argentina football legend Lionel Messi is aging like fine wine. On Tuesday night, in a 2026 FIFA World Cup South American qualifier match against Bolivia, Messi scored a record 10th international hat-trick and had a hand in 2 more assists as the defending world champions posted a commanding 6-0 win. With this hat-trick, Messi equaled the massive record of arch-rival Cristiano Ronaldo for the most number of international hat-tricks. Both Ronaldo and Messi now lead the way with 10 hat-tricks, with Iran's Ali Daei right behind them with 9 hat-tricks. Argentina dominated the World Cup qualifying game against Bolivia, and Messi was extraordinary with goals in the 19th, 84th and 86th minutes. Lautaro Martinez, Julian Alvarez and Thiago Almada also found the back of the net. With 14 shots, 10 on target and an amazing 73% possession, Argentina proved their might. Argentina confirmed their top place in the FIFA rankings with this outstanding victory, thereby displaying their will to qualify for the World Cup. The game was played in the Estadio Mas Monumental, therefore adding to Argentina's exceptional home form. Messi also made 2 assists during the game, aside from this being his first hat-trick for the national team in 2024. This turned out to be one of Messi's best performances since the Copa America 2024, where he failed to make a major impact individually despite his team winning the trophy. Messi chose to help Lautaro Martinez with a simple tap-in after Atletico Madrid star striker Julian Alvarez threw him a brilliantly placed ball with the score still at 1-0. Shortly thereafter, Argentina got a free kick, which Messi masterminded to set Julian Alvarez to extend the
Breaking news now, even as parties like the left stand by India, while also saying that they need to be briefed while backing India, there are some within, for example, Channi, Congress parliamentarian Charanjit Singh Channi, the former Chief Minister of Punjab, has taken a pro-Canada stance, blaming the Indian government for the deteriorating relationship with Canada. Listen in.
ਸਾਡਾ 9 ਮਾਸ ਦਾ ਰਿਸ਼ਤਾ ਬਣ ਗਿਆ ਹੈ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ। ਸਾਡਾ ਹਰ ਦੂਸਰਾ ਚੌਥਾ ਘਰ ਸਾਡਾ ਕੋਈ ਨਾ ਕੋਈ ਮੁੰਡਾ ਕੁੜੀ ਕੋਈ ਨਾ ਕੋਈ ਉੱਥੇ ਬੈਠਾ ਹੈ। ਸਾਡੇ ਰਿਸ਼ਤੇ ਉੱਥੇ ਹੈ, ਸਾਡਾ ਪਿਆਰ ਉੱਥੇ ਹੈ ਹਰ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਦਾ। ਸੋ ਐਸੀ ਕਿਸੇ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਵੀ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਰਿਲੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਉਹ ਖਰਾਬ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ। ਸਾਡੀ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੂੰ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਰਿਸ਼ਤਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਸੁਧਾਰੇ। ਸਾਨੂੰ ਤਾਂ ਰੋਜ਼ ਦੀ ਲੋੜ ਹੈ ਹੁਣ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਸਾਡੇ ਪ੍ਰਵਾਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਲੋਕ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਹੈ।
Political compulsions, but even now, when the time has come to stand with India, some leaders questioning Indian government itself for what Canada is doing. The whole world is watching what Trudeau is saying, and Channi blaming the government for what's happening in Canada. Taking a break, back with the headlines. We'll tell you more about the Bihar Hooch tragedy. Over 20 lives lost. There's a political blame game. But for those who have been killed by illicit liquor, the minister himself is clueless. The government has much answering to do.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
Here when you see your favorite team walking by, you can encourage all the participants. They've come a long way to make this a successful event. Many of them flew in a couple of days ago. They've had a day in India. So keep the spirit high, encourage them, and we will be seeing them in action in a few minutes. Rider walking up on the far side. The entrance to the arena will be on the left-hand side from the grandstand. They will finish the course. It's difficult for them to get familiar with the horses, but when they've taken a little rest, they've thought about their practice rounds. Definitely improved. We have the next competitor.
It is now totally, absolutely, 100% clear that this whole Salman Khan Bollywood angle that was given to Baba Siddiqui's murder in Mumbai was totally wrong. The fact is that the real estate lord cum politician Baba Siddiqui was not killed because he was friendly to Salman Khan, helpful to Salman Khan or close to Salman Khan. That is not the reason. It was instead all about big money. In that sense, this murder raises one very serious question. Why have politicians turned into real estate lords? Why are politicians taking the responsibility, like in a 70s Hindi film, of removing people from slums or rehabilitating them? Are there underworld dons and the mafia also involved? Are people living in slums being muscled out by people with political connections? The question we must ask is whether sections of the media, some news channels, do not want the focus to be on the real reason, which is the real estate war.
character, the taste of success.
Here, when you see your favorite team walking by, you can encourage all the participants. They've come a long way to make this a successful event. Many of them flew in a couple of days ago. They've had a day in India. So keep the spirits high, encourage them, and we will be seeing them in action in a few minutes. Rider walking up on the far side. The entrance to the arena will be on the left-hand side from the grandstand. They will finish the course. It's difficult for them to get familiar with the horses, but when they've taken a little rest, they've thought about their practice rounds. Definitely.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good afternoon, viewers. You're watching Republic TV and I'm Arnab Goswami with you, viewers. The big story we're tracking this hour is the huge tragedy in Bihar. Once again, we are seeing people killed in Bihar after consuming spurious liquor. We'll get you a ground report on that, but first up, the headlines this hour. 7 Air India Express flights get bomb threats today as the government closely monitors the situation. Meanwhile, Civil Aviation Minister takes strict measures, says they are bringing in a new legislation against hoax callers. $20 dead in Bihar after illicit liquor consumption. Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar chairs a high-level review meeting.
पहले सुनिए मेरी बात को 302 का मुदाले होने में या तो मौत की सजा होती है या नहीं तो उम्र कैद की सजा, तो फिर भी लोग घटना करता है ना। इसी को आप मानते हैं कि नहीं मानते? चोरी छुपे जो करते हैं उस पर कार्रवाई हो रही है, सख्ती से कार्रवाई हो रही है।
Confronted by Republic TV, Nitish's excise minister remains completely clueless. Says he has no idea about the exact death toll. Landmark verdict by the top court. Supreme Court upholds the constitutional validity of the Section 6A of the Citizenship Act 1955. And we start with the viewers, the story from Bihar. Prashant Kishore, who is the chief of the Jan Suraj party, has made a big statement now on this matter, saying that you'll get illegal liquor everywhere in Bihar, and liquor mafia exists in Bihar, that they are getting all the benefits and the poor people are suffering. Action should be taken on the excise minister as to why action on officers only. The chief minister, Prashant Kishore, says is doing nothing, that the chief minister is silent on the issue. It's an attack on the ruling NDA government in Bihar by Prashant Kishore, former political advisor, and now he is chief of a political party, Jan Suraj. He has now made a statement saying that why is Nitish Kumar silent on the matter, and also saying that the liquor mafia very much exists in Bihar and enjoys all the benefits. Listen in.
ज़्यादा लोगों की दुखद मृत्यु हुई थी। कोई बिहार का ऐसा जिला नहीं है, कोई ऐसा पंचायत नहीं है जहां पर जहरीली शराब से लोगों की मृत्यु नहीं हुई है। आप शराबबंदी के नाम पर दुकान बंद किए हुए हैं, हर घर में शराब बिक रही है और जहरीली और गलत शराब बिक रही है। 10 रुपए की शराब 100 रुपए में बिक रहा है, और ये सारा कुछ का फ़ायदा किसको हो रहा है? फ़ायदा यहाँ के भ्रष्ट अधिकारियों को हो रहा है, यहाँ के भ्रष्ट नेताओं को हो रहा है, और जो बहुत बड़े पैमाने पर शराब माफिया है यहाँ पर, जो इस शराब के धंधे से 15 से 20 हज़ार करोड़ रुपया कमा रहा है, ये लोगों की मिली भगत है जिन्होंने एक ये भौकाल खड़ा किया हुआ है कि शराबबंदी पब्लिक चाहती है, अगर शराबबंदी के खिलाफ बोलिएगा तो वोट नहीं मिलेगा। इसीलिए जन स्वराज में हम पहले दिन से कह रहे हैं कि भाई वोट मिले या ना मिले, ये निर्णय शराबबंदी का निर्णय बिहार के पक्ष में नहीं है, बिहार के जनता के पक्ष में नहीं है।
My colleague Prakash is joining us live on the broadcast. Now, Prakash, clearly Jan Swaraj Chief Prashant Kishore attacking Nitish Kumar and questioning his silence. We have seen earlier also that Prashant Kishore has batted for the withdrawal of the liquor ban in the state.
Well, yes, he's told this in my interview with him a month back, that he will withdraw the prohibition policy if his government comes to power within 15 minutes. And he has a reason for it, that what I have been citing it as the liquor is available all over Bihar and in the name of home delivery. And yes, it's causing a huge loss to the financial exchequer to the tune of 15 to 20,000 crore. But yes, it was implemented at the behest of a call made by a certain group of women at a program in 2015, and thereafter Nitish Kumar announced the prohibition policy.
Red protests in West Bengal demanding justice for Abhaya viewers. And remember, more than 2 months have passed. Dr. Abhaya waits for justice. And remember, while the legal battle is on, the investigation is underway, but the protests continue. Now, this is coming in from Salt Lake of Kolkata on the RG Kaur rape and murder case. Women-led protest. Remember, there is the fast unto death also being held by the agitating junior doctors. It's the 13th day of the fast unto death. But the entire society, the civil society of West Bengal and many other personalities have joined in these protests, apart from the opposition also in the state, and questioning Mamata Banerjee and the authorities. The protests now in Salt Lake of Kolkata over the Abhaya case. Women protesters leading the rally demanding justice for Abhaya, as the doctors continue with their relentless fast unto death. And remember, many of the medics are also critical. They have been hospitalized because of this fast unto death. And now we are getting visuals of the women protesters and doctors and also women protesters raising slogans during the protest rally and demanding justice. And viewers, remember, there have been several demonstrations in Kolkata. It's the heart of the protests in Bengal, in the country. Nationwide outrage continues, viewers, as Abhaya waits for justice. And viewers, we will get you more insights and updates on what's happening on ground zero. Remember, there are demands also being made by the doctors over the various, how the system needs to be fixed. All right, I'm told that my colleague Kisholai is joining us live on the broadcast from our Bangla newsroom in Kolkata. Kisholai, well, we are seeing, apart from the doctor community holding relentless protests, the women have come out in large numbers in Salt Lake, and they are staging protests demanding justice.
Well, exactly. We see a live rally. This is happening live at Salt Lake. This is a CGO complex Abhiyan, or a rally towards the CBI office at CGO complex. These women are demanding justice for Abhaya, and they are saying that CBI needs to hasten up the process of investigation as soon as possible, because it's been so many days, it's been almost 2 months now that Abhaya did not get justice, and only one charge sheet has been placed before the court, but still now justice is pending. That is what these women are saying. These women along with many of the supporters from left parties like SUCI and other parties as well, are joining this particular rally, where they are right now marching towards the CGO complex with placards and with posters saying justice for Abhaya, justice for Arjikor, and also demanding that the CBI needs to do its investigation in a faster way, because it's been many days that justice is pending. On the other hand, as we speak, as this rally is happening, also we are getting to know that the junior doctors are assembling at various points across Kolkata. They are trying to gather as many signatures as possible in support of this movement. They are saying that they will be gathering signatures from common people, and those signatures will be submitted to the court maybe in the future, that they will have so many supporters to their movement. So that is one way of also protesting and gathering support by the junior doctors. So we see these two updates happening parallelly in Kolkata. At one hand, women supporters, mainly left parties and SUCI, protesting and marching towards the CGO complex, towards the CBI office, asking for justice. On the other hand, we see that the junior doctors are assembling at various points across Kolkata in order to gather signatures of common people to establish the fact that the whole society and the whole city, in fact the whole country, is with the junior doctors in this movement.
Yes, Kishula, in fact I'm being joined by Madhurima also from the newsroom now. Madhurima, clearly the message is loud and clear that it's not something that breaks out, it's not a one-off protest. This is a relentless fight for justice, that the pressure is mounting on Mamata Banerjee, on the authorities and also on the agencies to fasten up, to speed up the process of the investigation and deliver justice as soon as possible, because the country cannot cannot just allow any such incident to happen once again.
Well, yes, absolutely, Rakshita. What needs to be seen here is that the anger persists. The anger persists across the length and breadth of West Bengal, and the ripple effect of the same can be felt across the country as well, where we've seen every now and then, every second day, there is a doctor's body coming forward and expressing their apprehensions and worry about how this case is not being dealt with the way it should have been, and which is why we once again see on the roads of West Bengal at multiple locations that people have turned out. They have poured in on the streets of Kolkata and Salt Lake, where they are demanding justice for Abhaya, and to the extension of that, more security for the doctors of the state, because we've seen that even after the Arjikor case, there have been multiple cases that have been registered in Bengal and across the country.
Kishula, in fact, let us, help our viewers understand what all has, transpired up until now as far as the investigation is concerned. Yes, there have been arrests made. There have been, raids also. That, of course, in connection with the financial irregularities case. But there is a connection that has emerged. But tell us, for the benefit of viewers, that what all has happened, how far has the investigation reached?
Well, exactly. We saw that the first charge sheet has already been filed at the ACGM court in Shialda, and the mention of the same was done yesterday at the Supreme Court hearing as well. The Chief Justice of India, Justice Chandrachud, was also reading out certain parts of the CBI status report yesterday, which was submitted to the Supreme Court, and it was very clear that the CBI is inquiring on two matters. One is the rape and murder case, and one is the financial irregularity, which is connected to this rape and murder as well. One person has been primarily found guilty of the rape and murder, which is Sanjoy Roy, the prime accused. That is what is mentioned in the charge sheet. However, there are multiple personalities included who were involved in suppressing and tampering of evidence. Now, what are those names? We will be seeing that eventually with time, but primarily Sandeep Ghosh, along with many others, have been arrested in this evidence tampering case, and also in the financial irregularities case. So this is, at one hand, the investigation is advancing in that manner. On the other hand, we see that the junior doctors are also protesting in demand. They have a 10-point demand, and in demand of those 10 points to be fulfilled, they are fasting at Dharmotala at Esplanade, and we see that 5 of the doctors in fact were very sick and admitted to the hospital. Two of them has been released. released. Today, Aniket Mahato has been released as well. 3 of them remain in the hospital and 2 of them in critical condition, in serious condition. On the other hand, 6 of the doctors are still now sitting in fasting. The state government, the doctors are saying, is not doing enough to cater to their needs and to fulfill their demands. Therefore, at one hand, we see these women protesters, especially the left party women protesters, especially parties like SUCI, are marching towards the CGO complex, demanding justice from the CBI. On the other hand, some of the junior doctors are sitting in protest in Dharmotala, fasting unto death, demanding those 10-point demands from the state government to be fulfilled. And many of them are today gathering at various parts of the city to gather signatures from common people, from citizens across the city, in order to consolidate support to their movement. That is what is happening right now.
Right, viewers, as we speak, the women are staging protests in the Salt Lake, in Kolkata, and viewers, this is again the anger that is visible, and the fight is relentless. Viewers, the Salt Lake witnessing protests once again, and the women are coming out in large numbers. Remember, it's not just the political parties, it's not just the doctor community, but people from all walks of life who have joined these protests for the past 2 months. And we will continue to get you more updates on Ground Zero. The fight for justice for Abhaya continues. Viva, thank you so much, Madhurima and Kisholai, for joining us on the broadcast with those details coming in on that story from West Bengal. Time now to take a quick look at some more stories from across the country. This is Bharat in 2 minutes. Was the Prime Minister participated in the celebration of International Abhidhamma Divas and this recognition of Pali as a classical language at Vigyan Bhavan, New Delhi. Now, Abhidhamma Divas commemorates the descent of Lord Buddha from the celestial realm after teaching the Abhidhamma. Now, during the celebration, the Prime Minister also felicitated Buddhist monks.
मेरा सौभाग्य है कि भगवान बुद्ध के साथ जुड़ाव की जो यात्रा मेरे जन्म के साथ ही शुरू हुई है, वो अनवरत जारी है। मेरा जन्म गुजरात के उस वडनगर में हुआ जो एक समय बौद्ध धर्म का महान केंद्र हुआ करता था।
A special court for representatives has issued a non-bailable warrant against BJP MLA Basana Gowda Patil Yatnal for his controversial statement alleging that there is half of Pakistan in Health Minister Dinesh Gundu Rao's house. Defamation case filed by Dinesh Gundu Rao's wife was set for a hearing yesterday. Yatnal's absence from the court prompted the judge to issue the warrant, with the next hearing scheduled for the 28th of October. ED conducted multi-city searches in Gujarat as part of a money laundering investigation linked to a GST fraud. Recently, 8 individuals, including a journalist, were arrested by the state police. The federal agency raided approximately 23 locations, including Rajkot, Junagadh, Ahmedabad, Bhavnagar and Veeraval under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act. In another development, the BJP held an introspection meeting following its poor performance in the Pir Panjal region, where it won only 1 out of the 8 seats in the Rajouri and Poonch districts. Big breaking news coming in, viewers. This in connection with the Bahraich case. Now, the accused has been shot dead by the UP police. It's been shot at least. It has been shot at by the UP police. Accused Sarfaraz and Talib both have been shot at by the UP police. This, of course, as they were attempting to flee from the country. That's the big update we have right now after the murder of Ram Gopal Mishra. Viewers, in broad daylight, there's the visual, viewers, that is going viral on social media. We request you to, of course, exercise discretion and caution, as the accused, viewers, were trying to flee to Nepal. It's a big breaking in the Bahraich case, the violence that erupted in Uttar Pradesh's Bahraich. And remember, the task force was at its duty, and Danish is one of the accused. Sarfaraz, in fact, Sarfaraz and Talib shot at as they were trying to flee to Nepal. They were trying to escape the country after the murder of Ram Gopal Mishra in Bahraich. And that's a big update. In fact, security was upped along the Nepal border. My colleague Madhurima joins us live on the broadcast for more. Madhurima, it's a big development coming in. What more are you picking up?
Well, Rakshita, at this particular moment, this is the big breaking coming in from the state of Uttar Pradesh, where the encounter of Rinku alias Sarfaraz has taken place to the hands of UP police. Now, what needs to be seen here is that this particular person was accused, one of the main accused in the killing of Ram Gopal Mishra in Bahraich that led to massive riots also in that particular area. In fact, Republic TV had exclusively covered those, riot-like situation in Bahraich after the killing of Ram Gopal Mishra. Remember that the parents of Ram Gopal Mishra had met the Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath and had even requested that we want revenge, we want retribution. And following that, they said that we don't care about the ex gratia money, but we want to be vindicated because they lost their son. This Ram Gopal had just gotten married. The widow also came out and requested for justice. But once again, we have an encounter situation in the state of Uttar Pradesh, which is given the opportunity to the opposition also to come forward and question. However, what we are learning from the UP police sources in the beginning, Rakshita, is that he was trying to flee the spot and then an encounter took place in which Sarfaraz alias Rinku got killed. Rakshita.
In fact, Madhurima, 10 FIRs have been filed in this case in connection with the violence, in fact, that broke out. And there have been some arrests and detentions that we saw after this murder. Tell us more about the people. What are you picking up as far as the people involved in this entire conspiracy behind this violence and, of course, this murder that has been captured on camera? This video is going viral. How he was shot, how Ram Gopal Mishra was shot there when he was there at the terrace, and how the procession was targeted. Tell us more about the entire sequence of events that led to this.
Well, Rakshita, Gopal Mishra was a 22-year-old boy who hailed from Bahraich, and this particular incident happened during the Durga immersion idol procession that was being taken out on Sunday on the occasion of Navratri. And at that particular time, Gopal Mishra was attacked. In fact, the gory details of the post-mortem reflected that how he was brutally tortured. His nails were pulled out, his neck was throttled, he had bite marks, he had multiple injury marks all across his body, which indicated the throughout torture to the hands of accused. And when these details came out, we saw that how violent did the people of Bahraich turned. They all came out in streets. The UP government had to rush their top officials. The Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath himself was taking all the calls and was calling the shots as well at that particular time. The ADG was rushed to the spot. The top bureaucrats were rushed to the spot to bring the situation under control. We saw that how the angry mob set multiple cars on fire, multiple vehicles on fire at that point in time, just day before yesterday when we did that exclusive coverage. But yes, this is coming after the situation was brought in control. This is coming after the parents met the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, Yogi Adityanath, and at this particular encounter comes at point in time when when the government had assured justice, but what we are learning from our resources in the UP police is that Sarfaraz was trying to flee the spot, and UP police had to resort to firing, and in that encounter, Sarfaraz lost his life.
Right. In fact, my colleague Vaibhav, who is on ground zero, is joining us live from Bahraich. Vaibhav, हमें बताइए कि क्या कुछ सामने आ रहा है. दो जो यहाँ पर अक्यूज्ड हैं, उन पर गोली चली है, एनकाउंटर हुआ है, मुठभेड़ हुई है. क्या कुछ जानकारी आप हासिल कर पा रहे हैं? वैभव आप सुन पा रहे हैं? वैभव, we'll try and reconnect with Vaibhav there because he is tracking all the developments from ground zero. But Madhurima, in fact, there is, of course, several arrests that were made in this violence and the arson case coming in from the district. And, of course, Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath had ordered this investigation. In fact, Vaibhav, while I think Vaibhav is back with us, Vaibhav, please go ahead.
एसटीएफ भी लगातार उन आरोपियों की तलाश में धरपकड़ तमाम इलाकों में कर रही थी। अब जब एनकाउंटर में ये दोनों लोग घायल हुए हैं तो ये तय है, ये बड़ी कामयाबी उत्तर प्रदेश पुलिस के लिए भी है। और शशि, कल जब हम रामगोपाल की पत्नी से बातचीत कर रहे थे तब रामगोपाल की पत्नी ने बहुत ही टूटी टूटी आवाज में सिर्फ इतना ही कहा कि जिन्होंने उनके पति को मौत के घाट उतारा है, न सिर्फ मौत के घाट उतारा है, इतनी निर्ममता से हत्या की है रामगोपाल की, उनको इंसाफ तभी मिलेगा जब आरोपी जो है वो पकड़े जाएंगे। और आज आरोपियों के साथ पुलिस की मुठभेड़, अब आगे की स्थितियां क्या कुछ हैं, कितना वो लोग घायल हैं, कहां पर उनके गोली लगी हुई है, इसको लेकर एक एक तस्वीर भविष्य के गर्त में जो है वो स्पष्ट होती जाएगी और रिपब्लिक भारत आपको एक एक तस्वीर जो है वो बताता रहेगा। लेकिन फिलहाल बड़ी खबर यही है, सरफराज जो है वो पुलिस के साथ मुठभेड़ में घायल हुआ है, उसे नानपारा सीएससी जो है वो लेकर जाया जा रहा है, क्योंकि नानपारा के आगे मिहीपुरवा और मिहीपुरवा के ठीक आगे अगर आप आगे बढ़ेंगे तो नेपाल का बॉर्डर है जो सीधा नेपालगंज आपको पहुंचाता है। और यही वजह है कि उस
Right. In fact, Vaibhav is there telling us about the accused who have been shot at. And Ram Gopal Mishra, remember, he was killed in broad daylight after the violence erupted in Bahraich. And, it's a brutal murder. Gory images have, surfaced, Madhurima, of this murder. And there has been a lot of outrage and there has been a lot of pressure mounting on the authorities also to, in fact, deliver justice as soon as possible. You mentioned about that meeting of the parents of the victim when they met the Chief Minister and demanded speedy justice, that there should be an example set that no such incident should take place ever again, especially when it happens during any sort of festival when tensions erupt in such districts.
Well, yes, absolutely, Rakshita. You pointed out very rightly that how there was immense pressure on the government of Uttar Pradesh to deliver justice in this case, because remember that the UP government had come in because of their strong law and order promise to form the government yet again, and we've seen that how the entire family was in shambles, was in very weak and brutal condition after this incident took place, and all they kept on asking is to where is the Yogi justice. And after that the Chief Minister himself met the family members and they kept on repeating only one thing, that they want speedy justice in the matter. Also, like we've been telling our viewers, that this particular incident of the encounter marks justice for the family, but yes, the opposition is taking upon the opportunity to question the style of justice where we've seen in the past in Uttar Pradesh where many encounters have taken place. The opposition has come forward and said that this is Yogi style justice, but we'll have to wait and watch as to what does the inquiry and the senior police officials have to say about this entire incident, Rakshita. But yes, what we are learning what we are learning at this particular moment is that person Sarfaraz was trying to run away, an encounter broke out and he was killed to the hands of UP police officials in that particular encounter. Stay tuned to Republic TV. We'll be right back after a very short break to keep you ahead of this story.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
start this bulletin. We continue with the story that we're tracking, the biggest story from Uttar Pradesh, where the Bahraich accused Sarfaraz has been shot. We learned that both accused have been taken into custody and have been shifted to the hospital. That's the latest that's coming in from Uttar Pradesh. Remember, Bahraich violence, communal riots had taken place after Ram Gopal was shot, and the people who shot Ram Gopal have been taken into custody. They were shot at. There were 2 accused. They have been shot at. They have been taken into custody then after and have been hospitalized. I have my colleagues Madhurima and Vaibhav on ground joining us live from ground zero. Madhurima from the newsroom. Let's see if we can toss across to them from newsroom and ground zero. Madhurima, if you can hear me. Madhurima will be joining us in just about 30 seconds. We'll see if we can get Vaibhav Mishra, our colleague from our sister channel Republic Bharat, who is on ground zero from Bahraich, reporting live, getting you all the ground updates. We'll see if we can go across to them. Remember, viewers, this is the biggest story that we have coming in at this hour, where the accused in the Bahraich violence have been shot dead. Sarfaraz alias Rinku has been shot, and we learn that he has been hospitalized. He's been taken into custody. Remember, what we know so far is that 2 people have been taken into custody. That's the latest coming in. We're trying to get across through our reporters who are on ground zero in Bahraich. We are also trying to go across to Madhurima, who is joining us live from the newsroom. Remember, this encounter just took place a short while back. Visuals on your screen show how the accused was shot at by the cops in Bahraich. He was trying to flee to Nepal is the latest input that we have. That's the latest coming in, and we'll try to get you more details on the same. Remember, Bahraich violence that took place just few weeks back. The main accused of that violence who shot Ram Gopal Mishra, who is on the left of your screens, he was the victim. He was shot dead. The accused who shot dead Ram Gopal has now been shot at by the UP police. An encounter broke out, and this happened while he was trying to flee to Nepal, is what we know. Okay, let's listen into the video. Let's get that night up and listen in to that video that's coming across. Okay, we have Madhurima joining us live from the newsroom. Madhurima, it's a big development that's coming in from Uttar Pradesh. What more details do you have on the case?
Well, what we're learning at the moment is that the police have rushed both the accused who were in the custody to the nearby hospital. This is what we're learning from our sources in the Bahraich police for the medical treatment. But remember that this particular encounter took place when the UP police got hold of these 2 accused, and they were trying to flee from the spot. They were trying to flee to Nepal to save their lives. But remember that this case had sent shockwaves across the state and had put a big question mark on the law and order situation in the state of Uttar Pradesh that has been bragging very stern action against criminals. And we saw that how on Monday angry mob went mad on the roads of Bahraich, where people went on and set ablaze multiple houses. There were multiple vehicles that were vandalized on the roads of Bahraich. The Uttar Pradesh government was forced to rush their most senior officials on the spot to take cognizance of the matter and bring the situation under control, following which we heard how the broken-hearted family kept on asking for justice on the streets of Bahraich while speaking to media as well. Extensive coverage from Republic TV showed their voices to the government as to how they were only crying for justice. Gopal, who was brutally killed, the 22-year-old man had just gotten married a couple of months back, and what was more worrisome in this entire matter was the gory details of the post-mortem. That also was one of the reasons behind the massive unrest on the roads of Bahraich. The post-mortem report unraveled the gory details, the way he was killed. His nails were pulled out, there were bite marks, his neck was throttled, and he had suffered for a very long time before he succumbed to his injuries. So after that, we saw the Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath coming into the picture and meeting the family of the victim, and now what is being said is that the justice is being done, but we'll have to wait and watch as to what really happens. What we're learning at the moment is that these exclusive visuals that we are putting for viewers in that the two accused were trying to flee the spot. They were trying to flee the country when this particular encounter broke out, and they were shot at, and after that the UP police, the Bahraich police, rushed them to the nearby hospital. That is what we are learning at the moment. Back to studios.
Right. Thank you, Madhurima. We'll keep coming back to you on that updates. I have Raghavendra also joining me live on the broadcast. Raghavendra, आप वहाँ थे जब बहराइच में ये कम्युनल राइट्स हुए थे, आपने ग्राउंड रिपोर्ट्स फाइल किए हैं. आज जो अक्यूज्ड है वो उसको यूपी पुलिस ने दे हैव शॉट एट हिम. आप बताइए जो टाइमलाइन था, किस तरीके से यूपी पुलिस ने ये कदम उठाया और क्यों ये कदम उठाया? व्हाट इज द टाइमलाइन दैट वी नो सो फार?
बिल्कुल, देखिए टाइमलाइन की अगर मैं बात करूं तो जो पीड़ित परिवार था, यानी कि जो राम गोपाल मिश्रा का परिवार था, बहुत ही गरीब और बहुत ही सामान्य परिवार था, बहुत ज़्यादा पढ़ा लिखा परिवार नहीं था. उसको अपनी डिमांड भी रखनी नहीं आती थी. एक ही बात थी कि जैसे मेरे बेटे के साथ हुआ है वैसे आरोपियों के साथ हो. वो वही बात बहराइच में भी बोला था, और जब मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ से मुलाकात हुई तो यही बात पीड़ित की पत्नी ने कहा, यानी कि जो विधवा पत्नी है, 2 महीने पहले शादी हुई, 3 महीने पहले शादी हुई, एक ही बात, खून का बदला खून. जिस तरह से परिवार रोने लगा, मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ वहां पे इमोशनल हो जाते हैं. उन्होंने कहा कि ये सख्त कार्रवाई होगी, कि उत्तर प्रदेश देखेगा कि ऐसे स्थिति में कभी भी किसी के पूजा पाठ में कोई बाधा नहीं डालेगा. उसके बाद सक्रियता बढ़ी, एटीएस लग गई वहां पर, एसटीएफ लग गई, कई टीमें वहां पर काम कर रही थी, अलग अलग मोर्चों पे नेपाल से लेकर बहराइच तक टीमें काम कर रही थी कि आखिर मुख्य आरोपी 4 दिन हो गया तो कहां भाग सकता था. हत्या से लेकर आज तक 5वां दिन है, लेकिन दबाव बढ़ गया था. कल रिपब्लिक भारत ने हत्यारोपी यानी कि जो सरफराज है उर्फ रिंकू, उसकी फोटो रिलीज की थी. किस तरह से उसकी फोटो आई तो एसटीएफ के ऊपर और दबाव बढ़ गया कि इसका तो अब तो पहचान भी उजागर हो गया है. ऐसे में एटीएस जो है अपने टेक्नोलॉजी का यूज करते हुए, अपने जो कुशल नेतृत्व का यूज करते हुए उसकी इंफॉर्मेशन ले रहा था. चूंकि एसटीएफ का काम करने का तरीका अलग है, एटीएस का काम करने का तरीका अलग है. उत्तर प्रदेश पुलिस बैकिंग दे रही थी. लगातार नेपाल से लेकर फोनों को खंगाला जा रहा था, बहराइच से लेकर उनके रिश्तेदारों का, उनके लोगों का. ऐसे करके एसटीएफ ने अपनी कुशलता को भांपते हुए चारों तरफ उसने लगा दिया था अपनी टीम को. कई टीमें काम कर रही थी. ऐसे में हरदी क्षेत्र के निकट नानपारा रोड पे उसको आज दोपहर में घेरा गया. वो निकल रहा था, नेपाल भागने की फिराक में था अपने सहयोगी के साथ. ऐसे में जो जाबाज जो पुलिस के जो कमांडोज थे, जो एसटीएफ के जो जवान हैं, उन्होंने एक सटीक घेराबंदी की और वो निकलने की कोशिश करता है. ऐसे में मुठभेड़ होता है. चूंकि बहुत सरफराज बहुत सातिर है, आपने देखा होगा कितनी गोली, जब गोलियां मारी कितने छर्रे राम गोपाल मिश्रा के शरीर में पाए गए. पोस्टमार्टम में यह निकल कर आया 25 से 30 छर्रे निकले. ऐसे में बहुत सातिर था, तो उसको एसटीएफ ने उसी अंदाज में धरा. लेकिन वो पुलिस से चालाकी दिखा रहा था, या जबरदस्ती कर रहा होगा, भागने की कोशिश कर रहा होगा. ऐसे मुठभेड़ होता है. मुठभेड़ में वो घायल होता है बुरी तरह से. अभी वो जिंदा है या मर गया है, अभी वो जो जिला हॉस्पिटल है यानी मेडिकल कॉलेज भी है वहां पर बहराइच में, और और डिस्ट्रिक्ट हॉस्पिटल के दोनों हैं, वहां से रिपोर्ट आएगी डॉक्टर का क्या कहना है, मृत हो गया है या अभी जिंदा है। लेकिन सरफराज और उसका सहयोगी पुलिस मुठभेड़ में बुरी तरह से घायल हुए हैं और अगर सरफराज बचता है तो कहीं न कहीं यह जरूर बताएगा कि उसके साथ कितने लोग हैं और आखिर उस दिन क्या हुआ था, क्यों उसने बंदूक निकाला, क्यों उसने राम।
And with that, we have more breaking news coming in. 5 accused have been arrested in the case so far, out of which 2 have been shot at while they were trying to flee to Nepal. That's the big breaking news coming in. Viewers, there is a big breakthrough in the case where we learned that 5 accused have been arrested in the case so far in the Bahraj violence, out of which 2 have already been shot dead, visuals of which we were playing for you on the screens. Sarfaraz, the main accused, has been shot. 5 accused have been arrested. That's the latest that's coming in. A big breakthrough by the UP police when it comes to Bahraj violence. Let's go across to Madhurima, who's joining us on the bulletin with more details. Madhurima, this is a big breakthrough that's coming in. A big success by the UP police. 5 accused have been arrested. What more details do you have on that?
Well, Tanisha, we're learning at the moment that these are the 5 main accused in the matter, where multiple arrests have been made in the past week for vandalism and arson. These 5 accused are said to be the main people behind this entire murder case. And like you very rightly pointed out, Tanisha, that 2 of them have been shot at and have been rushed to the district hospital in Bahraj, like my colleague Raghavendra was pointing out. But yes, this is a big success for the Yogi government and the Yogi police and the Yogi kind of justice that we have been talking about ever since. It's been just a couple of days when the chief minister had met the family. He himself had gotten teary-eyed and had promised justice to the family, who kept on relentlessly asking for nothing but retribution. Tanisha.
Right, Madhurima, stay with us. We'll go back to our reporter Raghavendra, who's joining us live from Bahraj. Raghavendra, आप जैसे हमको बता रहे थे कि जो अक्यूज थे वो नेपाल की तरफ भागने की कोशिश कर रहे थे और उसी वक्त यूपी पुलिस ने ये एक्शन लिया है। 5 और लोग गिरफ्तार हो गए हैं। क्या अपडेट है आपके पास इस बारे में? क्या वो 5 लोग भी साथी थे सरफराज के? क्या वो लोग भी नेपाल भागने की फिराक में थे? क्या अपडेट है आपके पास?
बिल्कुल, देखिए, पीड़ित परिवार की तरफ से जो एफआईआर लिखाई गई उसमें 6 लोगों का नाम था। सरफराज और उसके परिवार का नाम था, उसके पिता का भी नाम था। साथ ही पुलिस ने जो अपने तरफ से एफआईआर लिखा है, 10 और अलग अलग एफआईआर लिखी हैं, जिसमें काफी लोगों का नाम है और लगभग 54-55 लोग उठाए गए हैं। लेकिन ओवरऑल पुलिस ने पूरी जो मॉनिटरिंग की, यानी जो सबूत इकट्ठा करने का जो काम किया, उत्तर प्रदेश एटीएस ने, जो एटीएस और एसटीएफ ने, दोनों ने मिल करके कंबाइंड यहाँ पर ऑपरेशन किया है। कई अलग अलग टीमें बनाई गई थी, जिसके आधार पर 5 लोगों को, यानी कि जो मेन आरोपी थे, उनके तरफ से 5 लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया जा चुका है अभी तक, जिसमें से सरफराज जो मुख्य आरोपी है, जिसकी बंदूक लिए हुए छत पर एक फोटो भी रिपब्लिक भारत ने कल दिखाया था। ऐसे में वह मुठभेड़ में, अभी उसका मुठभेड़ हुआ है, वह घायल है, सीरियस है, यह मारा जाता है, वो डॉक्टर अभी डिसाइड करेंगे। लेकिन वो और उसके सहयोगी 2 पुलिस मुठभेड़ में इस समय घायल हुए हैं, ऐसी पूरी तरह से सूचना है। हरदी से नानपारा रोड होते हुए, चूंकि नानपारा रोड जो है नेपाल की तरफ जाता है, नानपारा होते हुए नेपाल भागने के फिराक में था। कहा जाता है कि सरफराज का जो संबंध है नेपाल से पुराना है, वो बिजनेस भी करता है, साथ ही उसकी रिश्तेदारी भी वहीं पे है। तो नेपाल और ये बहराइच दोनों वो बराबर उसकी एक पहुंच थी आने जाने का। तो इस तरह से वो नेपाल भागने के फिराक में था। चूंकि नेपाल भाग जाता तो कहीं न कहीं नेपाल के माध्यम से और भी कहीं जा सकता था। चूंकि जिस तरह से उत्तर प्रदेश की पुलिस, एटीएस, एसटीएफ मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ के निर्देश के बाद उसको ढूंढ रहे थे, चूंकि 5वां दिन था आज। 5 दिन से हत्या करने के बाद ये सब लोग फरार थे, अभी हाथ में नहीं आए थे। ऐसे में एसटीएफ के ऊपर काफी दबाव था कि हत्या करके कोई उत्तर प्रदेश में कैसे भाग सकता है, जहां पर मुख्यमंत्री कानून व्यवस्था के लिए इस तरह की बीड़ा उठाए हुए हैं। ऐसे में शोभा यात्रा, यानी कि जो दुर्गा शोभा यात्रा निकल रही थी, उसमें कोई किसी की हत्या कर दे और हत्या करके फरार रहे, तो ये कहीं ना कहीं सवाल उठ रहा था एसटीएफ के ऊपर, एटीएस के ऊपर। ऐसे में जिस तरह की घेराबंदी की गई और एसटीएफ ने तो पूरा अपना डिजिटल प्रणाली उपयोग करके एसटीएफ के पास जो अपनी अत्याधुनिक जो जांच करने की जो पूरी मशीनरी है सब कुछ लगा दिया था। और आप देख रहे हैं परिणाम आपके सामने है, रिजल्ट आपके सामने है कि आज पांचवें दिन जो मुख्य आरोपी है वो इस समय एटीएस के चंगुल में फंस चुका है। जी
Right. Thank you so much, Madhurima and Raghavendra, for joining us and sharing those updates. We'll keep coming back to you. But for now, we slip into a very short commercial break. News and updates will follow. We are keeping on. We are tracking this top update coming in from Uttar Pradesh, where 2 accused have been shot at in Bahraich violence. We'll get you more updates on that right after a short break.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
हमारे केंद्र सरकार के जितने भी एम्प्लॉइज हैं उन सबको बधाई। आज कैबिनेट ने डीए और पेंशनर्स के लिए डीएनएस रिलीफ इसको 3% बढ़ाया है और टोटल 9,448 करोड़ एनुअली 9,448 करोड़ एनुअली हमारे सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट के एम्प्लॉइज के पे चेक में ऐड होगा। बहुत बधाई सबको। इसका कैलकुलेशन वगैरह सब स्टैंडर्ड एक फॉर्मूला से होता है, ऑल इंडिया कंज्यूमर प्राइस इंडेक्स फॉर इंडस्ट्रियल वर्कर्स, उसके हिसाब से इसका कैलकुलेशन।
पक्ष विपक्ष का जमावड़ा, किसका भारी होगा पलड़ा? राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन 18 अक्टूबर रिपब्लिक भारत में।
Director, the taste of success.
Argentina football legend Lionel Messi is aging like fine wine. On Tuesday night, in a 2026 FIFA World Cup South American qualifier match against Bolivia, Messi scored a record 10th international hat-trick and had a hand in 2 more assists as the defending world champions posted a commanding 6-0 win. With this hat-trick, Messi equaled the massive record of arch-rival Cristiano Ronaldo for the most number of international hat-tricks. Both Ronaldo and Messi now lead the way with 10 hat-tricks, with Iran's Ali Daei right behind them with 9 hat-tricks. Argentina dominated the World Cup qualifying game against Bolivia, and Messi was extraordinary with goals in the 19th, 84th and 86th minutes. Lautaro Martinez, Julian Alvarez and Thiago Almada also found the back of the net. With 14 shots, 10 on target and an amazing 73% possession, Argentina proved their might. Argentina confirmed their top place in the FIFA rankings with this outstanding victory, thereby displaying their will to qualify.
And join us as we gear up for the most prestigious and awaited annual event of Republic Bharat, Rashtra Sarvopari Sammelan. This event celebrates the essence of Rashtra ke naam in every aspect of our society. The conclave brings together a stellar lineup of guests from ministers to sports personalities and leaders from various sectors. These leaders are achievers and have demonstrated remarkable strength, vision and dedication, contributing significantly to nation building. Watch exclusively only on Republic Bharat tomorrow from 9 a.m. onwards.
Here, when you see your favorite team walking by, you can encourage all the participants. They've come a long way to make this a successful event. Many of them flew in a couple of days ago. They've had a day in India. So keep the spirits high, encourage them, and we will be seeing them in action in a few minutes. Rider walking up on the far side. The entrance to the arena will be on the left-hand side from the grandstand. They will finish the course. It's difficult for them to get familiar with the horses, but when they've taken a little rest, they've thought about their practice rounds. Definitely improved.
We have the next competitor representing Pakistan. His name is Mohammad Khan Niazi in his stride, Coco Cannon.
And the interesting thing about this horse is in the related distances, because he's got such a big stride, he kind of gets it wrong at times. And we see that quite often even in combinations where it's one stride, and you can see because of the size of his stride, he really struggles to do that, but he gets through beautifully. But that is extremely easy to say and very difficult to do. So every course is different. Even if it's a 115 jump and you don't get your line in properly, you don't get the right takeoff point, you can be in trouble. Bit unlucky, takes down that fence. You have 4 penalties for dropping.
And we have breaking news coming in. Uttar Pradesh police is holding a high-level meeting in Lucknow. Remember, this comes right after 2 accused were shot at in Bahraj violence that took place just few weeks back. Soon after, 2 accused were shot at by UP police, and the latest update that we are getting in the case is that the UP cops are holding a high-level meeting in Lucknow. Raghavendra, my colleague, is on ground zero. Raghavendra, share more.
बिल्कुल देखिए, अभी कल ही डीजीपी उत्तर प्रदेश प्रशांत कुमार ने मीटिंग किया था, हाई लेवल मीटिंग किया था, जिसमें कानून व्यवस्था एडीजी अमिताभ यस भी मौजूद थे और तमाम जो आला अधिकारी हैं वो भी वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंसिंग से बहराइच से सीधा डीएम, कमिश्नर और एसपी भी जुड़े हुए थे। तो हाई लेवल मीटिंग मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ ने जिस तरह से पीड़ित परिवार से मिलकर कहा था कि ऐसी सजा मिलेगी कि उनकी पीढ़ियां याद करेंगी और इस तरह के जो कानून अपने हाथ में लेने के लिए कोई सोचेगा नहीं। उसके बाद उत्तर प्रदेश की एसटीएफ, उत्तर प्रदेश की पुलिस, पीएसी जो भी वहां मौजूद है, एटीएस अपना अलग काम कर रहा है, पूरी तरह से सबूतों को इकट्ठा कर रहा है। ऐसे में सभी लोग मिल करके क्यों लेके ही उनके पास लक्ष्य था कि ये जो आरोपी हैं जिन्होंने दुर्गा विसर्जन में जो जिनकी हत्या की थी राम गोपाल मिश्रा की, इन आरोपियों को कैसे पकड़ा जाए। और आज जिस तरह से चारों तरफ वहां पर पहरा लगाया गया, उसके बाद जो ये मुख्य आरोपी है
जी राघवेंद्र, जैसे आप बता रहे थे, जस्ट 2 days after Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath met the family, he assured justice, he assured stringent action, and soon after today what we are seeing, What I'm being told is UP Minister Dinesh Pratap Singh is joining us on the phone line. Sir, ये एक बहुत बड़ी achievement है. UP पुलिस ने 2 accused को shot at. They have shot at 2 accused in Bahraich violence और 5 accused भी गिरफ्तार हो गए हैं. ये हमारी जानकारी में आ रहा है. What more details do we have on this case? दिनेश जी, अगर आपको मेरी आवाज आ रही है?
आ रही बहन जी,
दिनेश जी, ये एक बहुत बड़ा ब्रेक थ्रू है केस में, जहां पे 2 accused have been shot at in Bahraich violence. 5 accused को गिरफ्तार कर लिया गया है. और आगे हमारे पास क्या जानकारी है? क्या और भी अरेस्ट यूपी पुलिस कर सकती है इस केस में? उत्तर प्रदेश चीफ मिनिस्टर ने क्या डायरेक्शंस दिए हैं एसटीएफ को?
मुझे गर्व है उत्तर प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री पर, जो किसी भी दशा में अपराध और अपराधी के प्रति किसी भी प्रकार की नरमी कभी नहीं बरतते हैं. और यही कारण है कि आज उनकी पहचान देश और दुनिया में इस रूप में स्थापित है कि उनके यहाँ न्याय मिलता है. और हम लोग उम्मीद करते थे कि राम गोपाल मिश्रा जी की निर्मम हत्या के दोषियों को निसंदेह कड़ी सजा मिलेगी. और मैं आज भी उम्मीद करता हूं कि विधि सम्मत कार्यवाही हमारी संस्थाएं करेंगी और किसी को भी इस तरह का वायलेंस करने की छूट हमारे उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार में आदरणीय योगी आदित्यनाथ जी की सरकार नहीं देगी किसी दशा में.
जी दिनेश जी, जैसा आप बता रहे थे, यूपी पुलिस और योगी आदित्यनाथ ने बहुत ही ये कड़ा कदम उठाया है. क्या ये कड़ा कदम बाकी केसेस में भी उठाया जाएगा जहां पे ये वायलेंस जहां पे हो रही है, जहां पे कम्युनल राइट्स छिड़ रहे हैं? क्या ऐसा डायरेक्टिव दिया गया है? क्या ऐसा निर्देश दिया गया है?
मैं तो 7.5 वर्षों से लगातार देख रहा हूं कि जहां कहीं भी ऐसी घटनाएं होती हैं, हमारे मुख्यमंत्री जी बड़ी सख्ती के साथ उनसे निपटते हैं. और इसी कारण आज की तारीख में हमारे उत्तर प्रदेश का प्रशासन सबसे बेहतर प्रशासन के रूप में जाना जाता है.
जी दिनेश जी, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आपका हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the biggest story of the hour that we are tracking here on Republic. We'll keep getting you more updates on the same. More details coming up on the biggest story where 2 accused have been shot at in Bahraich violence. More on that right after a short break.
Here, when you see your favorite team walking by, you can encourage all the participants. They've come a long way to make this a successful event. Many of them flew in a couple of days ago. They've had a day in India. So keep the spirit high, encourage them, and we will be seeing them in action in a few minutes. You can see the rider walking up on the far side. The entrance to the arena will be on the left-hand side from the grandstand. They will finish the course. It's difficult for them to get familiar with the horses, but when they've taken a little rest, they've thought about their practice rounds, definitely improved.
We have the next competitor representing Pakistan. His name is Mohammad Khan Niyazi, India's pride, Coco Cannon.
And the interesting thing about this horse is in the related distances, because he's got such a big stride. Kind of gets it wrong at times. And you see that quite often even in combinations where it's one stride, and you can see because of the size of his stride, he really struggles to do that, but he gets through beautifully. But
Rising concern over hoax bomb threats.
A bomb hoax regarding 7 Air India flights, 4 on the ground and 3 in the air, has been reported.
Dark web link to Pakistan, China uncovered. Threat mails routed through VPN network. international conspiracy emerges. Motive behind Baba Siddiqui's murder.
सर बिल्डर लॉबी के एंगल में इन्वेस्टिगेशन होगा क्या?
उस केस में किसी को भी बख्शा नहीं जाएगा।
उनके परिवार वालों ने कुछ जानकारी दी थी आपको इस बारे में? किसी बिल्डर का भी? कौन था तुम्हारे साथ? प्रवीण कौन था तुम्हारा? प्रवीण कौन था तुम्हारे साथ?
Mumbai police makes a sharp turn in the probe.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Ladies and gentlemen, please do join us as we gear up for the most prestigious and much awaited annual event of Republic Bharat Rashtra Sarvopari Sammelan. This event celebrates the essence of Rashtra ke naam in every aspect of our society. The conclave brings together a stellar lineup of guests from ministers to sports personalities and leaders from various sectors. These leaders and achievers have demonstrated remarkable strength, vision and dedication, contributing significantly to nation building. Watch exclusively only on Republic Bharat tomorrow from 9 a.m. onwards. It's a big breakthrough in Bahraich violence case. UP police open fires at the accused Sarfaraz and Talib who tried to flee to Nepal. Seven Air India Express flights get bomb threats today as the government closely monitors the situation. Meanwhile, Civil Aviation Minister takes strict measures, says they are bringing in a new legislation against the hoax callers. "20 dead in Bihar after illicit liquor consumption." Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar conducts a high-level review meeting.
मुदाले होने में या तो मौत की सजा होती है या नहीं तो उम्र कैद की सजा, तो फिर भी लोग घटना करता है ना। इसी को आप मानते हैं कि नहीं मानते? चोरी छुपे जो करते हैं उस पर कार्रवाई हो रही है, सख्ती से कार्रवाई हो रही है।
Confronted by Republic TV, Nitish's excise minister remains completely clueless. He says he has no idea about the exact death toll. Landmark verdict by the top court. Supreme Court upholds the constitutional validity of Section 6A of the Citizenship Act 1955. We begin with the exclusive Republic inputs on the air scare that we have been tracking. It's a shocking revelation that is coming in, viewers. Republic TV has accessed a trail of messages exchanged among the Air India top officials regarding the bomb threats that were received today. Republic has found out that Air India top boss asked his team to ignore the bomb threat messages. Air India that claims that the security of their passengers matters the most to them. Why will they take this risk? Why will the Air India boss ask their employees, his employees, to ignore these threats? And why would they take a risk as big as this and ignore the bomb threat message? Republic TV is saying this with proof as it accesses the messages. Viewers, my colleague Harsha joins us from the national capital and senior editor Shravan Sen from the newsroom. Shravan, I'll go across to you first. It's a big development. In fact, an exclusive input by Republic TV raises the questions and that why Air India would jeopardize the security. Why will it, direct its employees to ignore such grave threats?
Well, in fact, let's take our viewers through the breaking news now coming in. My colleague Harsha has got us this exclusive. This is with regards to the number of threats that were received by Air India and its associate Air India Express. We are given to understand that since this morning, around 8:30 this morning, about 12 threats were allegedly received by Air India. That's what our sources are indicating. In fact, in a short while from now, we are going to tell our viewers, show those graphics on air, showing the threat mail that was allegedly received by Air India to begin with. The second important aspect is the fact that these threat messages were received by Air India as well as Air India Express. What we are being told is that some of these threats were received when the aircraft was mid-air, some while they were on the ground. Now, what has essentially happened is that due protocol were not followed by Air India. That's what we are picking up at this point in time. In fact, there is a detailed questionnaire that has been sent by Republic TV to Air India, asking them these specific questions. Question number one, whether at all these threats were ignored by Air India. Second, if at all the stakeholders were basically informed. Third, were the protocols essentially followed by Air India? These are three aspects which are extremely crucial because remember, the moment there is a bomb threat, as per the protocol, there is an emergency landing that takes place, especially if the flight is mid-air. In this particular case, we are being told that protocol wasn't followed. In fact, some internal messages that have been accessed by Republic TV goes on to indicate that a top boss of Air India actually instructed, saying that ignore these messages, particularly keeping in mind that Air India over the last 6 months have actually received multiple such threats. So they have somewhere down the line ignored this and perhaps decided to go ahead with internal checks itself. Now that's what we are being told right now. These are messages that are coming in. First, let me get a quick response from my colleague Harsha, who's getting us these details. Let's also go on air with the details now coming in. We'll also bring in our colleagues Krutharth as well as Iona, who's going to join us with the details of the threat messages. A copy of the threat messages that we're going to show to you in a short while from now. We're going to get those copy of those threat messages which were allegedly received by Air India. Krutharth will be getting us those details, and the fact that these threat messages, were they actually ignored? Did Air India top boss send a message to his colleagues asking them to ignore this message? If that was the case, were DGCA rules flouted? Was DGCA involved in this? Was DGCA informed about the alleged bomb threats? These are some aspects that they are going to look into right now. Let me quickly go across to my colleague Alisha as well as Harsha, who's joining us on this broadcast. Harsha, first to you. You've got us this big exclusive. Internal messages indicating that a top boss of Air India did not inform the stakeholders about these bomb threats. And in a short while from now, 30 seconds from now, we'll get Krutharth getting us those email threats that were allegedly received by Air India. Let's get that quick response from Harsha.
So, Shravan, we have got to know that the rules were completely flouted by the CEO of the Air India, and also from the past 24 to 48 hours, we have got to know that DGCA and BCAS, the major regulators in the Civil Aviation Ministry, those were kept in dark by the Air India top boss. In fact, when I went to speak to the DG and Deputy DG of BCAS, they were completely unaware that the SOPs are not being followed. They were unaware that since morning 7 Air India Express and 5 Air India airline have received the bomb threat message, and they were not shared. The bomb scare message regarding this, and also BCAS DG clearly stated that SOPs are being flouted, and they will look into it because it's a serious matter of concern. And we have got to know that not only today, yesterday as well, there were several Air India flights whose emergency landing was not done. It's a matter of concern because they are seeking the commercial aspects. They are keeping the commercial aspect of the airline much above the security of the passenger. And these are those airlines which were the long route airline. They got the bomb scare message. No emergency landing was done. No in-flight checks were done. It clearly reached its destination. And after reaching the destination, also under the regulatory operations, also there was under the irregular operations formula as well, there was no mentioning of the bomb scare message. This is how they are flouting with the rules. They are taking this very casually. They are thinking that every bomb message could be a hoax, and therefore there's no need for the emergency landing. This is the way airline is treating their passengers right now. We have got to know, and also till now they have not shared any important detail with BCAS, DGCA or Ministry of Civil Aviation. Back to you.
Yes, in fact, Krutat is also joining us from the newsroom. Krutat, please tell us about the messages that Republic TV has exclusively accessed that in fact shows how Air India has been ignoring the emergency threats.
Indeed, Rakshita, and these are some very serious concerns that are coming in as per the sources that Air India has ignored some very critical messages vis-a-vis bomb threats. But let me first walk our viewers through the exact procedure that ought to be followed in situations where bomb threats and bomb scares are given. The first step is the most important one, is to judge the credibility of the bomb scare. And for this, the Bomb Threat Assessment Committee, or the BTAC, has to be informed. This committee is comprising of many agencies together, which include CISF and the BCAS. Once the threat has been identified, it is classified further into two categories. One is a non-specific category and the other is a specific category. As the name suggests, if it is a non-specific threat, then it is not taken seriously and no action further is initiated. However, in case of specific threats, there has to be a series of protocol that needs to be followed. In the cases where the threat is considered specific, first the flight threats, the airport authorities or the air traffic controller has to take note of this, and immediately the bomb squad is informed, the CISF present at the airport is informed, and the protocol follows. If the plane is mid-air at the time, then the air traffic controller is responsible for getting the plane landed at the nearest airport, and then the bomb squad comes into picture, and once a complete analysis and a proper safety check of the aircraft is done, after which the aircraft is deemed safe to be taken on air back again. So this is a very long and complex process. So it is very but natural that sometimes when these hoax calls, that as we have seen over 20 in the last 4 days come in, this long tiresome process in the airline industry is also a very cost-heavy process. So perhaps the indications that are now emerging is whether this was a cost-cutting measure in which bomb threats were ignored deliberately by Air India in this case, and the multiple reports that we are receiving right now, and Air India is yet to react to this allegations that Republic has put out. We have put out all the questions to Air India and we are awaiting their official response. But this entire procedure of whether or not a threat is deemed specific or not starts the moment the airline industry or the specific airline gets the information about it. But if it is not forwarded up to the relevant authorities, then the entire cycle of issues start. And the biggest question here would be, Rakshita, who would have been responsible if something untoward happened?
Big cause of worry, in fact. It's really worrisome. It's a huge update. In fact, a big exclusive from Republic. Iona is also joining us from the newsroom. Iona, before we go across to our guests, just take us to the details you're picking up, because this is really jeopardizing our lives. Everybody, almost today, uses flights, travels via air. And if this is happening in one of the biggest airline carriers, this is something that it really comes as a shocker, and many questions will be raised. Who's accountable for this?
Well, Rakshita, yes, absolutely, you are right. And just to add to what my colleagues have said, 7 flights that received threats, 7 Air India Express flights that received threats today, after which we also reported that 5 additional Air India flights have received threats. And now Republic has, as we said, accessed the mail trail between the Air India top boss team. And they seem to have clearly sent out a message to, quote unquote, ignored the threats. But what we're also going to put out now is the fact, which our sources have informed us, is that the DGCA was not informed about these threats. And as we are learning about this latest development, we can also say, based on sources, that Air India refused emergency landing, despite the fact that they knew that there were these bomb threats that were coming, back-to-back threats that they were receiving. And Republic, while we continue our exclusive investigation into the matter, we put out 3 very pointed questions, Rakshita, to the Air India team. The first one being, is it true that Air India did not inform the DGCA about these threats? A very pointed question and a rather important one, because Air India claims to keep passenger safety paramount, but somehow failed to inform the DGCA that threats like this were persisting for a certain amount of time. Question number 2, is it true that they refused to carry out, or rather they failed to carry out DGCA mandated protocols when they were aware, when they came to know about these threats? And question number 3, was there an internal decision taken by the Air India team to not inform their stakeholders about these threats? So these are the 3 questions that we're putting out to the Air India team, and we await further updates on this case, Rakshita.
Largest carrier in India, Mr. Vipul Goyal is joining. Vipul Saxena, I beg your pardon. Mr. Vipul Saxena, aviation expert, and also Subhash Goyal joins us here. But before that, I'll just quickly go across to Shavan, who's with us on the broadcast. Shavan, of course, this really, as Krutat was pointing out, that this could be a cost-cutting measure, and if it is, that really raises many questions, and that directly compromises with the security of the passengers.
Sure that Air India would be following the story very closely right now. I would just like to remind the Air India management that multiple questions have been sent to them before we decided to air the story. We've confirmed with multiple sources before airing this entire story. The questions that we have asked, if Air India wants, we're going to put this out once again for them. Question number 1, was there an internal message sent by a top Air India official to their colleagues to ignore these messages? Now, what were the messages? I'm holding at least 2 of the alleged threat mails received by Air India and Air India Express. This message, whatever would be the nature of the message, these could be hoax calls also. But remember, perhaps my colleague Krutat and our experts who are joining us on this broadcast could actually elaborate on the fact that even if it is a hoax call, there are mandatory procedures at place, and that needs to be followed. As I understand, my colleague Harsha, who's got us this major scoop today, while there has been a massive concern that multiple such threats have allegedly been received, not just by Air India but other. Amidst that, was this the case where you've had top bosses of Air India ignoring it? Was this only because of some sort of a commercial interest? Because as I understand, that the moment you actually inform the stakeholders, there are laid down procedures, which could possibly mean that the aircraft goes in for an emergency landing. If at all there is an emergency landing, remember, it leads to some sort of a cost escalation. We are not saying that Air India had perhaps taken this decision because of certain commercial interest. That is not what we are saying. We are only asking the question number 1, whether at all they ignored this. If at all they ignored it, what was the basis on which this was decided, the rationale behind this entire decision? That's what we are asking, because as I understand, these mails were allegedly received by Air India this morning. Let me also once again go back to my colleague Air India. We'll get all our colleagues on air right now. Harsha, you've got us this big exclusive. You've spoken to multiple sources confirming the fact that at least 12 such threats were allegedly received by Air India. Is there an official response from their side? You've spoken to them individually, you have spoken to the DGCA, you have spoken to the BCAS. None of them are willing to come on record, because we are raising these very uncomfortable questions. We are waiting for Air India to respond to our questionnaire that was sent by our assistant editor. Alisha Dyer, a short while back, these questions were sent to Air India. We are hoping that they're going to respond to those questions that have been sent out. Let's also put out those questions on our grid right now with regards to the questions that were sent a short while back to Air India. These are questions that remain unanswered. Harsha, the response that has come in from the DGCA as well as BCAS on this entire issue.
So, Shravan, I spoke to both DGCA DG, who's Vikram Devdutt, and also BCAS DG Zulfikar Hassan, and it's a matter of serious concern. And I was completely shocked that they were unaware about this matter. And when directed by me, when the question was directed that can Air India take this decision that they don't have to do emergency landing, they can go forward with landing of the aircraft which has received the bomb scare message without even informing the regulator. They answered me by stating that the local regional director handles it all queries. He should be answered, he should be questioned regarding this, and it's a matter of concern. And they did not pull up the airline aviation Air India. Till now, I have also sent across the mail to the communications department of the DGCA and BCAS. No word from that, no word from them. Also, Deputy DG of BCAS, Kavita Jalan, clearly stated that we follow the SOP and Air India is adhering to all the SOP. We will speak to them, we will look into it if it's a matter of concern, but we can't share the SOP and guidelines with you. That was what she said. But yes, they were completely unaware about it. They told us clearly that they don't know. There was no emergency landing, and they also said that till morning, in this entire day today, from morning 9 till evening 1 o'clock, there was no bomb scare message to the Air India. That clearly states that how Air India kept in dark to these regulator. We have the messages, we have the ID. The counter-terror division is already looking into the VPN, tracking the VPN detail, exactly what's the origin of this tag, of this ID, from where the Air India and from where to Air India and Air India Express such messages have been sent. But the regulators are completely unaware. That's very shocking that the utmost priority of the security of the passengers, which should be the matter of concern for the airline, for Air India, which was completely kept aside and keeping the commercial interest at foremost priority. Back to you.
You know, Harsha, please stay on with us, and also I request Iona and Kruta to also stay on with us. We'll go across to our special guest, aviation experts Subhash Goyal and Vipul Saxena joining us. Thank you so much for your patience, gentlemen. Mr. Vipul Goyal, first of all, Vipul Saxena, I beg your pardon, I'll go across to you first. This is the trail of messages that we have accessed, which clearly points out that the Air India boss had in fact asked the team to ignore the messages. Now, in what situation will an airline carrier that of an Air India stature, which also holds international flights, will in fact order this? We know how can an airline afford this? In what situation they will be compelled to take such decisions that jeopardizes the lives of the passengers?
Not at all. In no situation, any sensible person will take such a decision. And when there's a proper protocol, there's a procedure laid down that in such situation, they have to inform DGCA, they have to inform BCS and all other authorities. And the aircraft has to be landed at the nearest airfield, and it has to go through complete process of a bomb threat, which is handed over to the security people, and they go through the aircraft, they see all the packages, take all the passengers, the cargo and everything. And unless they are satisfied that the aircraft does not have any kind of threat on board, I think the aircraft is not there for the next sortie. So in such situation, the action, if what has been reported is correct, that Air India has asked their employees or their operators to ignore these threats, I think it's a very dangerous situation. I think government should look into this, take cognizance of this, and a strong message should be sent to not only Air India but to other airlines as well, because this is a matter of security threat for the passengers and also to the aircraft.
Yes, Mr. Subhash, we will go across to you also. Now, how do you weigh in this development? Because these are incessant threats that we have learned about. We've talked to you about this yesterday also. We're talking about a big conspiracy, but, everybody today almost across classes travels via, flights. And, everything is in the hands of these, carriers. And someone as, as big as the Air India, that is really questionable, raises many eyebrows. Sir.
There are laid down protocols.
Yes.
Not only in India, but all over the world. ICAO, the International Civil Aviation Organization, has laid down certain protocols. Now, first protocol is that whenever a bomb threat is received, they have to verify the genuineness of the threat, whether it is a credible threat or it is this. And secondly, as rightly said, that the plane has to be landed and other thing. But there are so many threats taking place right now that it is difficult to judge which is genuine and which is not genuine. And I think there are certain agencies which are coordinating the BCS, Bureau of Civil Aviation Security. DGCA comes into the role later on. And, the other intelligence agencies like IB and RAW are also involved today in this, serious thing, which is actually like a war against the country. And whether it is they are using children or whether they are using dummies in various countries to give these threats so that tracing them is difficult, the very fact remains that these threats are there, these threats are real, and they need to be punished. And even, the parents, if it's a minor, the parents need to be punished, that they need to discipline their children. Having said that, coming to the Air India situation, now Air India, as far as a Tata Group company, and as far as Tata Group companies are concerned, I don't think they are always after profit. Because in any case, more than 60% causes. So they must have investigated the things at their level jointly with the BCS and other agencies before they could have asked. Otherwise, I don't think that any officer in Air India or any other airline, because the pilot's life is also at stake. He's driving the plane, and if anything happens, he is responsible. So the protocol is that when the plane lands and makes an emergency landing, it has to be taken to the remotest possible area so that other planes do not get affected. And the passengers have immediately to disembark, and after the passengers disembark, a thorough search of the plane has to be done, including using sniffer dogs, because sometimes humans cannot. So that is the international protocol, and I'm sure they are following this protocol. But, there was earlier a bomb threat in, not bomb threat, actually bombs exploded in the London, tube.
Mm-hmm.
And the response after thorough investigation and everything, the next day the tube was again full as usual, because life has to go on. The objective of these terrorists are to disrupt, and the objective today is Indian aviation, which is the fastest growing aviation in the world, needs to be disrupted by these anti-national elements. And these elements, I'm definitely sure that they are being inspired from across the country. It's not an isolated incident. Every day threats are taking place. And actually, we should use all our resources, including intelligence, raw IB, and even if we have to take the friendly countries like Scotland Yard and Israel intelligence and other people, because this is not just airlines. It is not a threat to Air India or Indigo or Indian carriers. It is a threat to India.
Absolutely.
Earlier,
in fact,
similar threats have taken place in various schools.
Yes.
So, Yes,
Mr. Goyal, of course, it's a matter. It's a matter of national security. I am afraid it's all the time I have right now. Mr. Goel, Mr. Saxena, my colleagues Ayona, Harsha and Krital, thank you so much for joining us. Of course, it's a critical matter and Republic TV exclusively leading the investigation into this case. What was the role of the boss? Why did the Air India boss not let the emergency landing take place? A big debating point today, viewers. We will be getting you more on that. But right now, we'll step into a very short break. Remember, we'll get you now the ground report from Bihar on the other side, as at least 20 people have been killed. Others are critical after consuming illicit